happening at the very end of World War I. There are German troops that are demobilizing, frequently without support from Germany. They're selling their arms and trying to make their way home on their own. There's a civil war brewing to the north, with Russia going communist and Ukraine not going communist. There are bands of anarchists that are wandering free, and there's no state power of any authority that actually can control any of this. Of course, it would explode into a bloody period of civil war and violence. But before that, let's just look at this document, which gives you a sense of how tenuous this rapprochement between Ukrainians and Jews were. This is a document that I found in the archives, typical of hundreds and hundreds of documents from this period here, and it's actually a document related to a particular Jewish community, and you can see that it is written in Ukrainian. That's the Slavic Cyrillic alphabet on the left of the page, but the typewriter that was used to write it was a Russian typewriter, and so there are certain, half a dozen odd letters in the Ukrainian alphabet that the Russians do not have. And so whenever they had the letter I, you can see in the first line of text there, the typist had to actually leave a blank space, and then afterwards actually physically write in longhand a letter I, because the typewriter would tolerate Ukrainian. That gives you a sense of that. And by the way, for those of you who were born after, let's say, 1985, typewriters are kind of like word processors, except that you can't go back and delete things. You write it exactly the way it's out the first time, and then make it into a hard copy. It actually becomes a hard copy as you do it. And, well, I'm not going to explain to you the technology this kind of year. And then on the right, you see they've added Yiddish translation of the same document. Of course, there's no Yiddish that has to be written in by hand, but it just gives you a sense of how, they're trying to piece these things together without the right equipment, even to type up their orders, but never should have certain kind of useful exuberance that in many ways was made the period, emblematic of the best that could have. Unfortunately, it all collapsed in terrible, terrible violence. Primarily because of the pogroms that were especially bad in the team. Now, there are many, many forces who are in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that were guilty of perpetrating pogroms. The White Russians, who we talked about in the previous lecture, were monarchist, anti-communist, to either restore the Tsar if possible, or go back to some kind of provisional government, but not the communists, engaged in very attacks on Jews. There are a number of foreign armies. A Polish army was there, and there were also bands of roving anarchists, particularly the Greens. People like Nestor Makhno. Not only Jews, Mennonites, for example, also suffered when they were far away from large Polish centers, thousands, and a terrible time. And really, if it were not for the Holocaust, temple times, it's definitely much worse than the Crusades. It's arguably much worse even than the Khmelnytsky massacres of the 17th century period. We tend to forget about it. Now, when I did my research back in the 1980s, 1990s, I really had to rely heavily on archival sources and secondary sources that were largely written in the 1920s. But my colleague Jeffrey Weidlinger has written really a remarkable book called In the Midst of Civilized Europe, The Pogroms of 1918, 1921, which really treats the violence of this period in a much more significant and comprehensive manner. And it's really, I'll put the link in the notes to this because it's really a phenomenal book. But anyway, let's go back to where we are. From the point of view of Ukrainian-Jewish relations, however, specifically with regard to that remarkable period that I described at the beginning of this lecture, one of the most tragic elements of this period is that roughly 40% the pogroms that were recorded were attributed to the Ukrainian Directory forces under the control of this man, Simon Petlura. Now, we have to place this into a lot of context. Simon Petlura was a former journalist who early on in his career actually exhibited some significant philo-Semitic tendencies. He had written some positive things about Jews in his work and so on. But as the leader of this very tenuous Ukrainian political movement, which could claim maybe 100,000 troops at its disposal at the beginning of 1919, found himself beleaguered and under tremendous attack by forces from all sides. Not only the Soviets, but also the Whites, the Greens, and so on. And his government at one point was literally reduced to operating out of train cars, moving from station to station in a triangle towards the western part of the region. And his troops rapidly diminished from 100,000 down to 16,000 within the space of a few months as they largely deserted the Ukrainian cause. But nevertheless, there was a period of time, particularly in the spring of 1919, in which there were a lot of pogroms happening, and Petlura did not act forcefully and demonstratively to end that violence against Jews. Later, towards the summer, he would issue some very strong condemnations of violence against Jews and so on. Many critics feel that these later statements were largely created for public consumption to try and bolster the flagging fortunes of the Ukrainian movement. But unlike the Soviets, who were much more effective in controlling the violence directed against Jews, Simon Petlura was rather silent for a period of several key weeks in the spring of 1919, for which many scholars, myself included, hold that he has a degree of responsibility for that violence. What ultimately happens is the Jews, who are beleaguered and are attacked on all sides by many of these forces, and many locations are actually pogromized several times, they recognize that the Jewish Red Army leader, Leon Trotsky, is being much more effective in controlling his troops, that the Red Army is associated, not 100% completely, but nevertheless associated with protecting Jewish communities. And so there is a surge of support in 1919 for the communist movement in general and for the Red Army in particular. So much so that the Red Army had to set up special training programs for these Yiddish-speaking youth, some of them literally piling out of yeshivas in order to pick up a gun that they've never touched one before in their life, in order to defend their communities, and they do so under the banner of communism. We'll continue with what happens to these people in the next lecture, but for now, let us just jump ahead a little bit to 1926. The Ukrainian movement, of course, failed with the Russian onslaught. And with the exception of the part of the Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that was absorbed by interwar Poland, most Ukrainians find themselves now as part of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, dominated by Moscow. Petlura and some of his close associates flee, and they make their way to Paris, where one day, walking out of a cafe, Mr. Petlura runs into an unfamiliar figure named Shalom Schwarzbard, shown here in this photograph from his trial. Schwarzbard, this is in Paris, says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petlura?" And Petlura says, "Oui." And Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the spot. He is immediately arrested and he's taken to trial for, assassinating someone right there on the streets of Paris. But his defense attorneys are mobilized by a fascinating and ultimately successful defense. They claim that Schwarzbard was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that occurred under Petlura's watch in Ukraine. And the trial, ostensibly of a man who shot another man in cold blood on the street of Paris, ultimately became a trial about Petlura's guilt or innocence in the early period of this fledgling Ukrainian state. The French jury, perhaps smarting from the embarrassment of the Dreyfus affair 30 years earlier, ultimately rendered a verdict in favor of Schwarzbard, ordering him to pay 1 franc in damages, very insulting, to Pedro's widow, and allowed him to go free. This was like a huge victory for Jews around the world who regarded Schwarzbart as an avenger of the massacres of the pogroms. According to my research, and I invite you to look at my book if you want more details in the argument, it's very difficult to understand Pedroda as, let's say, an architect of the pogroms, some kind of proto-Hitler. That doesn't seem to be an appropriate description of his responsibility at all. At the same time, there was that period of several weeks when he could have at least made a statement, but I would argue that perhaps he refrained from doing so because he had no way of controlling his troops. He had no resources even to provide for them, to feed them and so on. And if he were to limit their violent activities, he might lose them even faster than he ultimately ended up losing them. Ultimately, he would lose the entire country as well. But that, I think, is probably a more reasonable assessment of his personal responsibility in the community. At any rate, we will have to continue this discussion with Jews in the now communist Ukraine and the rest of the USSR. Thank you very much for watching.
Syphilis, Zika. I don't think Zika's really killing them. People just fucks up kids. Just really fucks women up when they get, apparently you can get it, not even know you have it, get pregnant. It fucks your kid up.
Non-communicable disease is responsible for 38 million of those.
Okay, so that's like heart disease and
cardiovascular
cancer.
2.6 million.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the last installment of the Jewish History Lab, we looked at the terrible pogroms of the Civil War period. As we discussed there, ultimately the Soviet forces, the Red Army, were able to seize control of those areas where Jews primarily lived in the former Pale of Settlement. And once they were able to establish Soviet rule over the entire region, they began to impose the very different philosophy and political system that was associated with early communism. And that's the period that I'd like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until really the last couple of years of the Civil War, right up until World War II, because it was a tremendously, expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. Let us begin with a discussion of the Yevsektia. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Еврейский секция, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a segment of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Wittgenstein, a communist who actually was previously a Chabad rabbi, who was thoroughly defrocked, as it were, and completely removed from his religious moorings. That's the kind of thing that frequently happened with those Jews who associated themselves with communism in this early period. Wittgenstein was assigned the task of propagandizing this largely very traditional population, that traditional specifically when you get outside of large cities where there is much less secularism, much more old traditional observance in the Shtetlach, the small villages that dotted the now Soviet countryside, and bringing them into this brand new, radically atheistic, totally different economic system, and divorcing them from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing them forward into this new Soviet era. Definitely a great challenge, and they evolved some really interesting strategies to try and do it. The general political environment in the first few years was especially dire. The period 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism. And during this period of war communism, when the Civil War was still being prosecuted, and there were still, numerous forces, including particularly the Ukrainian Directory and Makhno and the anarchists and the White Russian forces, that is, the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of the monarchy, or at least get rid of the communists and establish some kind of more capitalist society in its place. The communists were still fighting this war in real time. and war communism as a kind of like a temporary period characterized their attempts to rapidly bring the entire population into the very doctrinaire policies of communism as a whole, including things like, land and collectivization, farming, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This would ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism. The outlawing of all kinds of forms of commerce and, shutting down capitalist enterprises, being very, very aggressively attacking any kind of religious behavior and so on. And this went on for about 2 years. Confiscations of Torah scrolls, synagogues, real persecution, but it was across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any religious individual in this newly atheistic society felt definitely very out of place. This was followed as began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly quelled, and it was replaced by something called NEP, which was another acronym, this time in English, for the New Economic Program. This was what was generally conceded as kind of like a one step backward and a step forward. And the new regime could not maintain nominal energy of demanding, confiscating, ordering people around for such a long period of time, especially exhausted after these years of war, which you'll recall immediately followed after World War I, right? World War I in November 1918. The new economic policy was kind of sinking some of these controls a little bit and allowing the economy to kind of develop again slightly. Ultimately, NEP would be shut down, but for a brief period of time, so about 1924, that began to sort of take the knee off the neck of the larger population, and the new Soviet Union began to. In terms of the ship, let's just recall that there is a triumvirate that are especially important at this time. There are other figures that are very important, like Bukharin. To focus on the triumvirate, there is, of course, Lenin, is the first leader of the Soviet Union. He has a stroke in 1920, if I remember correctly, that renders him incapacitated. And he lives for a couple more years, but during that time, during the period of NEP, a big question as to who was going to be some who favored Trotsky, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, who had shown tremendous skill at expanding the control of the Soviet Union, but others favored Stalin, who was a much more brutal individual coming from Georgia. He was an expert on the nationalities question, which sort of communists speak for the non-Russians who lived within the Soviet Union. Of course, there's a lot of non-Russians living in the Soviet Union, and he ultimately would end up very cleverly maneuvering himself around Trotsky, around Bukharin after Lenin's death, and ultimately he would become the leader. And the 30s were dominated by Stalin right up until his death in the early 1950s. So back to where we are. Diebenstein was placed in charge of the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was initially during the period of communism, but during the period of NEP, he saw that he had quite a bit more freedom to explore the methodology of bringing the Jewish population into communism. Let us recall that although there was a disproportionate number of Jews in the Communist Party for their population, and this is especially true as you move up towards the leadership of the Soviet Union, where there was sometimes a third of governing bodies were dominated by Jews. There used to be a joke in Yiddish that there was an acronym STIC, which referred to the All Russian Central Committee, and in Yiddish they would say that it wasn't a Russian acronym, it was a Yiddish acronym for Vutsen Eden Kommandira, where 10 Jews are in charge. That was not a truism. You never had a majority of Jews anywhere in any institution of the Soviet Union, but they were very important, influential Jews, and they were out of proportion to their size, their population. That said, the proportion of Jews who became communists was tiny. There was the vast majority of Jews who were hostile to communism, seeing it as a threat to their traditional way of life, especially those who are religiously oriented, who recognize the threat of the anti-clerical nature of the Soviet Union. So it's a great complex of issues involved here. Things that made the Soviet Union very popular in the Civil War period, as we discussed in the previous lecture, was the fact that Trotsky's Red Army forces were far less likely to commit pogroms than the other forces that were ravaging the countryside. That engendered an enthusiastic support for the Red Army that was translated initially in the early 1920s to support for the Soviet Union. But as you'll see, it rapidly declined. The policy that Diemstein seized upon, which was generally issued during the more liberal period of the 19th, all of the non-Russian nationalities, was a policy that went by the name Korenizatsiya. This is kind of a strange word. It's difficult to translate into English. The word koren can mean like a root. And so it can be translated as rootification, as root as in a tree, or I've seen it translated as indigenization, which kind of like was thinking about the general society and identifying elements of the indigenous culture which were compatible with communism and actively encouraging those. The slogan of the era was nationalist form, but so in content, meaning they could eat their national foods, they could speak their national language, as long as none of the things that they did or said challenged the economic and political ideology of communism. Right? National form, okay, socialist in content. As soon as they got into things like, a level of ethnocentrism, that would be definitely not socialist in content. If they wanted to, their national religion, definitely not socialist in content. So this idea of Korenizatsiya was kind of reaching into the roots with this kind of like, theory operating that is the true form of human organization. And if you dug below the accreted layers of in from bourgeois democracy, you would find that people are naturally communist, and they just spoke different language, kind of like, happily wearing embroidered dresses, or sing the hora, whether they eat krepla, whether they eat, I don't know, and whatever it would, they would still be nationalist if only you could get past all those other policy of Korenizatsiya. And what Diemstein did was he took that material and he said, let us go to the Jewish people with the authentic element of their culture and talk to them about communism. Now, there were one of which really huge was this idea of our overwhelmingly united, even when they're rebelling against their religion, they still regard themselves as some kind of loose tribal affiliation that is rooted in a long religious tradition. And this was anathema to the Soviet cause. So one of the things that the Soviet Union stood up in the 1920s was an institution called the League of Atheists. Sounds like funny, actually. And this was targeting all religions, of course, not just Judaism. They published this magazine here. This is called Bezbozhnik, which means literally godless. And in this particular anti-Christian image, they're showing obviously Jesus, who is getting all of the various followers drunk to the point of vomiting, and really trying to illustrate Marx's idea of religion being an opiate of the masses. That religion keeps you drunk, religion keeps you high, and unable to appreciate your true class enemies and things like that. So there was a Yiddish version of Bezbozhnik, and there were tremendous amounts of effort placed in trying to do things, crazy things like rewrite the Haggadah, rewrite the Passover liturgy. They wrote a red Haggadah that celebrated, Stalin and Marx instead of Moses. That Pharaoh was portrayed as the Tsar and all kinds of things like this. And they used the Yiddish language in particular to try and get this material across. Yiddish was considered the true folk language of the Soviet Jewish people, even though it's essentially medieval German written in Hebrew characters. But that was the native tongue of like 97, 98% of the Jewish people at the end of the 19th century living in the region of the Russian Empire. And so they said, speak to them and we'll write to them in their Yiddish language. And so there was just a flourishing of attention lavished on anything in Yiddish which would be considered compatible with Soviet culture. A lot of money was spent on Yiddish writers. There was a renaissance of Yiddish poetry. You actually have Yiddish writers leaving America to go back to Russia because they saw this as a tremendous, culture effervescence. And in fact, in the 1920s, it was very encouraging that Yiddish would have a tremendous heyday. Now, it was not a normal Yiddish, I have to say, because the more they poked around with it, the more they messed it up. Yiddish is, as I mentioned, written in Hebrew characters, and it is heavily populated by Hebraic terms and Aramaic terms as well. And Hebrew was considered outside of the pale because that was too closely associated with religion. And also in modern Hebrew, too closely associated with Zionism, also not compatible with Soviet thought. So, what do you do when you have common Hebrew words in the Yiddish language? Like, for example, chaver, which is translated into Russian as English, comrade. How do you speak Yiddish without the word comrade in the Soviet Union? So what they would do is say, okay, you can keep the word chaver, but you have to write it out phonetically, spell it phonetically, rather than spelling it with the traditional Hebrew spelling. So for those of you who are familiar with the letters, the word for chaver in Hebrew and in Yiddish is chet, vet, resh, 3 letters. But in Yiddish and the Soviet, chaf, aleph, vav, zav, 6 letters. And if you didn't know what you were looking at, you would be totally confused when you saw it. So many words were like this. And by the way, once again, the Soviets attacked all the nationalities in this form. The Ukrainians, for example, have a letter G, which is distinct from the Russian letter. And so we made the Ukrainian letter G illegal. If you use the Ukrainian letter G rather than the letter that looks like H and pronounce like a Russian letter H, here's something I find really ironic and amusing. This is the Russian translation of the Hebrew prayer book, the Siddur, which of course would have been totally off limits to these very atheistic Russians. And you can see in Cyrillic letters, it has the large word Siddur, the prayer book. And then underneath, you see it has words Tehilat Hashem, which means the songs of God or the songs of God. And the word Hashem, of course, is pronounced with the letter H, but there is no letter H in the Russian alphabet. So in order to indicate it should be pronounced as an H, they took the letter G, you can see the second word there, and they added a small accent mark on the tongue to let you know you should pronounce this as an H. So it's really very ironic, because one of the things that the Russia did was they looked at 5 letters of the so-called manatzpa, that are written differently at the end of a word than if they were written at the beginning of the word. And they said those letters are illegal. You can't use 5 letters. They're essentially like capital letters, because it's too hard for people to learn. It's not programming. We should have a simple language. So they tried to take away these 5 letters from Yiddish, like they tried to take away G from the Ukrainian alphabet, and he forced a new letter on them. See, the word hash, that H is actually an imposition in a Hebrew sound. Okay, so back to where we are. So during the 1920s, explosion of Yiddish activity under the Yevsektia, And one last detail, this actually occurred a little bit afterwards, but it's still quite fascinating. At one point, the Soviet Union even experimented with creating a kind of alternative Israel. They created a homeland, a Jewish autonomous oblast called Birobidzhan, which is way out in the border with China, 4,000 miles away from where Jews were actually living. And the idea was we're going to make a homeland for you. You don't have to think about Israel. You don't have to be constantly pressured to go to Israel. You have your own homeland in Birobidzhan. Well, it's kind of an interesting thing. Yiddish was made an official language of Birobidzhan and stuff like that, but they had very few Jews actually live there, primarily because Stalin blocked a lot of the migration there exactly when the Jews could have used it during World War II. At any rate, to sum up, the 1920s, period of incredible creativity, although very atheistic, but a huge surge of popularity of Yiddish language culture in particular. This came crashing to a halt in the 1930s under this man, Joseph Stalin. Stalin was able, by the end of the 1920s, to firmly consolidate his control over the entire region, and he had very little patience for all of these national inform and socialist and content experiments. He shut down the Yevsektia. Incidentally, another organization that he also shut down was the women's section of the Communist Party that had exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. And Stalin said, we have to focus ourselves on industrialization. He instituted a number of 5-year plans which were designed to rapidly put the Soviet Union into modernity by building massive things like huge hydroelectric dams at Dnipropetrovsk and other places like that. But he created this kind of environment in which people were desperately pressured to report results, and what ended up happening is that people were faking the results rather than, tell the truth to power and say, hey, we can't possibly produce this much over this amount of time, or we can't possibly harvest that much grain in this much time. One of the most terrifying and awful results of the 5-year plans was the Holodomor, this massive terror famine that in particular affected the Ukrainian regions. In 1933, a huge number of people, it's very difficult to get a good sense of exactly how many, 6 million, a huge number of people, and there are larger estimates of this colossally awful artificial famine, which killed millions of people, was largely a result of the disastrous economic planning of Stalin and his henchmen. It's horrifically horrible. And in context with the Holodomor and several other related factors, purges began in the Soviet towards the end of the 1930s. As people began to see that the glorious reports of Soviet productivity not evident in reality, rather than say, wait a second, maybe exaggerating their findings about how much they're able to produce. Instead, they blamed non-existent saboteurs. They were wreckers. They were somehow, deciding to stand in the way of progress for the Soviet Union. And these people were identified, tortured, and forced to divulge the names of other saboteurs. This created this ecosystem of purges that was not at all unlike the Spanish Inquisition, in which heresy was hunted out everywhere. People were taken and asked to betray the names of heretics and so on. And even if a person wasn't a heretic or didn't even know any heretics, they were nevertheless under the pain to give up all kinds of names. This initiated a horrific sight, arrest, torture, confession, that resulted in millions of people. Again, the scale is phenomenal. Exiled to the Gulag out in Siberia, or even ex-Soviet Union in the later 1910s. At this point, the Jewish enthusiasm for the Soviet Union collapsed. Prominent Jews were purged early on in this period of Stalinist cleansing of the party leader of society, and Jews, with a few significant exceptions, like Kaganovich, who was involved in Ukraine during the years of the Holodomor. With the exception of a few characters, much of the Soviet leadership was purged of its Jewish membership, and the kind of like popularity that the Red Army enjoyed in 1919 was nowhere to be seen as people around the world began to realize what Stalin really stood for. So by the time you get to the late 1930s, what was once a more significant participation of some Jews in the Communist Party was reduced to a tiny, tiny remnant. And this is to pick up the story next when we look at the Holocaust, because the memory of Jewish participation in the communist movement had tremendously disastrous results when World War II broke out. Thank you very much for watching.
That's why I always knew that gay guys in the NFL and the NBA, that shit ain't gonna work. That shit's never gonna work. It's like a hidden thing. But remember when they first introduced the gay basketball player in the NBA? People were jumping up and joining up those brothers. Those brothers were on the phone with the general manager going, listen, this shit's deep rooted. I don't want no gay motherfucker. I don't care if he's black or not. A lot of people can't say that in public. They would be. People can't talk what we really like anymore, dog. People just say shit just to fucking say it. We don't come from that fake world, man. We haven't been sucked into that Hollywood world. We won't allow it. We won't allow it. We haven't Hollywood party.
In order to understand properly the relationship of the Nazi occupying forces with the indigenous peoples in Central Europe, and specifically the degree to which collaboration was prevalent among those populations, it's really important to understand their experience, particularly during the years 1939 to 1941, when the region was controlled by the Soviet Union. Let's spend a little bit of time just trying to understand what happened between the outbreak of war in September 1939 and the Operation Barbarossa, which represented a dramatic shift in the nature of the war in Central Europe. This map shows East and Central Europe before World War I, that is before 1914. And you can see that basically Central Europe is divided into three empires: the German, the Austro-Hungarian, and the Macedonian Empire. As you can see in the slight shading in this map, there is what is the proper, which is really the red areas, and are the newer positions of Russia, particularly the Pale settlement region, which is where most Jews were allowed to live. That's like a slightly lesser entry red. And then Congress Poland, which is a little further to the west. These were all regions under the authority of the Romanov Tsars, part of the larger empire. After World War I, there was a dramatic shakeup in these states. We have this map, and in particular, let's zoom into Central Europe in particular. You can see that the Russian Empire is gone. It's been overthrown with some revolutions in 1917, and it's been replaced by the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, or simply the Soviet. That's shown here in the shades of green. Note that the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics implies correctly that there are multiple republics within this large unity, kind of like the United States of America. Clearly one country, one federal government, but made up of individual republics. In the case of the United States, states. In the case of the Soviet Union, republics. Now, the degree of autonomy of the republics within the USSR was far more attenuated than it is in the United States of America. They were largely puppets of Moscow, but nevertheless they did have a certain amount of distinction. You can see in the center is Vyserussия SSR, which is the White Russian or Belarusian Soviet Socialist Republic, and to the south is the Ukrainian SSR, also part of the Soviet Union. But in the yellow colors, there you see newly independent Poland, and also newly independent Lithuania and Latvia, and just to the north you see also Estonia just off this map here. So this new section, these new countries were carved largely from the remains of the Russian Empire, and needless to say, the rulers of the Soviet Union were not pleased that they had lost these valuable European territories in World War I. We move on from this map. What happened in 1939, as we explored in a previous video, the Nazis and the Soviets make a pact with each other to invade these regions simultaneously on September 1st. You can see from the right, the Soviet Union invades Poland, and from the left, that is the west, German Poland, and they end up dividing the territory between them, as we discussed also in the previous video. Here is a clear map that shows what ended up happening from the Soviet perspective. There's a bright yellow line that indicates new ceasefire line, new effective border between Nazi Germany and Soviet Union. And you can see multiple regions that are annexed by the Soviet Union. They were technically independent countries, but amazingly, in these highly fixed elections, they all voted to join themselves to the Union of Socialist Republic. So we have in the north Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. These are the so-called Baltic republics. And then you have the western region of Belarus, and you have the western region of Ukraine as well, all joined together with the Soviet Union. These regions were annexed by the Soviet Union in 19. Now, what exactly did the Soviet Union stand for? What was Soviet? What does that word even mean? And what's communism? Let's just take a couple minutes at that. So the Soviet Union was, as I mentioned, in the ruins of the Russian Empire. The founder was Vladimir Ilyich, who was a follower of a philosopher called Marx, founded by Karl Marx several decades earlier in Germany and in England. And it was basically real enemies of the working classes of other countries, rather the opposites of their own countries. Is that society was defined by class struggle, class warfare between the elite and the bourgeoisie and the working class, which are known as the proletariat. In fact, the slogan is "Proletariat of the world, unite." The working classes of the world, unite. It's a very anti-religious movement. They felt that religion was, in the words of Marx, it was like a series of ideas that was given to the proletariat to keep them in their place, to make them think that they might be suffering in this world, but in the next world they would benefit, and so on. So there's a lot to say about this philosophy, which is called socialism, and then the more extreme form that associated with Lenin was renamed communism in 1918. It's also known by the term Bolshevism, which means literally bigness, and it got that determination because at one point there was a split between two different movements. There were the so-called Bolsheviks, which is the larger party, which is associated with Lenin, and the Mensheviks, the small party, that's not very relevant to our purposes today. So these terms, Bolsheviks and communists, are basically synonymous. Socialists are a larger class. Many countries, even today, have a certain degree of socialist values because socialism advocates things like, for example, Medicaid and unemployment insurance and universal health insurance, vacation rights, things like that. Those are also socialist ideas, so it's not like socialism itself is such a noxious idea. But communism takes it to the extreme where property is considered theft, where all of the basic guardrails of traditional capitalist society are done away with. It led to disaster in the Soviet Union in particular. But this would take us too far away from our topic of the Holocaust. Lenin was joined by two colleagues in particular. Leon Trotsky, shown here, is very significant because he was Jewish. As I mentioned earlier, the communist movement was very anti-religious, and Jews, although, as we will see in a moment, were attracted in some numbers to communism. Joining the communist movement essentially meant jettisoning your Jewish religious identity altogether, and they tended to be atheistic in a very intense way. Leon Trotsky was especially famous for being the leader of the Red Army, which was a rather significant achievement for a Jew at the time. And on the other side, a third figure, and the three of them would be intense rivals, especially after Lenin would himself suffer a stroke in 1922 and then die 2 years later in 24. Stalin, shown here, ultimately maneuvered his way around all of his opponents and had them murdered in many cases, including Trotsky, who was ultimately murdered, and Stalin became the sole head of the Soviet Union and its longest dictator. So Soviet communist experiment was all about putting in place Marxist socialism to share property with people, to remove upper classes, to create a classless society. And in many ways it has certain kind of appeal of equality before the law, the idea of people being comrades, Družba narodov, friendship of peoples, the end of anti-Semitism. And ironically, particularly in the early period, the Soviet Union waged a very strong war against prejudice against Jews and so on. But much more to say about this, but we want to specifically with the Holocaust. Let us Jews related to communism. So one of the major reasons why there was any surge in popularity in communism was because of the horrific pogroms followed the revolutions of 1917. You'll recall World War I erupted in 1914. The Russian Empire was very prepared for this conflict. People were starving. People were upset with the government. There was in the beginning of the year that overthrew the Russian monarchy, the Romanovs, and then there was about 6 months period of a provisional government, which was then overthrown again by the Soviets under Lenin. And this was all during World War I. It was still going on. The Russians had to decide how they were going with the Germans who were against them on their front. Ultimately, the Germans made huge gains in Russian territory, which is why the war states were allowed to emerge because they were no longer under Russian control. But what erupted, particularly in Ukraine, especially in the year 1919, was a horrific series of pogroms where it was complete lawlessness. It was civil war. There were multiple fighting each other, including the Red Army, the pro-Tsar White Army, Poles, a whole group of anarchists called the Greens, and they were all fighting for territory over the course of a bloody year, which resulted in, by conservative estimates, perhaps 50,000 Jews killed. Other populations, Poles, were all brutalized during this period. The only force that was active at the time with regards to these attacked civilian populations, frankly, the Red Army under Trotsky. And so you see in 1919 there was a surge of support among Jews for the Red Army specifically because they see them as the most lawful of the various, and that they would be secure if the Russian Red Army would in fact win the day. So there's a surge of support that lasts about until the early 1920s, but then it precipitously for reasons that we'll see. Once, and by the way, I know a fair bit about this because I actually wrote a book on this period, doctoral dissertation. This is the revised edition. And as you can see, by the way, this is a Ukraine note, and at the very bottom of it, you can see that it has the word Kardovanse in Yiddish. Yiddish was actually briefly official language. Yiddish is a Jewish language. Briefly, it was an official language of the independent Ukrainian state that was crushed by the Soviet Union. At any rate, there was a upswell of anti-Semitism, particularly in the anti-Soviet elements that saw Trotsky as a Jew leading this Red Army at the leading edge of some kind of satanic plot. A white Russian propaganda that shows Leon Trotsky here as some kind of horrific devil, red and sitting watching as his minions massacre people by thousands. So there's strong anti-Jewish in the region. When the Soviets finally controlled the region in the 1920s, it really took until the early 1920s to put the end to the Civil War. They tried to impose a new form of Jewish culture because, ironically, the Soviets were in favor of developing Yiddish culture and form of a natural folk culture, and they promoted, for example, the use of propaganda to convince Jews to adopt Soviet beliefs. The document was one page on it called the Red Haggadah, which is a section of the Passover liturgy that's read typically in the Jewish canon, because every Jewish home that has a Passover Seder will open up this small booklet and you'll go through the story of the Exodus. And this particular passage shows on the left, and it's meant to be a contrasting image. On the left is the old way, and you see this rabbi with this kind of a dark look and somewhat somber, serious looking. He's performing the ritual of yachas, which means ripping or breaking the matzah in half and putting a half of it under his pillow, which will later be the actual. And on the right, you have the modern Soviet Jews who no longer perform yachas at the table, and no longer are these religious customs, but they work on their skyscrapers and on their various factories. And you can see that one of the workers is reaching not for the matzah, but for a capitalist, would also be broken in half as a result of their efforts. And so we have this kind of culture in the 1920s. The Soviets are promoting Jewish culture as long as in conformity with their anti-religious values and their other communist values. A bizarre period of time in Jewish history. There also, as one final note, the Soviets attempt to try and compete with Zionism. They actually created a small Jewish autonomous oblast, an autonomous region, way out in the eastern region of the Soviet Union, Siberia, bordering on China. They called it Birobidzhan. You can see here that on the top railway station they have it written in Cyrillic letters and in Yiddish letters, because it was to be a Soviet Jewish Zion, Soviet Jewish homeland. Unfortunately, in the Holocaust, it was closed to Jewish immigration just when Jews could have used it the most. Stalin did not allow Jews to flee there, but it exists. Now, what happens in the 1930s is extremely significant, because Stalin, who by this time has firmly taken over the country, and he has abandoned all of these silly, petty nationalist plans like in the Jewish culture. He wants to build Russia as an industrial powerhouse, and he launches several 5-year plans in which he wants to, kickstart the entire economy and get the entire population working very, very hard on creating this new Soviet reality. And this is, even though Stalin will pass away in the early 50s, his idea of what the Soviet Union should be all about continues to inform much of it right to the 1970s and 1980s. The leitmotif of this man's Alexei Stepanov, who was a coal miner who, using a pneumatic drill, was somehow able to drill a lot more coal than everybody else picks and shovels. And this was like the model of the hero of the Soviet Union. Now, someone could go and do tremendous things to advance Soviet economic might by industrializing. And they engaged in huge building plans and all kinds of things at the sacrifice of basic values. And this is most horrifically noted in the awful Holodomor. This is the Ukrainian terror famine of the 1930s, when Ukraine has this remarkable black soil, Chernobyl, that made it known as the breadbasket of Europe, went into a period of deep famine, and it was dictated more by export policies than by the actual crops. And there was literally starvation in the streets. You can see from this horrific photograph taken in eastern Ukraine in the city of Kharkiv. it's very difficult to determine the exact number of people who were killed in this artificial famine. Very reasonable estimates put it at no less than, and more expansive estimates put it at 14 million. And one of the reasons why it's so difficult to get a good handle on the numbers is because when Stalin had a census taken, and when the results were revealed, which presumably showed a huge demographic loss in Ukraine, he ordered the census destroyed and the census takers killed, which was part of his modus operandi. Certain pieces of the census were found in local archives that allows us to reconstruct to some degree the number of people who were killed, but there's still quite a bit of difference about the census. Nevertheless, it is certainly an act of genocide that is comparable in many ways with what we're studying in health. Note also that the term Holodomor is actually a coinage. It's definitely taken from the term Holocaust, which we discussed in the first lecture. Holo is like all complete, but instead of kaustos, which means burning, Domor in Ukrainian means famine, hunger. So everyone was hungry is really what the term Holodomor means. And there's some fascinating important research being done in this field. The 1930s closes with a series of horrific show trials and purges under Stalin. Results of this rapid industrialization was not nearly as strong as Stalin had thought it would be. He assumed that the saboteurs or wreckers acted in society. And so this bizarre society-wide desire to identify people who are somehow anti-Soviet, who are, sabotaging your plans, develop this, water dam or this coal mine, things like that. People were denouncing their native life, and then these people would be put, these prisoners you see are put on trial, they would be sent to the group. They would live under in these prisoner war camps that were essentially, in many ways, comparable to concentration. There's a lot more to say about that later on in this course, but we seem to be approaching a period in history where there are some very dark harmonies developing in Nazi Germany and Soviet Union at the same time. To be certain, the most notorious impact of the Soviet Union on the Nazi territory between 1999 and 1941 was the activity of the secret police, which was originally known as the TASS, later known as AGB, but at this was known as the NKD. The secret police were deeply involved in rooting out any opposition to the new Soviet regime. And they were involved in many massacres, including this horrific massacre in the Restream forest, in which thousands of Polish soldiers were massacred and laid to rest in these huge graves without any indication of their disappearance. The NKVD in particular tried to root any possible source of position in Telegram, which is a class
Welcome.
of people.
How you living, Sir Chad? What's good, son? How you living, pimp? How are things with the girl? How are things with the girl?
Quite complicated.
Of course, dog. I'm your shoulder. Go ahead and cry. What's going on?
Like, do you want me to explain to you?
That's why I'm here, baby.
Alright then, so, I mean, look, everything has been going well until last week, I would say. Like, last week we had a huge fight, you can say. Like, regarding intimacy and stuff, because, I'm a guy, I crave it,
I understand.
Like, obviously I crave it more than the girl, Like, I guess it's pretty much true for, like, any guy anywhere on the planet, Like, a guy usually craves more intimacy than the girl.
I disagree with that. I think that women crave it, if not more than men do. They just hide it better.
Yeah, true. I agree with that. Okay, So this girl, she is, I would say, let's just say she doesn't have any experience at all.
Right, she's a
And
virgin.
second, she's like really afraid of intimacy for I don't know why. I guess it's a fear of the unknown,
Absolutely.
But okay, so last week that big fight happened. I didn't speak to her for a day, and then all of a sudden she calls me and like says that she misses me and stuff, and then she cries a bit more, and then says that can I tell you something nice again? I said yes, and she said basically that she has been with me because um, because there's no one else for her, like she doesn't actually want me that way. She's just with me because you know she she think she thinks that she can know better.
Right, you're convenient.
And I feel really hurt by that. Like I thought I was into a full fledged, everything was going so fine until now.
Can that?
Like she said I love you and stuff. She actually did stuff for me and all of that. Like pretty it was going pretty okay, I would say. Not good, but pretty okay. Stable enough, I would say. But yeah, like that revelation, it just, destroyed me from within, and I have no feel about it.
I gotcha. Have you thought that you need to move on?
Like, it's easier said than done,
Aren't you coming to the United States soon?
I am, but the thing is, okay, so about that. I actually have taken deferment for the winter session from my college that I applied for. And, like, the reason for taking a deferment is because, like, what he's doing with immigrants, basically. It doesn't matter if it's legal or illegal.
Yeah, I get you.
So, like, I don't want to land on American soil and just immediately deported just because I look brown.
Okay, I understand.
It's not like I'm crossing the border illegally or something. Like of course I'm gonna come the legal way because that's the right thing to do, regardless of any country.
Right.
So, like, okay, so about that. So she was also saying that to visit me, you know, in September or October or something, and I was like, pretty good with the plan. I told her that I can help you get a passport and stuff because, like a passport for a U.S. citizen takes around 4 to 6 weeks.
Right.
And for the visa, it's really cheap. Like, unlike for us Indians, the visa is like $550, which is a little bit aside. But if you compare an Indian visa for an American, for example, if you are coming to this visa, the visa fees is only going to be way cheaper for you than the fee, right?
Right. Dog, you just another girl. This girl sucks. She doesn't care about you. She doesn't do. She doesn't have activity. She doesn't have friends. She is not in love with you. She's just saying that because she's gonna be rude when you say it to her, and she just wants to feel like she's in love. She had a lot of courage to say to you, "I'm just with you because I don't have anyone else." And you've got to understand that the second that she does have someone else, she's going to leave you. So it's like you're on a rowboat, and the second that's you, the only reason why I'm with you is because there isn't anybody else. That's a huge hole in the boat, and your boat is just sinking. It's just a matter of time, and there's no plugging that.
Like, if I read our yesterday's conversation, She said, I don't think I want anything with you anymore, but I can say the same about many other people, but I have no choice except just to stay with you because I don't have anyone else.
Yeah,
Then
dude.
I said, okay, thank you for wasting my time.
Yeah, exactly.
And she said, sorry for wasting my time.
Okay,
And then I said, I never want to see your face again.
perfect. Perfect.
And hold on. The next thing she says, maybe I do want you. I don't know. I just don't know right now.
No, Doug. Doug, you said the perfect thing. I don't want to
Like,
see you
then I
again.
said, yeah, then I said, this is worse than cheating.
Well, I don't know about that. So you just have to basically delete her number, delete her social media, and move on with your life.
I mean,
Dog,
I've
Doug,
thought about it,
Let's
but
put
I
it.
don't think it was hard.
Let's put it in perspective. You don't have children with her. You didn't give her tons of
No.
money, like tens of dollars, millions of dollars. She didn't meet your family. You don't live together. You haven't even met in real life. So you can easily cut ties with this chick. She's basically like a glorified pen pal. So go on with your life. And the best thing you is go get a hooker and have some physical intimacy with a woman and then just start dating some chicks.
But don't you think that going to a hooker just to satisfy physical urges is totally different as compared to doing it with the girl you love?
It is, but here's what it's gonna do. It's gonna flip a switch on in your mind, like mentally, and it will get your mind this other chick.
And I'm like really sorry to come to you with my problems.
That's
again,
okay.
again with the girl.
That's okay. No, dude, if I were in your position, I probably would feel the same way. And this girl did the nicest thing to you, which is tell you I'm not really. The only reason why I'm with you is because I can't get somebody else. The second that she says that, you say, cool. You move on. Go get a hooker. Go get your mind off of this chick. And then go start dating other chicks. And then just know that you have an opportunity to go to college in the United States. Now, the fact that you not where she is, I'd apply to a school in California or Florida with Arizona or perhaps Texas with some hotties and where it's warmer, and I would just go live my life independently from this woman.
I would feel really bad about it. I wasted with her.
Who gives a shit? You didn't waste any time. You're like 21 years old. You didn't waste any time. She didn't. You didn't have children with this. Imagine if you had children with her. Now you've got 18 years that you've got to. Yeah, absolutely. So 18 years of um, child support, and you have to co-parent, and you're going to have to worry about courts and child uh, care and all of those other things. That's wasted time if you didn't really love the woman, and perhaps you're not happy about being a father, so you don't have that. You wasted like not even wasted, but it's like 6 months or a year or something like that. But it's not like you even ever went to dinner with this girl. So you really didn't waste that much time. Imagine she was in real life and all the money you would have spent on her on dinner and rent, perhaps if you were living together, and gas and purses and shopping and all that other shit that girls like to do. That would have been wasted time. You had a glorified pen pal. Okay, and so you put effort into this. Okay, it just didn't come to fruition. It's like it's like you're a farmer and you're like, well, I tried to have this crop yield a lot and I put all kinds of work into it, and that crop is only like a 5 foot by 5 foot space. When the neighbor next door has an acre that they've been putting for 18 years, they put all this work into it and it never yielded anything. Now you've got this 5 by 5 little plot of land, and I put so much work into this. Well, look at the people around who could have put in a lot more work, more time, and a lot more effort. That's something. You got to put it in perspective. You just had this little plot that didn't come to fruition. Now, what you can do, and the smart thing to do, is to mentally get your mind off of this woman and put another woman in between you and her. And the way you do that, if you had game, like serious game, I would just say go out to a bar and just go have a one night stand with some chick. However, that's easier said than done.
I don't think I look good enough to have a one night
Exactly.
Random chick.
Exactly. Only like the top, like, so then what you do is just go get a hooker and you pay whatever a hooker is in India and you just have a good time with her. You treat her well and then you move on about your day. And then your mind is going to be totally different. And then if I were you, I would apply to schools. Nobody wants to go to school where you applied from internationally. If they have the opportunity to go anywhere, you just didn't pick a really nice area. And I'm not saying it's like, have you ever seen snow?
Yeah, I have.
You've touched it?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
No, never.
Yeah, exactly. And from what I know, it's why all the hotties move to nice areas, especially for college. So if I would apply to, look, I can tell you the schools to apply to. How good are your grades?
I would say I have. Okay, so I graduated my high school with like a 2.9 GPA.
That sucks.
I know.
That's okay.
I mean, look, I have never been the best student. Okay, like I'm a pretty average student. So, like, sure, I'm good at English. Like, okay, so you like in the U.S. The grading system is in the GPA, like right, like the highest being the 4 GPA. Like here we have the grades in percentages, like 100% grade subject, like 5 subjects. So, like, let me tell you about my grades. I got 98% in English, 52% in math, 50 in geography.
Why are you such dog shit in geography?
What?
Why are you such dog shit in geography?
Let's just say I didn't study enough. It's
Yeah.
not like I'm dumb enough.
Everybody, look, I want to say 2.9 isn't that bad. It's about like a B or so. Okay, so, but I'm saying, like, if you want to go to a major school in the United States, you're going to need to have done better than that. A smaller university, I mean, and all of these places are still open to. So, did you take the SATs?
No, I didn't. I mean, okay. So SATs are required if you want to go to specific level, but for like bachelor's, it's not really required if you do it. But I have given the IELTS exam. Like, do you know what an IELTS exam is?
Enlighten me.
Like, I don't know that. Like, it's basically an English test, an English proficiency test, which which is required by any English speaking country. Like, it's usually a test for people who come from non-English speaking countries where English is the first language. So if you do well in that test, actually covers up a lot of your academic part. Like for example, if you're weak in academics, then if you do the IELTS test really well, then that makes it up for it.
Yeah, I mean your English is good. So look, you should apply. And I know it's expensive to do this,
I
but
did, I did. I did. Like fees for that exam is $200, which I like borrowed from my dad and I paid it and actually did the exam. And guess what? I got 8 out of 9 overall.
that's good.
Extremely well.
That's really good. Okay,
Like mostly colleges require a 6 and above, a 6.5 and above, but I got an 8 out of 9.
excellent.
Like the entire grading system for IELTS is like the highest is 9, but I got an 8 overall.
That's great. Okay, so what I would do if I were you is apply to some schools that are not well you can get like either mints or um application fees waived if you don't have a lot of money, which you probably don't. So I would apply for those. It's usually just like a form that you have to fill out. And then start applying to some other schools because you're obviously not going to be in the United States in the next 6 months or so, maybe 4 months or so. And so this gives you a new opportunity to apply to different schools. I definitely would not go to that school near her because that relationship is done, son. And
Like, what do you think about Arizona State University?
what do I think about Arizona? What happens to city?
No, Arizona State University, like ASU,
Yeah, I think it's great.
because one of my childhood friends, like we studied in the same school for like 8 grade before to some other state, and since till now.
That's where you should go.
So like
That's where you should
yeah,
go.
like
The girls there are hot as fuck. It's a huge party. You're gonna have a ton of fun there, and it has a huge, powerful alumni base. That's where you should go. You should apply to Arizona State University.
But isn't Arizona like a hot state?
Well, you have to understand that when you're gonna be there, it's gonna be during like winter and the spring, which means that it's perfect. You're not gonna necessarily be there in the summer, and if you are, then they have air conditioning everywhere. I mean, you're in India, dude, and it's not a dry heat, so it's not a humid heat. So,
Yeah, like I'm pretty used to these type of things.
and that just means that the women, and that just means the women wear less clothes.
So you're just
Yeah, and this girl, you're done, and that's fine. Don't don't say to yourself, "Well, I spent all this time and effort on her." Not really. Not really. Not in comparison. You have a five little plot of land that you were really proud of and that you thought was going to flourish into something, and it just didn't. And that's fine. And you're like, but I spent more time on this plot of land than I've ever spent on any other plot of land. And it's like, that's cool. You're 21 years old. That's nothing. Talk to me when you're 41 years old. And you'll have had, 10 other plots of land and you'll have put in perhaps lots and lots of effort. You're still young and you still have your entire life ahead of you. So this woman told you everything that you needed to know. Now you have to understand when she gets horny or something, she's going to contact you and you just have to ignore her.
maybe if she never did me, that's the problem, like my best. See, okay. So when it comes to like me making a girl horny, I've never been successful. But with this chick, she's a tough nut to crack.
All right. Have you ever seen this woman naked?
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
Not obviously. What'd you say?
Yes, I have. Like, I've seen pretty much every part of her. Pretty what? No, like, not even pretty much. Yeah, I've probably seen her naked. But, yeah.
Okay, that's cool. So she does get a little horny.
A little,
All right, so dude, I mean, you didn't waste that much time. Do you know how much money men spend to get blue-eyed chicks to get it for them on fans, and you didn't even have to do that. So I would just consider this bitch just like a poor man's OnlyFans, where you just didn't even necessarily put that much effort into it, and you got to see her naked. So that's a feather in your cap.
because she's 18. I literally taught her how to masturbate.
Okay.
Like, everything.
All right. So just let her be a little girl and move on to women and apply to a good school, and Arizona State will for you. So what you do now? So what you do right now is when you go to asu.edu and you look at the requirements and you start your application. You don't have to finish your application. Fill in the information that you know, and then you're going to send it and you're going to keep me updated. And in the United States, perhaps by June.
Yeah, because the deadline for winter session is September, so I don't think it's there.
Okay, well then just do it. It's like a plan, Curry Chad. And whatever you do, don't delete her number, and you can block her. And let me say this. Let's say out of something crazy happens, and 5 years from now she's still into you, then fine. Then she'll be a whole different person, have new experiences. But that's not going to happen. What is going to happen is this girl's going to have some dude who is at a bar or something. She can't even go to a bar yet, and that's an issue too. Some dude who walks into a Goodwill one day, gives her his number. That guy's gonna knock her up, and she's gonna have a child at age 19, and then her little town, and she's gonna be a mom, and there's nothing wrong with that, and that's kind of the future for her.
Like she's mentally 12, 13-year-old, despite 18-year-old.
Yeah, but those are the perfect women who get knocked up early because they don't have the experience and they don't have the maturity. So they'll have some guy sweep them one night when there's nothing else to do in their town, and they'll just, all right, well, he'll start, being physical with her or whatever, and she'll let it happen. He'll perhaps stick it in unprotected, and she doesn't know the difference because she doesn't have like defense mechanisms. Likely not on the pill, and she'll just be like, well, oh, maybe I read this guy. Maybe I want him to be the, and then she'll just be a mom. If that doesn't happen for her, what I really hope is she gets her shit together. Um, she's only 18, so she still has time to mature and stuff. But this is just not a good situation for you, nor for her. But you're in a person, dude. Dog. All you need to do is go on Instagram and type in Arizona State and look at the chicks who go. They are basically one of the hottest schools for any group of. It's one of the hottest student bases that you're going to find. And it's really expanded its online program in the last like 10 years. And now it's got this giant alumni base where you can just basically, if you're in any city in America, you can find similar, people who have gone there. And it's a perfect school for you. And if you're worried about heat, again, you're only going to be there perhaps 9 months out of the year. If you want to stay there, everything is air conditioned. And again, the hotter it is, the less clothes the women wear. There you go, big dog. Well, so asu.edu, start applying, and come back when you've done that. Okay. Excellent. And stay away from this woman. And I would tell you, it's not a bad idea for you to get a hooker. No, dude, no one gives a shit, and you shouldn't either.
I actually ordered a pair of Sony headphones, and they were like $350 something. And it's on our way. Like, should I cancel it?
Absolutely, cancel that shit immediately.
Because see, I heard. Okay, so
dude,
it might sound less.
Dude, you don't have $350 on some pen pal. Cancel that order immediately. $350 in India is a lot of money. And you can use that money. Yeah, and you can use it. What you should do is cancel that order right now and take whatever amount it is to get a hooker in India and go use it for that.
I got paid.
No, you don't. Dude, this girl hurt you, and you need to move on. But I will say this. The fact that she was honest with you does not make me hate her. Like, that was really cool of her. And it shouldn't.
That's one thing I would agree with, because like 10 years down the line, if she would have said something like that after having kids and stuff, like that would have been even more devastating.
100%. And she also was honest with you. Most girls, I don't know about most girls, but a significant part of the population would do this. They'd be getting fucked by some dude in their hometown, and then whenever they needed money, they would come to you. And they'd say, hey, can you get me these headphones? And hey, and they'd have like 10 of you. So all they have to do is show you be naked on camera a little bit, and then they get all the free shit from you. It's a new stream. But have that happen to you. Honest with you. So go to the Sony website or wherever you bought these headphones and cancel them.
I bought it on Amazon. Like the US version.
Yeah.
I placed an order, paid for it, and it's going to go to our address in like 3 days.
Okay, so then cancel it. You can still cancel it then if it hasn't been delivered. So go to Amazon.com and cancel that order. Use the money, a little bit of that money that you would have used for that to go get a hooker. You will have a fresh mind, go apply to Arizona State, and get excited to come to the United States to go to university.
Like, think about this. Okay, it might sound less in American dollars, but they're close to $500 a month, which I know sounds pretty less in American dollars, but in Indian rupees, that's a really good salary for someone who doesn't really have any expenses. Like, I can save 90% of the amount.
Absolutely. And you're only 21. That's great.
I spent $350, more than half of my paycheck for a pair of fucking headphones, because like it won't take for some time, and her birthday's in this month, so I was surprised, but things changed. They took
for you. Thankfully, they didn't deliver yet. Go to Amazon.com, go to login, go to your account, go to order history, cancel that order. You'll get refunded in like 24 to 48 hours usually. Take a little, go to your nearest brothel or wherever you get an Indian hooker, and go have a good time with some chick. Get a girl doing this other girl, meaning a new girl, just somebody new. And then what you do is you start applying to Arizona State. You've got a plan now. So go. I'm here for you when you need more support. But you also need to block this girl from your social media, because if not, she's gonna send you some fucking okay. She's gonna send you some fucking message that makes you, oh well, maybe I do like her. You don't want that. She told you the truth, and that's the nicest thing she could have done.
It's one thing that it's always the innocent-looking ones that have them on them.
Okay, I mean, she doesn't have much shit on her. She's just inexperienced, and there's nothing wrong with that. But she's not ready for a relationship, and she's certainly not ready for an.
She may be inexperienced, but that doesn't mean that I'm a test subject or something.
Well, you were, so there's no getting around that. I know you have feelings, and that's why you have to say to yourself, you got out of this easily. Cancel that order for the headphones, block her on social media, and go get a hooker that will get this chick offline, and then go apply to Arizona State, and you're going to be made in the shade, man. Sound like a plan?
Yeah, definitely. I'll do that and I'll keep you updated.
Sounds great, Curry Chad. Take care. Peace, boss. Take care, pimp. Okay.
I'm not good. Like, do you want me to ghost?
No, I want you to do what I told you to do.
Yeah, I totally get that. Like, I hope you don't mind if I do that after, like, I talk to you.
Sure, tell me whatever you want.
Alright. So, the good news is, I have been saving up for this motorcycle. And, like, I don't know, sure. But, like, you can obviously search to look it up. It's called, okay, so the brand is Aprilia. It's a brand, So the name of the motorcycle is Aprilia RS57. You can look it up so you can have a reference.
I know what motorcycles look like. I don't like them for someone like you, but okay. I'll look it up just for you. What is it?
Aprilia, like Abrilia, 457, like spaces the beats.
Okay.
Like it's costing me around $7,000.
Yeah, this is stupid. I mean, okay, so you should not buy this motorcycle.
Oh, why?
Because you're going to be in the United States in 6 months, and this thing's going to sit in some garage in India. It's a very cool looking bike, Doug. It's a very cool looking bike.
I actually have plans to get shipped over there, so that's it.
Dude. You don't have money to be doing that kind of stuff. Here's what you do. Here's what you do. I'm serious. You get to Tucson, or Tempe, I should say, where Arizona State is. Yeah. You get there. You go to school for a semester, and if you think you need this motorcycle, then you get it. Then you don't have to have it shipped anywhere, and you just, if that's the kind of transportation you need, Arizona's a bad place to have a motorcycle. But they are dangerous, and so get all the safety equipment that you need. To have this thing in India, you're going to do drive 15 feet on a dirt road and then have to, basically dodge 12 people in carriages and, bicycle stuff. You don't have the road. Generally, it's too populated to be able to really take this thing out, really have fun with. The United States and Arizona is a pretty do that. So get to school, And if you want to get this, then we'll talk about it. It's a very cool bike, though.
My hopes have been dashed.
No, they haven't been dashed. They just have to be delayed. No, I didn't say this is the worst idea on earth. What you would want to do, if you wanted my endorsement of this, I would say to you, you have to get into school. Well, firstly, you can't talk to this girl for a year. You get a hooker, you get into Arizona State, you get to the United States, you at least go to school for one semester, and you have good grades. And I'll just say this, you need to have at least a 3.0. You couldn't do that in high school. What makes you think you're going to be able to do that in college? Okay, but if you get a 3.0, and then you can afford all the safety first. So that means shoes, that means protective chaps, that means, and I mean this, they make this vest that expands. It's got a gyroscope on it that has excellent. You get one of those, and you need a helmet and gloves. If you can get all that stuff, you can afford this, and you can show me a budget that it's reasonable, then I'd say go for it. You also need to take a motorcycle safety course, and
Right, like, is it necessary? Because I know how to ride a motorcycle. Like, I've been riding since I was like 16 years.
okay, how many times have you ever driven a motorcycle in the United States?
Not once, obviously.
Exactly. We have different laws here, and you need to know how our laws work. And so that's why I would say a motorcycle, they're not expensive, but a motorcycle safety course is going to teach you, like in some states, you can do what's called lane splitting, which means you can go in between cars, but other states you can't. Like that's just one thing. That's some states you can wear a helmet, other states you don't have to wear a helmet. But I would say you should always wear a helmet. Yeah, exactly. But they're just gonna. I mean, I'm not a motorcyclist, but I just tell you those are just a few things. They're gonna teach you where you can park your motorcycle. Like in India, you park your motorcycle where the fuck. In the United States, that's not true. They're also going to teach you how to park your motorcycle. There are certain ways to park your motorcycle in parking lots in the United States that you can think of. Like you're not supposed to park it at the back of a parking spot. It's supposed to go at the front of the parking spot. They'll teach you some insights where you can park your motorcycle closer to a building where normally you can't. There are, basically like that. Going to teach you, but on the highway system. I've never driven on American highways, so you need that kind of. I mean, what's the fastest you've ever driven a motorcycle on a highway?
Highways here, and we do have a speed of 120 miles per hour. Fastest I've ever ridden a motorcycle was I would say 128, 130. That's it.
Okay, what do you do when you have to go through a toll booth?
Toll booth. Okay. I mean, I slow down and I just let's just say. Okay, so motorcyclists here, you don't have to pay a toll if you're on a motorcycle.
Right, exactly. But here, many times you do. Here, many times you do. So, what do you do? Where do you keep your money?
What?
Where do you keep your money?
Pocket? Like I have a wallet in my pocket?
Does it have a chain on it?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, great. Well, there are ways that you can go through the tolls that have like a little electronic thing on them, and then they'll open for you, and you don't even need to. Yeah, but you don't know that kind of stuff, and so that's why you need to go to a driver education course.
I mean, we do have that thing here, like the electronic card thing that is like permanently stuck to your windshield, and like you go like if you have a car, like you go in a toll booth, and like it scans in like less than a second, and then it deducts a certain amount from your account, from your bank account, and then you're good to go.
I get that. I get that, and that's what you may need in the United States, depending on how where you are in the where you are and what kind of road you're taking. But there's just a lot to driving in the United States, especially with a motorcycle that you don't know, and you're going to need education. It's not super expensive. It's a few $100s to get it, a driver motorcycle education course, but it's something that I recommend. Look, dude, you're 21 and your whole life depends on your safety. And I know you're like, well, I've been driving one since I was 16. Okay, in some fucking Indian town. Nothing against India, but it's not the same. We don't just have, you do. We have 8-wheel trucks that have special requirements when you're going around them. They have blind spots that you want to avoid. We have self-driving cars. What do you do? What do you, I mean, you don't have self-driving cars there?
I mean, think about this. Like Tesla has been in the US for like a long time, right? Since 2012, I would say, right?
Not what I mean. I mean fully automated cars, driverless cars.
Oh, no, we don't have that thing here. But think about this. Tesla, what weeks ago, I would say. Like, it's a pretty new thing here.
That's fine. No, that's cool, and that's great, and that's going to be more common. And I know that Tesla, right, they're like moving a lot of their manufacturing there, which is really, guys. You've got to understand that we're moving towards a driverless world, and what your motorcycle and a Waymo driverless car that's in your way. How do you handle that situation? What if you're unable to get past it? Yeah, exactly. You want those kind of situations. So, look, they're going to teach you. It's not that complicated, and it takes like you can get it done in like a couple weeks or so, and it takes a few $100s. But then you're going to be in a position where you're much. So if you do all those things, that's a long way away. You should be talking about like what courses are you going to take your first semester at Arizona State? Okay, understand that in the United States, you cannot generally most universities you cannot major in just straight law. It would be like perhaps so you don't even know that. You can take like criminal um like criminal what's it called? Yeah, I mean that's something that you can take, but they don't have that specific. It would be like criminal justice is what they call it. So if that's what you want to, what do you want to be?
That's a very complicated question, I would say, because see, I mean, like my main goal is to obviously like everything else, let everything retire before 40.
That's not going to happen generally. So unless you're very fortunate, you're going to be working till you're like 70 years old.
Yeah, I don't want to stay mediocre for all my life.
Well, with a G9, you're on track to. What I'm trying to say to you is that you need.
Yeah, you're pretty on me.
I am because you're like, well, I want to retire by the time I'm 40, but I have a 2.9 GPA, and I'm not going to any major United college. Yeah, so like, how is this going to happen? You're not going to get an amazing job and out of school with a 2.9 GPA. You're going to have. What I'm trying to say is, you can. If you have a 3.9 Zona State, that might give you an opportunity at a major company like Amazon or Facebook or Google or something like that. But with a 2.9, they're not. And you're like, well, I want to retire by age 40. Well, in order to do so, you're going to have to either one of the top most prestigious positions that you can get, or you are, you know, no, you shouldn't do that, but you could start your own company. That's an opportunity. But really, at this point, you just you need a good job coming out of school. And Arizona State's going to have job placement programs that are going to be really great. You might be able to get an internship. Do you want to live in the United States or live in India? Obvious. Okay, then that's great. That's something that you want to do. You can do that, and there's a great opportunity in the United States to be able to do so. But to be like, well, I want to retire by age 40, it's easier said than done. Basically, the United States is a very expensive place, and people just aren't doing that anymore. I mean, you're going to have a lot of student loans that you're going to have to pay back, and you're going to be paying those. So for you to be like, well, I think I'll be able to retire at that, no. It's going to be an expensive ordeal for you. But if that's what you want to do, then then I would say Arizona State's a great place to do it. And you can perhaps get this motorcycle if you want, but you got to get associated with living, on campus, whatever you're going to do, and you may need some support from parents. Would they help you with your expense or no? Okay, I've got you. Sure. So, look, Arizona State's a great place, but you're not going to learn that much there. If you really want the best opportunity for you to be successful, I would not go to college. I would just get certifications. Instead of paying $160,000 in student loan debt, you can get certifications for like $400, and you'll get the same jobs coming. You'll get the jobs sooner. So if I were you, look, I know you want to come to the United States, and that's all cool, but just know, like, if you really want to retire by age 40, if that's your goal, then the the best thing to do is get certifications. You'll get hired by a big company, and then they'll pay for you to go to college. I mean, you're already pretty late to go into college in the United States. Normally, college freshman is about 18 years old, and you're already 21, and you haven't even started college. So you're already going to be older than most people in college. You've already kind of wasted 3 years. Yeah, yeah, because that means you're not going to have as many years to be able to generate income. So, I mean, frankly, if you want my advice, it would, and I can help you through this. It'd be to get certifications in IT and not go to college. You're already too late. You're already pretty late to do that. And college in the United States is very expensive. Certifications are not. You can get an Amazon certification right now in the next couple weeks and get a remote job and start making like $3,000 a month. You Yeah, you don't compare yourself. Get this girl out of your mind, dude. Don't compare. No, it doesn't need to. You just have to say mentally, don't compare what you do with her or anything like that. This is just about you. So you make $500 a month right now. I'm telling you, if you get some certifications from Amazon and Google and perhaps Microsoft, and they're not that expensive, then you'll be able to make 6 times what you're making. and you can sit at home and just work on a computer, and you might have to do some video calls and stuff, but you won't have any debt, and you'll be able to buy the motorcycle. No, I would say, I mean, look, if you want to go to school, that's fine. But you're already pretty old to be going as a freshman. I'm not saying it's never too late to go to college, but you don't need college in today's day and age. All the classes, everything that you're going to learn in college is available on the internet and for a lot less expense. It used to be that you'd have the opportunity to learn all the things that you learn in college any other way than by going to college. But now you can take Harvard classes and MIT classes for free. They're all online. If I were you, I have some certifications, one of which is from Amazon, and it's on Amazon Web Services. If I were you, I would just get certified in Amazon Web Services. That's an easy thing to get certified in. There aren't really any. Okay, take care, big dog. All right, sounds like a plan.
simplistically, anyone who had literacy, who had an opinion, who could share information or be a thought leader was arrested by the NKVD, and many of them were simply held in jails for 2 years where family didn't know what was going to come of them. The NKVD were the leading edge of the spear, so to speak, of the Soviet attempt to rapidly bring these territories into communist way of thinking and into communist economics, rapid collectivization of farms, and the shutting down of religion and all kinds of things that the local population resented tremendously. And what's very important for our purposes as well is this notion that was very widespread in the population, not at all borne out by the statistical incidence of Jews in the Soviet apparatus, but nevertheless the perception of Jews as being very much aligned with the Soviet goal and with the NKVD in particular. Once again, this is one of those elements where it is, in terms of studying history, it's often more important what people believe than what people actually know. Believed that the Jews were very much the motivational elements in the Soviet occupation of these territories, and as a result, there would be a tremendous amount of resentment built up against the Jews. Even the Jews who had obviously nothing to do with the Soviets, who were living in these territories before the Soviets came in, but they would ultimately become the brunt of their wrath. The turning point, and this is where we're going to have to leave this particular chapter of the Holocaust, is Operation Barbarossa, which occurred on June 41. It is without doubt the single most important date in the history of the Holocaust. This represents the date when the Nazis broke their treaty with the Soviets and invaded. The Soviets were caught horribly off guard. They lost ground militarily almost immediately, and it took them quite a while to begin to claw their way back and to eventually force the Nazis westward and out of their territory. You can see the map on the right here shows the dramatic and rapid blitzkrieg attack of the Nazis, which drove well these occupied territories, ultimately right to the gate of Moscow and Lenin, only to eventually turn back with a very important two-point battle with the city of Stalingrad. Now, how this relates specifically to the regions that were conquered between 39 and 1 is that when the Soviets got word of this sudden attack, they rapidly demobilized and fled the conquered territories. Along with them, by the way, were about 600,000 Jews who fled with the Soviets because they realized the Nazis would certainly not treat them well. There's a lot more to say about that, and hopefully we'll come back to it in a later mini lecture. But what happened was that when the NKVD fled, they typically massacred all of the prisoners that they were holding in their underground basement jails in local city halls and things like that. These were, you'll recall, the intelligentsia, the beloved thought leaders of a given community. The local priests, the beloved teachers, the local poets, the local literati, the journalists, people who were well known in the community and were feared by the NKVD because they didn't want them to have anti-Soviet attitudes. They were the ones who had been held prisoner. And when the NKVD left, they massacred them, typically by simply setting them on fire. And so what happened is, as soon as the Soviets left, after Barbarossa started, the local populations went in and brought out the often charred remains of their loved ones, and then had the difficult task of identifying. Here you can see, for example, a scene in the video where the locals had to try and identify some of the intelligentsia who were removed from these underground abattoirs. And as one might expect, there was a groundswell of anger that found its expression in attacks on the Jews. In Lviv in particular, there were the so-called Popular Days, which were spontaneous riots that were perpetrated against the Jews. A lot of abuse of women in public, a lot of kind of like symbolic abuse where people were ordered to clean the streets and beaten in the streets, and sometimes treated much worse than that. But this is the beginning of the Holocaust, particularly in Eastern Europe, along with the organized massacres of the Einsatzgruppen, when we begin to see some of the darkest periods of the entire war. Thank you very much for watching. One of the most important moments in the history of World War II and the history of the Holocaust, two related and overlapping issues that we are mutually engaged with in this series, is June 22nd, 1941. This is the date of Hitler's betrayal of his agreement with Joseph Stalin and his invasion of the Soviet Union. This invasion, which was called Operation Barbarossa, was also intertwined with his goal to destroy all of the Jews of Europe, as we shall discuss presently. Here's a map that shows you the impact of Operation Barbarossa on the Soviet Union, which is shown in pink. The Nazi forces, led by the Wehrmacht, the regular forces, invaded and penetrated deep with great success into the Soviet Union, which was, according to most accounts, completely unprepared for the Nazi betrayal. But what's significant for our purposes is that behind the regular army units of the Wehrmacht were four special battalions called Einsatzgruppen. Einsatzgruppen were sometimes border police, were not comprised of regular frontline troops ready to do battle with other soldiers. They were rather poised to destroy the populations of Jews, Gypsies, and open communists that were living throughout the tiny village that dotted Eastern Europe. There were four of these specific units. And I have to share with you that on a personal level, this is an especially difficult subject for me to trace because Einsatzgruppe A was responsible for most of my grandmother's family. But as you can see from this map, these are the regions that the Einsatzgruppe penetrated. This map here shows you the medium-sized massacres that occurred throughout the region. It's impossible to put on a map of this scale all of the names of the tiny little hamlets that dotted Eastern Europe. But basically, the modus operandi of the Einsatzgruppen is they were mobile killing squads. They would drive up in trucks. They would drive into local villages. They would round up the Jews and the Gypsies, Jehovah's Witnesses, whoever didn't fit their list of people who were worthy to live. And then they would march them out of town to the natural ravines that existed throughout the region. If those ravines did not exist, then they would put the prisoners to hard labor to dig what would ultimately become their own lives. They would typically separate the men from the women and simply shoot them, either from the lip of the trench or, as we see in this photograph, while they're standing in the trench. They would then line up multiple rows of the Jews and continue shooting, such that people would literally end their lives falling on top of the bodies of their co-religions. It's also important to note here, though, that the Einsatzgruppen massacres were not especially efficient, especially by standards of Nazi brutality, because it was relatively easy to escape the Einsatzgruppen. If someone were to, for example, feign being shot and fall into the pit and then simply remain there, despite having to experience having the rest of the members of your village fall on top of you, by nightfall, theoretically, crawl out from underneath the bloody corpses of your former neighbors and make it out to the forest, or you might end up becoming a partisan. And this actually happened to many Jews, especially younger people, who managed to survive the Einsatzgruppen murders and then went on to act in resistance. It's important to note as well that the Einsatzgruppen soldiers themselves were really not your typical soldiers. We actually know quite a bit about them because the archives were unsealed in the 1990s. There were some tremendous studies done of the Einsatzgruppen themselves, and we know that they were relatively, they were older on average. They tended to have humanities backgrounds. Sometimes they were unfit for frontline duty, but they could perform this task very well. And this led to a tremendous amount of questions among historians of the Holocaust that how is it possible that regular people who were not especially coerced this activity could nevertheless engage in this kind of murder day in and day out. Now, it is true that they found the local populations who were willing to help out, the so-called Hilfswillige, or willing to help volunteers from the local Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Polish population. But they often found that they had to ply them with a tremendous amount of alcohol, bribes, all kinds of things to keep this machinery going. It did proceed, however, throughout the entire summer of 1941 and into 1942, with an estimated 2 million people murdered by the Einsatzgruppen. But nevertheless, it proved to be psychologically consequential for the Einsatzgruppen, and the Nazis had to move on to another type of method for mass energy. There's a lot to think about in terms of the structure of Operation Barbarossa and the Einsatzgruppen. It is clear that nowhere do we see Hitler's dual goals of establishing Lebensraum, that is, living room of the East, his expansion to the Soviet Union, and his anti-Semitism so closely interwoven as we see it with Operation Barbarossa. But this is ultimately what the Nazi experiment was all about, this mass drive to the east, the treating of the local population as intervention, as inhuman, and especially the Jews who were slated in mass. Also important in this context is the fact that once we've studied the testimonies of Einsatzgruppen members who of course survived the war and actually were usually exempt from punishment for reasons that we'll see when we talk about the norms, we see very clear evidence that resistance on the part of the Einsatzgruppen was not very good, but when it was, people got over it. In other words, a member of the Einsatzgruppen could simply say, you know what, I can't take this anymore. Speak to his commanding officer and say, I just can't gun down people day in, day out. And what would typically happen is the commanding officer would berate the member of the Einsatzgruppen, would say that they're cowards, that they're not doing their duty for the fatherland and so on, and then they would simply reassign them to some other task, like driving the truck or going to the forest and look for peach. And it was not at all a case where if a person refused, they would be shot. In fact, it begs the question, why did so many people not resist? Why did so many people not speak out, refuse to perform? We're going to speak about that a little bit more when we get to the Milgram experiment, the Bardo experiment, that looks from a perspective of psychology and sociology on the kind of impact that peer pressure and other things has on obedience to authority. For the time being, we can only marvel and mourn the death that occurred during the What is clear, however, is that by the time they got to the new year, 1942, the Nazis had discovered just how successful they could be with mass murder. But they basically met very little resistance and certainly from reduction. So they began to look for a more efficient solution for mass murder. This was the so-called believe in the final solution. That's been
and Brendan gets to spin this as just another hater coming for the Bitcoin empire. But if Bell is telling the truth and the signed the solution agreement surfaces, then Brendan Schaub is royally fucked, like beyond fucked, because that document doesn't just kill his defense, it confirms he knew he didn't own the equity, and he sold it anyway. That means this is no longer a civil matter, it becomes a criminal matter. We're talking fraudulent misrepresentation, conspiracy, maybe even tax fraud, depending on how that 100K got reported. And here's the real kicker. He didn't just lie to a business partner.
Hello and welcome
He
to another
allegedly
brief
signed a
lecture on the
declaration,
Holocaust.
claimed ownership, and helped vote someone out of their own company, which would be corporate sabotage with receipts. And it doesn't stop there because Brendan filed a sworn motion with the court.
Today I'd like to begin a discussion of collaboration, a very difficult discussion that touches on many of the most complex economic, social, psychological aspects of the Holocaust in the Western End. It's very difficult to get a precise sense of what exactly are the mechanics of collaboration, especially when you get down to the individual level. But in this and in the following brief lecture, I'd like to go over some of the more general aspects of collaboration that will help us place individual acts of collaboration within a broader context. So let us begin first of all by defining collaboration. What do we mean by this term? Most historians, general researchers of the Holocaust tend to divide non-victim population into three basic categories: perpetrators, obvious criminals involved in the destruction of bystanders, those who, to one degree or another, passively allow this to happen, and the rescuers, the heroes. But what exactly do we mean by collaborators? Certainly there is a tendency to place collaborators directly within the perpetrators category, meaning the word, after all, means to work together, and that indicates that collaborators are those who are directly part of the overall Nazi enterprise. But when you look at collaboration from a broader perspective and understand that in reality, many of the people who are some degree of collaboration who are really trying to figure out a basic calculus of their own survival. Certainly there are extremes. It's difficult to understand people who are actively involved in direct abuse and other civilians, anything but criminals. But on the other hand, you see people such as in this image here, who are featured in a German propaganda effort to encourage Slavic peoples to make their way to Germany, act as so-called Ostarbeiter, or to contribute to the German war effort through working in industries, whether domestic, as you see in this particular image, or more likely in various ammunition factories. On a technical level, this would be collaboration. They are, after all, working in concert with the Nazis, but their degree of distance from the actual murder process certainly should mitigate against lumping them into the same category as perpetrators. We see this, for example, in two different categories of collaborators. The so-called Hilfswillige, which means the willing to help the population. These are people who were sometimes, brought directly into the Einsatzgruppen murders and would actually assist with the actual murder of Jews and other undesirables in various regimes of Eastern Europe. And on the other hand, the Ostarbeiter that I just mentioned, the so-called Eastern workers who were simply shipped to the West to work in various industries. Furthermore, this is even more difficult and complex to understand if you think about groups like the Judenreich, that were the Jewish councils that were forced to administer the population of the ghetto. And in many cases, the Judenreich literally had to work hand in hand with the Nazis, obviously under tremendous duress, and ultimately they were sent to their deaths as well. Nevertheless, they were the people who actually exited Nazi will, the population in the ghetto, right after deportation, even employing their own Jewish police force. So, this is one of those situations where obvious collaboration, criminal activity, is something which anyone can see when they look at it. But there are many shades of gray that the relationship of the not directly effectiveness of Nazi occupation difficult to classify. You see this especially when you consider regional. Have a look at this map, which indicates the greatest extent of Nazi expansion throughout European theater and also North African theater. You can see that the central region, the black area, is the German Reich, which are regions which were formally under total Nazi control without any significant role of local populations acting in collaboration. When to the west and to the north of regions that were conquered by the Nazis, the Germans were to a large degree quite a bit more tolerant of local initiatives and local leadership. For example, in what is labeled here as a zone leader, the free zone of southern France, also known as Vichy France, the French were actually first to initiate the roundup of deportation of Jews from the without specific Nazi direction to do so. This is especially true when you consider the various allies of the Nazis, like Italy, for example. They had quite a bit of leeway in their own policy towards the Jews and other oppressed people during the Holocaust. This is because the Nazis were largely slaves to their own racial ideology, that the Western European nations, and in particular the Arab nations, the so-called Northern European nations, were given much more credibility in their self-determination. In some cases, allowed to manage their own government when they were Nazi conquest, certainly true for forces that had chosen to ally themselves with the Nazis. And so they were, by and large, these regions were given much more freedom with regards to the articulation of how they would relate to Nazi policies, typically with regard to the anti-Semitic policies that the Nazis certainly encouraged, but did not lay down a heavy hand to make sure they were enforced for the early years of the war. Later on in the war, however, there is quite a distinction as many of the Allies begin to get cold feet. Italy and Hungary are excellent examples. And Nazi Germany has to take direct control, then they suddenly increase the real vulnerable population, which becomes much more of a dangerous phenomenon for the population. But let us consider the western and northern regions of Europe, that of Eastern Europe, in particular the conquered nations of Poland, the Baltic states, and those regions of the Soviet Union that were placed after Operation Barbarossa directly under military command of the Reichskommissariat, you see Ostland and further into Russia itself. Here, the degree of autonomy of local government almost nil. Nazi military enterprise was basically in control of every aspect of society. Summary executions, public hangings in the streets. These were common phenomena in Eastern Europe that were not to the same degree involved in Western Europe. In general, Eastern Europe was far more brutal, and the consequences of resistance were far more significant than they were in Western Europe. This plays into our attempt to understand the nature of collaboration in Western Europe. Typically, it involved a lot more premeditation on behalf of the agent who would decide to work with the Nazis. In Eastern Europe, it was a split-second decision whether or not to preserve one's own life or to actively choose to advance one's career by activities. This is a very, very difficult topic that has clearly regional and national implications that we'll discuss a little bit of that in the next part of this video and we can follow. One other really important factor in trying to understand collaboration is that, besides looking at the nature of the victimizers, those who choose to collaborate in whatever form. We also have to look at their relationship to the victims. If you think about the Jews in particular, there seems to be a strong relation in many regions between the degree of assimilation and of the Jewish community and the likelihood of local populations to engage in collaborative activities with the Nazis ultimately resulted in the mass murder of Jews. In regions like North Africa, where Jews tended to speak the local language with fluency and dress the normal dress of the local population, that largely, working in a high degree of acculturation with the local population. Collaboration was far less of economic factors, including the nature of an application, the dates of natural application, and so on. But that's kind of like a superficial general truth when we look at the Europe. It's also very so in where Jews are especially versed in the local vernacular and tend to have an attenuated, specifically Jewish religious orientation that is obvious on the outside. When that is much more than Jews tend to stand out and tend to fight as the others. Where that is less prominent, then collaboration is somewhat muted, generally speaking, because the Jews that live there are seen as cowards. In this context, it's really important to remember that this is all happening in the context of massive population displacement. There are Jews and many other populations who are fleeing violence on the west and the eastern front, and so you often have two different major chunks of Jewish populations in a given country. In Hungary, for example, you will have a large number of Magyar Jews, that is, Jews who are very well assimilated, very well acculturated, particularly in the big cities like Budapest, less so in the mountainous regions, places like that. And then you have a significant number of refugees from further east, from Romania, from Bulgaria, who fled into Hungary seeking refuge, and they are quite different. They're not Hungarian speakers. They tend to be far more religious. They tend to stand out much more. They tend to be a burden on the local population economically. And so there's a degree of collaboration, which is not so much of the collaborators themselves, but of their relationship to the Jews on discussion. In this very bluntly, there seems much greater hesitancy to hand over our Jews, that is, say, Magyar Jews, Hungarian-speaking Jews in Budapest, then there would be a willingness to hand over the various immigrant populations of Jews, the refugee Jews who have come recently, not have Hungarian state nationality, and so on. So this is a very important phenomenon to consider when looking at the issue of collaboration. Let us stop here, and in the next video, I'd like to look a little bit more detail at Eastern Europe and some more of the complex issues.
Bill gets laughed at, of course. 100k sale is legit, and Brendan gets to spin this as just another hater coming for the thick boy empire. But if Mel is telling the truth and the signed solution agreement surfaces, then Brendan Shaw is really fucked, like beyond fucked, because that document doesn't just kill his defense, it confirms he knew he didn't own the equity, and he sold it.
Hello and welcome to another brief lecture on the Holocaust. These lectures are produced solely for educational content and purposes. In the previous lecture, we discussed some of the larger issues of collaboration and trying to understand what exactly this phenomenon is. In this brief lecture, I'd like to focus with a little bit more detail on Eastern Europe. This is a region which has been identified very pungent on the Bloodlands by the historian Timothy Snyder in a book of that time. And it's totally apt designation because this region saw phenomenal violence throughout the first 20th century, beginning especially with World War I and the runs that occurred there, and then extended into the terror famine of 32-33 in Ukraine and the Don region, and then of course in the Holocaust. So looking at the region that we're speaking about specifically, it is the territories that the Germans and the Soviets divided between themselves as part of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of August 1939. At this map here, you see that includes basically Poland, which is divided in half. The western half going to Germany, the eastern half going to the Soviet Union, and it is the Baltic states to the north, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Many of the things that we'll be discussing in this brief video also relate to the military control of the Soviet Union that will be extended over these regions and further into the Soviet Union once the Nazis advanced in 1941 with Operation Barbarossa. Here is the map of Operation Barbarossa, which describes how the Nazis would essentially double-cross Stalin, their erstwhile Soviet allies, and advance into the region and really make a deep penetration into European Russia, coming to the very gates of Leningrad and even Moscow, and imposing their Nazi view of how to handle the local populations there, effective June 22nd, 1941. Here is the map which we saw in the previous video, which helps us understand exactly how these populations were distributed. The region that's in black here is called the general government, is directly under Nazi control, but it has a slightly different administrative designation to the two Reichskommissariaten, which basically is parts of Belarus and Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and then the large chunk of Ukraine, which is also in the Reichskommissariat, and then finally, immediately beyond those two territories, expanding regions of military administration. So really, what were the factors leading to collaboration in these regions in particular, the so-called bloodlands? One factor that is especially complex and requires quite a bit of analysis is the openness that the Nazis showed, especially from 1943 onward, is the willingness to adopt Slavs into Waffen-SS units. It was quite a surprising development in many ways because the Nazis, as we've mentioned many times, were slaves to their racial ideology, and they viewed the Slavs as significantly subhuman. One of the officers of the Reichskommissariat once said that the Slavs should only be called upon to do three things. One, to know their names, two, to learn to count to 500, and three, that obeying the Nazis is a divine privilege. So the idea that they would actually bring local units together out of Slavs was quite a bit of a switch in policy, especially calling SS units, because this was a designation that was typically reserved for the elite. The term Waffen, however, implies that they were intended for military purposes rather than for service purposes, although they were headed up, as you see in this image here, by Heinrich Himmler, who the head of the Gestapo, who is here seen looking at the Galicia division, one of these Waffen-SS units that was formed in western Ukraine. So it's a major turnaround for Nazi ideology and policy to bring these people into military units, but it's not actually that surprising when you look at the date that it began to occur. It's especially connected with the reversals that the Nazis were experiencing on the Eastern Front. Ultimately, that would be a major downfall for their military endeavors. Together with the Allied invasion at Normandy on the Western Front, the Nazis would ultimately be crushed between the Red Army and the Allied armies on the other side of it. So therefore, the adoption of these military units was, on the one hand, a wise military tactic, but on the other hand, a step back from their racial ideology Now, when we think of units, normally the term SS immediately implies, as the number implies, a collaborator of the highest order. In fact, in the central circle of those who were architects of the Holocaust. But can we say this about these very hastily put together units and their motivation? We don't know a tremendous amount, actually, about their motivation vis-a-vis Jews. We could assume that they harbored many of the same attitudes that we've seen of hostility to Jews, largely because of the perception that they were allied with the communists. But it's really the key point under these groups. Were they fighting for Germany, i.e., an actively collaborationist model? Or was their principal motivation the opportunity to fight against the USSR? Right? Recall that with Operation Barbarossa, the Nazis liberated these local populations from the Soviet dominance that they had experienced since 1939. That was 2 years of incredibly brutal communist power that involved the arrest of their intelligentsia, that involved the rapid communization of their economies, involved a very, very strict adherence to the notion of enforced atheism, right? The League of Militant Atheists was very active. Churches literally blowing up. Obviously, synagogues and things like that had their Torah school shut down and so on. A lot of these populations of local Slavs actually saw these Waffen-SS units as opportunities for them to attack their most recent immediate enemy, the Soviet Union. So it's hard to understand them as openly patriotic towards the German cause rather than seeing themselves as avengers of their local nationalities. And indeed, when we look at the units, especially in their memorialization by the emigre communities, there's a very strong emphasis on how they view themselves as essentially national military units that simply temporarily sought support from the Nazis. The militia division, for example, considered itself the first Ukrainian army because they view themselves as one day perhaps establishing some kind of national state. This is not to exculpate them from any particular possibility of Nazi war crimes. In Canada, for example, the government formed a commission called the Restream Commission, which actually issued a massive multi-hundred-page report assessing the activity of the militia division and found no reason to qualify them in a blanket order as war criminals. So this was just an illustration of the notion that the militia division was principally an anti-Soviet effort of the local population rather than a pro-Nazi effort. Needless to say, this is an extremely complicated and sensitive subject for all concerned. It's also very significant to note the awkward and complicated role of the church in many of these endeavors. Let us not forget how intensely atheistic the USSR was, openly persecuting, arresting, exiling, and murdering priests. And the idea that a local military unit would be formed to fight against the USSR was largely welcomed by the church. One of the most important priests of the region, speaking once again about the militia division, is Metropolitan Andrei Shapitsky, who himself was a great Judeophile. He learned Hebrew as a young man and had very warm relations with Jewish communities. He was responsible for the rescue of some 200 Jews, returning them after their families. A remarkable individual, and nevertheless, his record is somewhat tainted by the fact that he openly blessed this Waffen SS division, which made it very hard for many to see him for the humanist and the pro-Jewish leader that he truly was. So this is a complicated kind of situation. Is it true that we can say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? This complicates the whole idea of understanding what is collaboration. And maybe if we strike at the root of the difficulty of understanding collaboration, besides the obvious overlapping concerns of self-preservation, economic advancement that may have very little to do with open anti-Semitism or willingness to engage in murderous activities. Perhaps one of the things to understand is that the many peoples from the bloodlands all consider themselves victims. The Ukrainians and the Poles and Lithuanians and the Latvians also consider themselves victims, not precisely in the same way as the Jews and the Roma, for example, consider themselves victims, but nevertheless, they do see themselves as set upon by both the Nazis and the Soviets. Not necessarily to the same degree genocidal intent, but nevertheless, they have a legitimate argument to make that they also share in victimhood. You see this horrific image from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. Polish babies, the same happened to Ukrainian babies as well, would regularly be selected for their racial characteristics, shipped off to Germany to be raised by foster families. Young Aryan-looking Ukrainian or Polish girls were often taken and essentially sent into prostitution with the attempt to try and improve the racial characteristics of the local population. These are the so-called Volksdeutsche, the Poles or Ukrainians or Lithuanians who had some German descent and were selected out by the Nazis for racial characteristics, given additional privileges, or in some cases we see here, persecuting them more because of their slavish attitude towards the racial purity. So a lot of the local populations view themselves as victims as well as the Jews, and saw their actions as entirely justified within the larger complex event. This topic of collaboration is indeed one of the more difficult topics of the Holocaust, and has some of the longest lasting repercussions as societies attempt to emerge from the ashes of that terror. On the one hand, when one sees an active, inveterate anti-Semite who enthusiastically joins with the Nazis to engage in murderous activities, it's very easy to label that as war criminality. But on the other hand, you see a tremendous grayscale of various smaller acts of collaboration, which can easily be understood to some degree as self-preservation, as an attempt for economic advancement, and one wonders where exactly we place the line between criminality and reprehensible conduct and understandable human weakness. Very, very difficult topics. I hope that these two videos helped illustrate the complexity, and I look forward to speaking with you. Thank you very much for watching.
And he sold it anyway. That means this is no longer a civil matter. It becomes a criminal matter. We're talking fraudulent misrepresentation, conspiracy, maybe even tax fraud, depending on how that one got reported. And here's the real kicker. He didn't just lie to a business partner. He allegedly signed a declaration, claimed ownership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koski. I appreciate.
Which would be corporate sabotage with receipts. And it doesn't stop there, because Brendan filed a sworn motion with the court through counsel, explicitly stating no written agreement signed by the defendant exists. If that turns out to be false, that's perjury territory.
Offer from Dr. Kadish and from the university to address your audience on this occasion usually prior to the holiday Passover. And I have to say that I put a lot of energy into this presentation, primarily because my main area of specialization is history. I'm much more comfortable dealing with things that have already happened, that are firmly located in the past. But over the past 6 weeks, it has been impossible for me to concentrate on the past because I keep being drawn into the future and into, unfortunately, the present, which is so terrible in Ukraine. So my goal for today is to speak about Passover and speak specifically about the refugee experience connected specifically to Ukraine. This talk may be a little bit more personal than most of my talks, for reasons which I hope to make clear shortly, but it's one that I feel very strongly about. So let me begin by looking at something from the tradition. I was asked to say something relevant to the holiday of Passover, and of course this holiday commemorates the Exodus, the departure of the the Jews from Egyptian servitude. And one of the concepts that is repeated so many times in Jewish thought it is noted no less than 36 times, far more than 36 times, but basically a demand that the Jews recognize the suffering of strangers. Here's just one example of the many verses that underline that particular concept. Let me read it in Hebrew and then we'll look at it in English. "Hager lo silchas v'atem yadatem es nefesh hager, ki geren haytem be'eretz Mitzrayim." You shall not oppress a stranger, for you know the feelings of the stranger, having yourselves been strangers in the land of Egypt. Now, the term for stranger that's used here has multiple meanings. It's related to the word lagur, which means dwell or reside. And sometimes this term is used to refer to, as it implies here, a stranger, a foreigner. Sometimes it's used to refer to someone who has become Jewish, who is converted to Judaism. Sometimes it's referring to a resident alien. And depending on the context, that's a different translation that will be used by the comments. But if you look at this one, very important, later very popular, Pele Yoetz, who was Rabbi Eliezer Papa, who wrote in the 90s, and he clarifies that for him, this commandment says we are not speaking about a convert to Judaism. The verse person in a foreign land without friend, sibling, or acquaintance, whose spirit is low and whose heart is broken and crushed. One must have mercy and draw this person close, be a friend and a neighbor, and provide as much support as you can. In this way, one fulfills the commandment. So obviously, in the context of the Passover Seder, as Jews around the world will gather with their families and contemplate the meaning of freedom and the meaning of displacement and hopefully identify displacement of others, that is, according to Rabbi Papo of the Pele Yoetz, how they will fulfill this commandment. Now, when we look at it in our specific moment, we're not talking just about Jewish refugees, of which there are many from Ukraine. There are a lot of different counts of how many Jews live there. A conservative count says there are about 40,000 Jews who self-identify as such. About 90,000 Jews in Ukraine who are not necessarily to that population, but nevertheless are, if you were to ask them, they would then see that they would say that they are in fact Jewish, and maybe as many as 200,000 people who are on the fringes of the Jewish community, perhaps with partial Jewish lineage or married to Jews, but we're talking about a very large number of Jews. But the main issue, of course, is not the Jewish refugees, but a far larger group of Ukrainian refugees. This is actually one of the most colossal refugee crises in history. You have a look, for example, this report that just came out recently from the United Nations report on migration. There are about, as of April 1st, 7 million who are internally displaced within Ukraine, meaning they have not left their country, they have left their homes for other regions in Ukraine, particularly towards the west, where there's less shelling and less danger. And there are 11 million who are total displaced, which means they've actually left the country. That means there are about 4.1 million Ukrainians, roughly one of the entire population of the country is now out of its boundaries because of the fear of the war. It's absolutely mind-boggling number. If you try to put that number into some context, you should really think about what William Faulkner said in 1951. He said, "The past is never dead, it's not even past." Meaning, people like to say history repeats itself. Some people their quotation that it doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. But we are still living in an extended 20th century egregious refugee crisis. For example, let's just think about what this means in the context. The estimated number of international refugees after 6 years of World War II is 40 million. That's the conservative estimate. Liberal estimates go all the way up to 60 million. Ukrainian refugees have reached 4 million after only 6 weeks. An absolutely stunning number of people displaced, tremendous human suffering as a result. This is the 8th largest refugee crisis in recorded history, and unfortunately the 3rd largest in the 21st century. And if we look at these numbers in one other way, look at the scope and speed of it, if you were to calculate the number of refugees per the month of conflict, we're just 6 weeks into this war, and you can see that Ukrainian refugees are off the charts. Far more refugees displaced in a far shorter period of time than even in World War II or the partition of India, which was also a tremendous crisis in 1947. So we were dealing with a colossal crisis that boggles the mind and demands a response. What I would like to do over the next 40 minutes is to talk a little bit about the specifically Jewish aspect of the experience of Ukraine and to understand a little bit about what that might mean for Jewish responsibility to fulfill that commandment, or how Jews might fulfill that commandment of considering the stranger. But I want to get personal for a few minutes, just tell you a little bit about my own connection to Ukraine, because I think it's relevant for giving you a sense of how strongly I feel about this. This is a photograph of my father's parents, my grandparents, Holly and Alex Abramson. It's dated circa 1932. They lived in northern Ontario, Canada. This quirky individual at the bottom here is my father. One of the things that my father always would tell me about his childhood is that he grew up with an adopted brother. Right after World War II, there were tremendous refugees of Jewish orphans, and they were displaced among about 300,000 other Jews to these camps that dotted East Central Europe and Italy. And my grandparents of blessed memory took in an orphan child to, as a refugee, live with them in northern Ontario, same age as my father, and they grew up together. He was his adopted brother. So the experience of being directly connected with the refugee population, the refugee experience, is something that I contemplated deeply when I was a young child, and my father told me about his own childhood. It meant a lot to me, thinking about what he, especially his parents, sacrificed in order to help out orphans. And I have more specific connection with Ukraine. This is a photograph of a typical 5-story walk-up in Ukraine. It's called a Khrushchev because they had 2 different kinds of major buildings. They had the Brezhnevs, which are much higher, more modern buildings, and they had these Khrushchevs, which were smaller and somewhat more decrepit. And I spent several months living in this Khrushchev. Let me tell you the story. I first visited Ukraine as part of my graduate education. My first degree was actually not in history, it was in philosophy, but I realized I wasn't going to be able to make much of a living as a philosopher. So when I was thinking about what else to study, I knew that my father-in-law was very enamored of Ukrainian history in particular. My wife's family is from Ukraine. And so I thought I would try and knock off 2 birds with 1 stone. I would impress my father-in-law, and I would find a way to make a living as a historian if I studied Ukrainian history. It turns out that I really liked it, so I studied more and more. When I first went to Ukraine in 1989, it was still under the Soviet Union, but it was beginning to liberalize significantly. And the Canadian Jewish Congress asked me to take a large supply of insulin to a diabetic Ukrainian Jew who lived in the building here. So I took it. It was a big deal in 1989. You had to put it in the freezer and things like that in the plane, and we got it to Ukraine. And then I managed to get a taxi and find my way over to Left Bank Cave and to this address. And I delivered the insulin, and I spent about an hour there with them, and then I went home. And then, this was still under the Soviet Empire, so I could not get into the archives that I really wanted to, but I did do some useful. However, I was denied access to the more serious secret archives like the Communist Party of Ukraine. Then, when the Soviet Union fell and Ukraine declared independence, I was invited back, this time by a much more open and Western-oriented government, free from Moscow's influence, or free from much of Moscow's influence, to come back and look at those archives. So I said, absolutely fantastic. They said, we'll give you an apartment and you'll be all care of, and it sounded like it was going to be fantastic. When I landed at Boryspil Airport outside Kyiv, everything had fallen through. Nobody knew who I was. The people who were in charge had fled for various reasons, and I was completely alone in a strange city with a pocket full of Canadian cash and no idea where I was going to spend the night. I didn't have a reservation. I was supposed to be a guest of the Academia Nauk, and I really didn't know what to do. The sun was setting, and there was a lot of road criminality going on. The mafia was very strong in those early months after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So I got in a taxi. I knew that this building, this is the only person I really knew in Kyiv at the time, I knew this building was somewhere in the left bank of the Dnipro River. I said, take me to that region. We drove around for about half an hour. I thought I recognized this. And sure enough, I went in. I went up to the right floor. I thought it was. I went to the right door. I thought it was. And in fact, when I knocked on it, Yevgeny Antonovsky answered the door. He was home. It was, thank God, the same place that I visited recently. And I ended up staying there for several months. Even after we were able to work out where I was supposed to be and what my living conditions were supposed to be, I simply asked that all the funds that the Canadian government had allocated for my trip be directed to the Antonovskys, and so they were able to get a windfall, but I lived in a tiny two-room apartment as I did my research. Here's me with Yevgeny. Believe it or not, I'm the guy in the back there with the dark hair and dark beard. And you'll see that we're looking at some beautiful 19th century homes. Yevgeny's grandfather was of a shul in Kiev. He was sort of like the sexton of the synagogue. And when the communists came in 1970, he hid all of the holy books, and he preserved them until his father and until Yevgeny preserved them. So their house was filled with a remarkable collection of 19th century imprints. It's absolutely gorgeous, and we would spend time studying there together. So I got to see from the perspective of regular Soviet Jews what it was like to live under those conditions. Here's another photograph with Lena, his wife, and also on the right, those of you who are students of Ukrainian Jewish history, or those of you who are fans of art, you might recognize, or even if you're fans of Cuban literature, you may recognize the young man on the right, who is my good friend that I met in Kiev at that time, none other than Professor Petrovsky, chairman of Northwestern. Here's a picture of what he looks like now. He's kind of mastered the smoldering look since I knew him then. But our first associations were in the University Library. So I had experience of what it was like, however attenuated, to be a stranger in a strange land, where I was going to sleep that night. Nothing compared to the actual suffering of the current Ukrainian refugees. But nevertheless, I had a little taste of it. Thank God, by dint of the kindness of strangers and the grace of God, I was able to find a very serious solution. So, by the way, my research resulted in a book that I wrote about that. The topic that I was studying is no longer available in print, but a Ukrainian translation is now available, and there's a second edition too. That will get into some of the things that we talked about a little more. So what I'd like to do now is that I've given you some kind of personal background, personal introduction to the story. Let me talk to you a little bit about Jews and Ukrainians specifically and how that relates to the refugee crisis. So we should certainly bear in mind that Jewish history goes back a very long way in Ukraine. It goes back at least a millennium of recorded history, and there's even further back evidence of Jewish settlement at the fringes of Ukraine. Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. If you have a look at this map, which is a map that's written by my teacher, Professor Paul Robert Modesty, you see the blue line outlines the contemporary boundaries of Ukraine. Obviously, not referring to the contested areas in Crimea being annexed by Russia in 21st century. And you can see the extent of the Jewish population by the heavy green shading, in which Jews were more than 15% of the region to the west. That is the right bank of the Dnieper River, or the Dnieper River. But even on the left bank, you see in Poltava, Gubernia, you have 3.9%, Katarinoslav, 4.7%, still very significant percentage of Jews, way higher than Jews are in almost all parts of the United States. New York City, of course, being a major exception. So Jews have a very rich and long population history in particular. If you have a look at this map, you'll see the origins in a kind of medieval state of pagan roots, which existed from about the 10th century to about the 13th century. This sort of group of principalities, which were headed up from the city of Kiev, formed the kind of core culture, the original political, social, and religious culture of three contemporary countries: Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia in particular. Now it happens that the center of this was in Kiev, and so Ukrainians claim that essentially they are the geographic inheritors of Kiev and Rus, as well as political, and religious, and cultural inheritors. Belarus and Russia also have their roots in this region. Now, Jews lived in this region easily from the 10th century on. There are plenty of references to Jews in the several historical chronicles that we have of the era, including the Publius Vermenius, which is one of the most important documents that describe this early period, the so-called Chronicle of Bygone Years. But we also have some archaeological evidence that suggests that they even lived on the Black Sea coast as far back as antiquity, that Jews were involved in a lot of trade in the region, and so you'll have Jewish ports in Crimea, for example, at this time. We have in the 13th century, and a little bit earlier, even members of the Balei Tosfos, that is the important commentators on the Talmud. There's one Moses of Kiev and Isaac of Chernihiv that show up in various writings of the time. So Jews are there right at the very beginning of Ukrainian self-determined statehood in one form or another. They begin, however, to emerge in much larger numbers in the late 11th and onward. That's the era Crusades begins. You can see from this map, which outlines the various routes of several crusades moving from Western Europe into the land of Israel, and the predominant number of the Stars of David, which represents Jewish communities in the 12th century and onward, they're much more to the west. The central heartland is called Ashkenazi Jewry, is located primarily in the Rhineland, which would be in northern Germany, parts of France. And what's going to end up happening over the 12th, 13th, 14th centuries is that there's a significant number of why Jews are being forced eastward by increasing anti-Semitic pressures. For example, the noxious development of the blood libel myth, that Jews somehow need to consume the blood of Christian children. Absolutely ridiculous concept that has no basis in reality whatsoever. But once the idea began to take hold in the 12th century, it spread rapidly. People like to believe it in a kind of a QAnon way, which actually we may reflect on that a little later in this lecture when we think about contemporary propaganda. This is actually a document. It's actually German currency from the 20th century that commemorates a post-desecration case in Sternberg, in which Jews were accused not of murdering a Christian child, but by doing something that was a related charge of capturing the Union wafers. so-called Poles and torturing them instead. And although that's also a figment of some kind of fever dream imagination, nevertheless, Jews were frequently charged with this heinous activity, and they were frequently judged to be guilty and burned at the stake, as we see in this rather grotesque image. So from Western Europe, starting with the Crusades of 1096 and onward, there is an increasing pressure on Jews to leave for anti-Semitic reasons. And then from the East, there's actually an economic vacuum that's drawing Jews in. At this time, Ukraine was under the control of the Poles as part of the very large Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and there was a tremendous need for people to act as middlemen, as leaseholders, to help manage these large, in which there tended to be an ethnic division between the landlords, who are Polish Catholics for the most part, and the farmers, the peasants, who were Ukrainian Orthodox. Orthodox, of course, not in the Jewish use of that term, but in the Christian denomination as opposed to Catholicism. And the Jews were an excellent choice to bring in to manage these states, both because of their developed skills in literacy and in numeracy, but also because they were not especially they didn't show allegiances to the local population. They could be depended on to be loyal to their employers because they were a distinct entity. There were a whole bunch of activities that were associated with Jews at this point because the nobility could literally give them monopolies in things like the production of alcohol, something called propaganda, and so that's why so many Jews were active in, for example, maintaining inns and the distillation and distribution of alcohol. This was, however, a rather exploitative economic system, as I've got some other videos, of course. If you're curious, you can have a look on my channel. You'll see some of them that I discuss in more detail, and would be the cause of some conflict. But nevertheless, what ends up happening is if you combine the pressures pushing Jews out of the Rhineland, the growth of anti-Semitic ideas, I haven't even mentioned the Black Death, and you combine that with the economic opportunities that are drawing Jews to the East, you begin to see from the 12th through the 17th century very large movement of Jews into the region of Ukraine in particular, where they're acting as arrendators, as middlemen for the most part. How are they getting along with this? We should understand that, and I will talk about this in the next set of slides, there certainly were punctuations of great violence. There certainly were moments where Ukrainians in particular would attack Jewish communities. We'll talk about them momentarily. But the overwhelming experience of Jews in Ukraine was one of peace and prosperity. That Jews in Ukraine managed to find a way to eke out a living, to study, to develop some remarkable religious innovations like the Hasidic movement. And for the most part, for 1,000 years, Jews and Ukrainians lived together in peace. Does not mean that they joined together in everything, but there was a level of cross-cultural pollination, of cross-fertilization, where Ukrainian ways of looking at the world influence Jewish ways and vice versa. Just to give you a little introduction, jumping ahead to the 20th century, just hinting at right now is Ukrainian currency from the very brief period of Ukrainian independence between the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917 and the imposition of Soviet rule under the communists shortly thereafter. During that time, remarkably, Jews and Ukrainians strove to officially work together to create a new state. It ended in great failure for various reasons, including popular pogrom violence. That was one of the most important reasons. But nevertheless, for that brief period of time, it hinted at what could be possible for Jews and Ukrainians. And as you can see, it's got it's 100 carbon on its bill. It has on the top the denomination listed in several languages, but on the bottom, right under the number 100, you can see in Yiddish, The words Under Karbovan because Yiddish was actually an official language of this very brief-lived and ephemeral republic. We're basically talking about 1,000 years of tremendous cultural cross-fertilization. We see it in terms of linguistics. Of the most intimate terms that enter the Yiddish language are essentially Ukrainian or Proto-Slavic language terms. Like, for example, the word for father. In Hebrew, the word father is Av, and the very common Aramaic term is Abba. This is like an ancient term that Jews have used for a very long time. Then, when they were in Germany, they picked up Yiddish, which is essentially a kind of medieval German, and they used Classic. But when they came to Ukraine, they switched over to Tati. Tati is clearly derived from the Ukrainian tato, and you can say this about hundreds of words in the Yiddish language. There are culinary things where Jews and Ukrainians are almost identical in their choice of diet. In fact, in some regions, like in western Ukraine, the gefilte fish is considered a delicacy, and it's called Jewish fish, because there is so much overlap. Holopsy, right? Some people would say that the German or the Russian translation, Holopsy, which is cabbage rolls, right? These are all Ukrainian foods that make their way into the Jewish tradition as well. And in folklore, we see so many areas in which they are similar. Let me just show you one example. In the Chabad Hasidic movement, there's a very popular song that is Nezritsia Chlopsi, which is literally in Ukrainian, and this is much easier, of course, when Hasidim live in Eastern Europe, but even in America today, they're memorizing these lyrics in Ukrainian. It's a rather amusing song that the text of the lyrics is basically, "Don't worry, boys, we're going to get to our destination, and there will be vodka there." Here is, and I'll play for you a very short piece, recording of that music. In the interest of copyright protection, I'm not going to include this clip as well as another clip in a moment in the recording, but I will include the links in the information box, so please have a look down there and enjoy them to get a sense of what that might mean in terms of the cultural overlap that would happen over the 1,000 years that Jews lived there. Many other folkloric elements, I have this tradition for the life of photographs. Current President Joe Biden, happy to time visiting Marina, he's being greeted with bread and salt, which is also a very common Jewish welcoming gift for guests. Not so much here in America, but throughout Eastern Europe, very common cultural appropriation. I don't even know if it comes from the same or the other way around. Now, I'm going to show you one last little bit of audio visual, and it's idealized because it is Hollywood is based on the writings of this man, Shalom Aleichem. This is one of the greatest figures of the 1930s and in Yiddish, but I heavily Ukrainianized Yiddish. If you look at Shalom Aleichem in the original, you can see that he is literally the peasants speaking Ukrainian and Yiddish readers would understand it because they're so because you killed somebody. What that culture is. And the scene that I'm going to show you is from Fiddler on the Roof, which is a Hollywood based on a play, which is based on a cycle of stories from Shalom Aleichem. And so it has been idealized several times over, but nevertheless, I think in this 5-minute clip, if I can show you all of it, you get a sense of what someone is attacking me with words. Life or was and when it was best. We will have plenty of time to talk about when it was not best. But when they got along, like it was 1,000 years, it might have looked something certainly idealized portrait of a setting together Jews and Ukrainians. Not beyond the realm of imagination, but I especially like showing how they're existing separately, they're drinking separately from each other, and they're rather suspicious of each other. In particular, the Jews are concerned about the potential for violence, and they're afraid of these things. but
if
they
a person
both
is being
share
attacked,
a moment
if
where
there's something called
they
the imperfect
recognize
time where
that the
they believe
trajectories of
their
their lives are
life is
parallel in
threatened,
many ways.
but it may not
And
actually
a lot
be,
of
and then
these are
that can
celebrating
sometimes be a defense
the
mechanism.
engagement of
My life
the
being
world
threatened
to
is a bitch you should
Of course,
die.
that would not work out because Tiger
Actually, yeah, this
well,
you're a bitch and you should die, but you know,
nevertheless, at that moment, the
no,
Jews are saying L'chaim,
I don't know. But actually, it depends on what their body was doing, right? Was he like reaching into his jacket? You're a bitch and what's wrong with you? You're a bitch and fuck you.
That's a fair way to understand
Is this
the study of the
That's what I hear, and then I go, oh, yeah.
That
Oh,
alone
she's
is
bitchy.
necessarily
Well, see, if she was coming right for you, if she's coming right for you, just make sure you yell, oh God, she's coming right for me. That's usually what I do. Yeah, and then nobody can, mess around. When the police find the 3 bullets, I hit it before. To be honest, premeditated murder is almost never solved. Yeah, which wasn't premeditated. Even then, I think the success rate for solving any murder is only 30 to 40%.
The caption,
No, you got a pretty good chance of getting away with it because you happened 3 times. Not better.
there were several
Yeah, but
moments
then it's like I really only have like a 10% chance of succeeding.
represent
So when you ask how long will it take, they might get away with it. Yes.
specifically the Magnitsky
Hey
rebellion
guys,
in the middle of the second century. Also, if you're curious about this, please view my videos on this topic. I speak a greater language, but basically an economic cause to that has to do with the electric system that I described. Similarly, the Hydromac movement of 1768, which resulted in a massacre in the city of Vietnam. And that was why, by the way, Reverend Nachman chose to be buried there. So there are pilgrimages today, tens of thousands of Jews go to Vietnam, because Reverend Nachman is buried there, but Reverend Nachman chose to be buried there because he wanted to be near the victims of the Hydromac. And in many ways, this horrible institution called the pogrom, which is kind of like an uprising, a popular upswell of violence, begins to accelerate during the 20th century. Some terrible pogroms that had a very strong impact on the Jewish community at the end of the 19th century, and some even more awful pogroms in the 20th century. These were all dwarfed, however, by so-called Holocaust by bullets, Holocaust outsiders, which refers to the Einsatzgruppen murders of 1941. The Nazis, when they invaded Ukraine, double-crossed Stalin with their previously secret Molotov-Ribbentrop. They sent 4 armored units via Belmont behind the regular army to round up Jews, to bring them out to the these were staffed by German military police, but they made frequent use of local populations, including Ukrainians, and also moved up in the so-called bloodlines, as Snyder is calling in Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia, where they found willing accomplices to assist them. There's a very large backstory to this that deserves more attention, but about 1.5 to an estimated 2.5 million Jews were killed by the Anti-Semitism in all countries. This is also a personal story. The background of my father's parents, my grandfather's parents, that showed you at the beginning of this lecture, they're buried somewhere in this mass grave in Lithuania.
Well, he tried to kill the duly elected chancellor, so, I think the good guys wanted revenge of the Sith. The good guys wanted, they stopped the coup. They didn't really win it, they claimed it did.
So, all told, we have 1,000 years of relatively peaceful coexistence, lots of cultural interaction, which, by the way, probably involved a lot of women, because many of the kinds of things that we see showing up in Ukrainian Jewish culture are things that would be transferred by women sharing recipes and market day and things like that. But they are punctuated by an accelerating amount of violence for reasons which deserve a lot more explanation. And they are purely mirrored by what we're seeing today. I can't help but reflect on the mass graves that I've been seeing in the news lately in places like Bucha. Horrific. They look exactly to me like the ravines in which my ancestors lived here. It's hard not to feel a deep level of sympathy and empathy for what Ukrainians are currently enduring. So let us move now to the third point of this lecture. And I'd like to place this Ukrainian Jewish reality within the Russian and Soviet reality, because for most of the period that we're discussing today, Ukrainians were not in control of their own destiny. Besides the Cave and Rus period, in which there were very few Jews living there, and we don't know a lot about how they managed their affairs before, Ukrainians did not have control. Ukraine, with the exception of a very good century, they lived under Polish rule, under Tatar Mongol rule, under Russian rule for the duration of this time up until the 20th century, where they could finally articulate their own self-defense. So looking at the contemporary period, they're living under Vladimir Putin, who is shown here in his KGB days, which I think in many ways speaks to the core of his personality. And I believe that in his thinking on Ukraine and on Ukrainians, he's channeling three Russian leaders and two other leaders. And they are really guiding his thoughts, how he is punishing the population. First is Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who is actually the first Tsarina to conquer right-bank Ukraine and bring it into the Russian state, the Russian Empire at the time. She was instrumental in forcing her will upon the Ukrainians and reducing their mobility to essentially peasantry once again, so that under the Russian heel, they would be forced to work essentially like they did for the Poles. They would end up working for the Russians. He's also channeling Nicholas I, who was a Tsar in the first half of the 19th century. Tsar Nicholas I operated with three basic principles in mind. After his father was killed in an abortive revolution, the Centrist Revolution, he decided there were basically three things that he has to enforce on all of the people within Russia. First is the orthodoxy, that everyone must conform to the Orthodox Church. The Jews were a very difficult, indigestible mass in that regard. The second was autocracy, the idea that all Russian citizens or subjects, I should say, should recognize the primary rule of the Tsar as a feudal-like principal leader. And then finally, a term that's difficult to translate into English with all of its connotation, he believed in the value of the narod, of the people, but it's people in a much deeper spiritual sense. He believed that Russian people kind of an ethnocentric value, ethno-chauvinism really, was to be primary, and anyone who kind of did not fit into the Russian narod really did not belong in the entire state. This is why, from a Jewish perspective, he imposed so many horrific decrees, such as the infamous Antinous decree that required Jewish children, legally as young as 12 and often much younger, to be taken from their homes and spend 36 years in military service. An incomprehensible punishment that wreaked tremendous havoc on Jewish communities. He destroyed the Kehillah structure that was essentially allowing the Jews to self-govern. They did everything he could to try to bring the Jews as much as possible into these three areas of orthodoxy, autocracy, and narod. He wanted to assimilate them to Russians as much as possible. For the Ukrainians, the Orthodoxy part was basically taken care of. There were Ukrainian Catholics in the far west of the territory, but the vast majority of Ukrainians were Orthodox. In terms of autocracy, he had difficulty getting these Ukrainian peasants to submit to the far-off Tsar in Moscow, but he had the most difficulty with the idea of the narod. And he eventually had to settle for the notion that the Ukrainians were kind of like sort of cousins to the Russians. There are many things to say for that, like, for example, the fact that they speak a Slavic language, which is related distinct, different alphabet, different pronunciation, different vocabulary in a lot of places, but nevertheless a related language, sort of like, if you will, Spanish and French are both Romance languages, maybe a little closer to those, but not that much. And so he pushed this idea that they were little Russians, that's the actual Russian term, Russians, as opposed to great Russians. The people who lived in the north were the great Russians, and they had these kind of like younger brothers, these cousins who were the little Russians. And they were somehow part of the overall family, even though they did not necessarily agree to be part of that. Unfortunately, you see this even in propaganda today, where just watching today some of the news, they're interviewing average Russians on the street saying, oh, it's a made-up nation. It was just invented in 1918 or 1981 when Lenin decided to give away a piece of territory. Well, that in itself is a ridiculous way of looking at history. But even if you say that they really are Russians, which I would not agree to, you got 44 million people who say that they are a distinct people. And they can call themselves alligators if they want. If they say, well, 44 million of them say they are distinct, got to listen to them. But essentially, Putin is channeling Nicholas I, trying to assimilate the Ukrainians into a larger Russian family. And then, of course, he's also channeling Joseph Stalin, who was a notorious dictator of the Soviet Union, who chose to impose his war on the Ukrainians in a disastrous genocide on manner. I don't use that term lightly. With the artificial terror famine of 1932-33, which erected at Ukrainians and killed millions of them. By conservative estimates, 3 million, most likely 5 million, or possibly even more Ukrainians were killed in that disastrous season because of the policies followed by Stalin in his rush to industrialize. In other words, Putin's thinking of Stalin is kind of like, as Stalin put it at the time, is you want to make an omelet, you have to break some eggs. And Ukrainians are unfortunately. Now, these three, I think, are fairly well identifiable to anyone who studies Russian history. Let's see that in Putin's mindset. But Putin is also thinking very carefully about this individual. This is something I want to focus on a little bit. Goebbels is, of course, the middle propaganda in the Nazi state. He was an evil genius. He was brilliant. His ways of thinking of how to convince people to keep the right. And his basic theory was tell the big lie. Tell it as loudly and as often as you can. And it's shameless the way Russian propaganda is spouting the most ridiculous things about the nature of this conflict and the intimidation of people who want to object and say the truth. I'm going to get back to that in just a moment, but I want to bring it back to the starting point of another individual that reverberates throughout Jewish history, and of course the Ukrainians are also experiencing that. He's also channeling that. He's also channeling that absolutist leader who wishes and will stop at nothing. Even the power of God, as we see so powerfully represented in the representation of the Ten Commandments with your ruling Pharaoh. Nothing can stop him. He will survive the evidence. So as I see it, we have two basic challenges as we go into the Apostle of Satan. This is a page from the famous Barcelona Haggadah, I believe it's 14th century Spain. And this is from the opening of the Haggadah, which reads Halach Ma'an in Aramaic. This is the bread of affliction, which the person who is reading the Passover ritual, the Seder, will proclaim to all the guests as he holds up a piece of matzah, simple unleavened bread. Anyone who is hungry, let him come. So there is an impetus built right into the ritual to recognize needs of others, the needs of strangers, and to include them in our own meal, to alleviate their suffering. I see this in two principal ways. There's a challenge of memory in our current moment, and there's a challenge of redemption. The challenge of memory. This is something that is very pragmatic, but we can all do it. We have to understand that this war is being fought in two very significant ways. First is, of course, on the ground. So Mariupol is being pummeled night after night with artillery, instigating our
He's like, when you're famous, they
fighting is raging. Horrible, horrible war crimes are being committed that make of the earlier centuries crime reduction.
That's true.
And Russia is lying about this to their own people. It's phenomenal how people are smiling. You see famous protest by a person in the media who managed to get a sign onto live TV to specifically tell Russians they are lying to you. This is propaganda. And nevertheless, current opinion polls in Russia indicate that the vast majority, 80 percentage points, of Russians support the war and believe that Ukraine is somehow populated by Nazis and that they have to extirpate them. We see that people who try to tell the truth are horribly intimidated, like this Jewish journalist in Russia who had this big head left at his door with an anti-Semitic statement. Anyone who tries to challenge this intellectual status quo tries to, it is actually, I'm sure you're aware, it's a crime currently to even use the word war to refer to what we prefer to call the special military operations. The crime is punishable by 15 years. So, besides the refugees that I've already mentioned, some 11 million people who are displaced, there's an estimated 1 billion of so-called Russian refugees of conscience. It's not dangerous for them to shoot their minds in Russia, and they're fleeing to wherever they can get a visa to land. Georgia, Turkey, and elsewhere. But I firmly believe that truth will out. In fact, the battle for information, the battle for memory, and how we remember this is coming out in most amazing ways. This is dated just yesterday, that satellite, one of the things that happened in Bucha, as I'm sure you're aware, is that when the Russians left the city, there were bodies scattered all over the streets. And the Ukrainian forces, when they entered this suburb of Kiev, they found these bodies, and they protested, war crimes, things like that. The Russian foreign minister pronounced that no, these are plants. The Ukrainians planted them there in order to make Russia look bad, which is such a bald-faced, incredible lie. But satellite data, surprisingly, can come out and can actually prove that no, in fact, those bodies were represented, were killed by the Russians and left there for 3 weeks before the Ukrainians came in. So truth will out. What we can do, what our challenge of memory is that we have to make sure that we engage in this discussion. And that we insist on what we are all about. That is the Kira model, the knowledge and values. I think that really means something. To go into this capitalist, I think it's worthy of all of us who are connected to history to reflect on how we can best use our intelligence and our moral sensibility to help the refugees from them. And with that, since I'm out of time, I want to wish you all a share this a happy and redemptive Passover. Let us hope that next year we will all celebrate together in Jerusalem. And there will be nations.
Yeah, but I'm saying from Russia. Because you'll sit there and I guess you gotta reach out to Russia. You help me with that? No. You have to keep it for yourself. You're like a Jewish. I don't know anybody. That's not true, but thanks for coming on. That's how it's ending. Because I have to film from next now. He's the next one coming into the you're talking about Alex Stein? Not Alex Stein. Not never. Alright.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. If you're like me, you follow the news and very carefully, and you'll see that one of the figures that frequently appears in news commentary is Vitaly Klitschko, who is the mayor of the city, and he provides some very insightful observations as to what was happening in Ukraine's capital city. And as I was watching him, I began to suspect, it just seems like certain aspects of his presentation are characteristically Jewish. So I thought I'd look a little further into it. And sure enough, there is a Jewish backstory inside of it. So it's quite fascinating. It says a lot as well about the Ukrainian Jewish past and I think also about the Ukrainian Jewish roots. So I read that Leslie Rice, who is the deputy director of the National Coalition supporting Eurasian Jews, recently gave an interview in which he said that, as you know, Ukraine is led by a Jewish president. Of course, she was referring to her. She continues, the defense minister is Jewish, as is the president's chief of staff. Many members of the cabinet are Jewish. The mayor of Kiev, Klitschko, tells us about his Jewish grandmother, and that is in fact true. His father's mother was Jewish, and I'll tell you a little bit more about how that affected him in a moment. So that would make his father certainly Jewish by traditional standards. He would not make Klitschko himself Jewish by traditional standards, which regards matrilineal descent as well as Jewish status. Of course, there are different opinions in 21st century America, but that's a matter of controversy. At any rate, Klitschko does not personally identify as Jewish. His wife is not Jewish as well, but nevertheless, he is not ashamed of his Jewish background. In fact, he has mentioned that he is very proud of his Jewish ancestry. He's a very impressive figure overall. He is a world heavyweight boxing champion. He holds multiple titles. He is the current mayor of Kiev, as I mentioned, and articulates in at least 3 languages, Russian, Ukrainian, English, although sometimes his and there are 3 things about him that really made me think that he's got to have some kind of Jewish story going on. The first is that he is highly educated. This is very typical for Jews, particularly in environments. He holds a Kandidat degree, which is sort of like a PhD assistant professor level in the United States. He wrote a dissertation on boxing. He is a polyglot, right, speaking multiple languages with considerable fluency. That's also very characteristic of many Jews. And this is the one that really did it. He listens to his mother. His brother is also world champion boxer, yet they have never fought publicly. Maybe it's privately. And the reason they have never had a professional fight together is because their mother promised them not to do so. And the fact that he listens to his mother, all of a sudden makes a change. This is someone we should listen to a little more carefully. Now, we should not be put off by the fact that he is a professional boxer. After all, there is a very long tradition of Jewish activity in the martial arts. Daniel Mendoza was one of the most famous of the pioneers of Jewish sport. He was in 1764 to 1836, and he really developed a lot of techniques that apparently went into what are considered the elements of boxing today. So the idea of Jews being very physical, being active, specific martial arts is nothing cool. But there's a fascinating history recently that Vitaly Klitschko gave with this and it is fascinating. It's really worth listening to. Even if you don't understand Russian, you can put on the subtitles and figure out what's going on. I strongly recommend that you look to 11:25 time mark at 11:25. And what he describes there is how his father was a career soldier. He was in the Soviet military and constantly around the invasion. He kept his Jewish identity on the down low because of the reality of Soviet anti-Semitism, which was particularly prevalent in the military. But at home, they frequently spoke about his mother, who was Jewish, and he was taken in a tent by her husband during all of these nasty searches that would go on during the occupation period. And this went on for months and months. And Klitschko speaks about the tremendous impact this made on him. Ironically, the elements of his mother's side, the late terror famine that occurred in his Stalin, and his father's side, the Holocaust. He relates to the Holocaust in now, specifically he remarks in the book how very proud he is that Yad Vashem has elected of his Jewish family that they went through the Holocaust. And he closes the interview telling for himself and for future mayors of Ukraine. He's very perfectly here. He says that in Jerusalem, there are places like Yad Vashem, one of the real greatest centers for memorialization and study of the Holocaust. He says in Jerusalem, there was no Holocaust. In Washington, Los Angeles, there was no Holocaust. Now, these are both cities which have very famous Holocaust museums and research institutes. How is it, he continues, that in Babin Yam, in the middle of Kiev, where 100,000 people were shot, almost nothing appeared there for 80 years. Time memorial, which incidentally was recently found by the Russians. In Ukraine, he continues, the places of executions are not marked, and many people go on picnics there and walk their dogs on mass graves. So he sets for himself and for future mayors the challenge of putting energy into developing an understanding of the Holocaust. That's extremely important. And it's ironic that he gave this interview in November of 2021. And just a few months later, of course, he would be embroiled in a war, which in many ways bespeaks many of the tragedies and the cruelties that were seen during the Einsatzgruppe massacre, the so-called Holocaust by bullets in places like Bucha. But let's get beside our point right now. He also notes that at Babi Yar, many people who pulled the triggers also had family values, also loved their children. Yet they could shoot the children of defenseless people. They shoot the elderly. Yes, a children. Why? He says it's important for us to answer this question because the world is very fractured. So it's a fascinating individual who in many ways speaks to the Ukrainian Jewish past, which is far more complex than most people really realize, and also, hopefully, an optimistic Ukrainian Jewish future where we're looking towards ways of understanding this complex and very difficult conflicts. So we covered Klitschko, so we're definitely not a light.
I'm done.
Thank you very much for watching this video. My topic for today is Ukraine and its Jews. When Rabbi Morris and I were first talking about the various topics and how we would actually phrase this, we had some challenge because, the situation around is changing so dramatically that we needed to choose a fairly generic topic that would cover all possibilities. So what I'm planning to do is to develop a single thesis, which I hope to illustrate with a concrete graphic piece of art immediately, and then work through a historical narrative, and then bring it to the present day. And at that point, we'll wrap it up and we'll open it up for discussion and questions to see if my thesis works at all. Can you all see my screen? Ms. Slava, would you please nod your head if you see the image in the background? Okay, great. Okay, so that's the one. Now, the thesis is basically that historically, Jews of Ukraine have oriented themselves culturally like they have in most countries as a minority. They've oriented themselves towards the most powerful national unit in multinational states. So, for example, in Hungary, they tended to be more Austrophile. When Hungary became much more independent after 1867, you begin to develop a Hungarian Jewish identity. In Ukraine, they were first Polonophile, meaning like developing an identity that began to connect them to the ruling Poles and then later to the ruling Russians. But in the last 3 decades, independence from the Soviet Union, I would like to tender for our discussion that Ukrainian Jews have begun to develop, really for the first time in their history, a Ukrainian Jewish identity, which has very significant implications for the current moment we're in and for the future. As a kind of point of departure, have a look at this unusual Holocaust memorial, which is located on the wall of the Great Synagogue of Lutsk. Let me just show you where that is located in Ukraine itself. Here's a map that shows, I dropped a little pin where Lutsk is. It is in northwestern Ukraine, just to give you some orientation. Here's Kyiv, and then to the right is Poltava, which I know is a place very important to you because it's a sister city to your organization, to your group, and also Odessa. So this is in the western of Ukraine, not too far from Lviv, or Lviv as it's pronounced now. This is the actual site of the monument on the side of the 17th century Lutsk Great Synagogue, which was built in the classic fortress style, because of the many Cossack rebellions that we're going to discuss in a moment that occurred in that place. But let's have a closer look at the image itself. First of all, a couple of superficial things. The first is you can see between 2010, when the photograph on the right was taken, and 2011, just a year later, when this photograph was taken, there's been some decay to the building, and no one has maintained it. I don't know what it looks like today. I don't have any friends to take a more contemporary picture, but that says something about how it exists within the public sphere. Secondly, it seems like there's been some minor vandalism. Some people may have put some stickers on here, which could have been for anything. It could be a political thing, a commercial thing, who knows? And it's been hastily removed, which means something, but not completely removed. So that's just superficial observations, which may be relevant later. But then if you look at the text in the triangles below, you can see that here there is a text that describes the history of the Jews of Lutsk right up unto the Holocaust. But the language that's used there is Ukrainian, not Russian, which is rather unusual. Particularly during the Soviet years, Ukrainian would certainly have been the third language, certainly not the first language, but Ukrainian is there prominently, and there is no Russian text at all. Jews overwhelmingly Russian first for the 20th century, not Ukrainian. Nevertheless, this Jewish memorial on a synagogue is written in Ukrainian. Secondly, on the left-hand side, you see it's written in Hebrew, not Yiddish. Yiddish, of course, was the overwhelming vernacular of the Jews in the 19th century, and prior to that, the fact that they would choose Hebrew indicates it's very strongly oriented towards Israel, the modern state of Israel. So here you have a monument on the side of the synagogue that is texted in Ukrainian and in Hebrew, but the most dramatic and striking element of this image, which I'm sure many of you have picked up on, but it would have been instinctive to anyone in Ukraine, is the shape. You can see that the figure in the center, which looks like a Jew with hands raised in prayer looking upward, is clearly evocative of the trident of Volodymyr. This is the national symbol of Ukraine, which is named after Saint Volodymyr, the first figure in Ukrainian history to convert to Christianity in the year 988. It is a distinctly Christian and Ukrainian nationalist symbol, and here it is embedded directly into the very structure of this monument. So I'm using this as kind of like a thought piece in art to look at how Jews in Ukraine may be envisioning themselves in an independent Ukraine, which represents a break from much of their prior history. Speaking of the history, let's go to that now. So here is a very well-known map, the Pale of Settlement. This is the region in the former Russian Empire prior to 1917, where Jews were allowed to live in Russia. Russia proper had banned all Jews from the year 1479, when in somewhat of a scandalous development, a member of the royal household, influenced by a local Jewish doctor, converted to Judaism. At that point, the church was enraged. and they actually done a centuries-long campaign to root out what they called as Judaizers, and no Jew was allowed, except under very exceptional circumstances, to live in Russia proper. Catherine the Great, the 18th century ruler who was involved with the dismemberment of Poland, suddenly found herself, with the acquisition of those Polish territories, the owner of the largest single population of Jews in the world. And although the church urged her to expel them or do something with them, she nevertheless effected a compromise by creating this territory where Jews were allowed to live. And as you can see, it extends in the north from the Lithuanian and southern Latvian territories down to what would later be Belarus. On the western part as the Kingdom of Poland, and then the large part towards south is Ukraine. This circle here just briefly describes the main area of settlement, which was on the right bank of the Dnieper River, which bisects Ukraine. It goes through Kiev and then down to the Black Sea. Most Jews lived on the west side of that river. Was towards the area of Jewish settlement, and Odessa as well for others because it was founded in the late. For the most part, in this region, Jews lived among Ukrainians in a kind of an economic symbiosis where there were moments of conflict that I'm going to explain in a moment. But by and large, it was uneventful. By and large, they slowly picked up cultural habits and tics and ideas from each other. Most of Eastern European Jewish cooking, for example, is overwhelmingly Ukrainian in nature. There's a tremendous amount of Ukrainian in the Yiddish language. A certain amount of Yiddish also made it into Ukrainian and so on. But if Jews had to sort of identify with a nationality after being Jewish, it tended to be Russian because the Russians were the dominant power. And it's dangerous for minorities to identify with a powerless population, even though they may be the dominant population in the region. Nevertheless, it might not work out well for them, as we should describe. There was one moment, however, where this changed dramatically, and that is the topic of the dissertation that Rabbi Morrison mentioned earlier. During the brief period of the immediately after the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917, Ukrainians and Jews attempted to establish an independent state, which was founded on much more European principles, not as an ethnic nation state, but rather as a citizen-based state in which all minorities would have unprecedented rights and privileges, including the Jews. And as one artifact of that period, here is a 100 karbovanets bill, a unit of currency from that very brief-lived time. And on the other side of this bill, it's all in Ukrainian, which was the dominant language, at least in terms of the population. But on this side, the obverse, you had 100 karbovanets written in Russian, Polish, and right below the numbers 100, you see it's written in Yiddish, because the Jews were actually given a minister of Jewish affairs, allocated tax dollars for Jewish schools and mikvaot and synagogues, and the kind of utopian idea that horrific failure largely because of the pogrom violence that swept over the countryside in the civil war of that era. And most painfully, about 40% of the pogroms that were reported were actually perpetrated by forces that were ostensibly loyal to the same government that printed this bill, which is an irony that I pursued in my research. So what happened in Ukraine is now we get to a new period, 100 years later, where there's an opportunity to kind of resurrect that unique moment of cooperation. But Ukraine has a lot of identity formation itself has to explain. Like, for example, you can see here, Ukraine does recognize its unique Jewish population and its long Jewish history that, as we shall see, goes back 1,000 years. And they're prepared in a kind of much more European mode to celebrate and commemorate that. This is a stamp to 2011 that commemorates the 70th anniversary of the tragedy of Babi Yar. That's the horrific massacre of some 30,000 Jews in the space of just a handful of days when the Germans entered Kiev in the Second World War. But at the same time, here in 2009, they have another stamp that's dated 2009 that commemorates the 100th anniversary of the birth of Stepan Bandera, who is one of the figures who is most in favor of collaborating with the Nazis when they invaded Ukraine. So how is it possible that a country can at the same time celebrate its Jewish minority and promote its Jewish minority, acknowledge its long presence there, have a Jewish president, and at the same time, it makes sense in their culture to create a Nazi collaborator? This is that I hope we'll have an opportunity to explain. So let's just do a very quick historical review. How did the Jews get to Ukraine? The Jews actually have an incredibly long history there. There are, some kind of hazy, legendary statements about Jews living in Ukraine, especially on the Black Sea coast from first century of the Common Era. There's also a population in Ukraine associated with Khazaria in the 10th century, so really quite old, really at the very beginnings of Ukrainian culture. But the big masses of Jewish migration to Ukraine happened in the 12th through the 17th centuries, primarily from the Rhineland, the traditional heartland known as Ashkenaz. The reason for that is just twofold. Increasingly unwelcome anti-Semitic pressures that were forcing the Jews from the West to consider new homes, the rise of the blood libel in the 12th century, the host desecration in the 13th century, the Black Death in the 14th century, repeated expulsions of Jews from France 3 times in the 14th century alone, made Jews consider that they were not necessarily welcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, there was a second factor. There was a vacuum for precisely the kind of skills that Jews had in Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was beginning to develop its economy, and they needed an urban population that was literate and especially numerate, that could actually work with numbers and figures and basic accounting, that could understand commerce, that understood metallurgy. A lot of the earliest knitmen of this period were actually Jews, and some of the earliest Polish coins are actually written in Hebrew characters, for example. And so Jews were actually invited to settle in the regions that were controlled by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, in particular their southern land holdings in Ukraine. So that's basically when Jews started making their way from Ashkenaz to Ukraine. The economic structure of the region was very much kind of like caste-like, where the vast majority of Ukrainians were agrarian, working the fields, and the landowners, the higher classes, tend to be Poles, quite often living far away in Poland itself. And here's where the Jews came in. The Poles would basically hire the Jews to act as middlemen or leaseholders through a system called the arenda, which is a kind of tax farming, where the Polish nobleman would say, I would like you Jews to manage my large farm called the latifundia, which included more than farms. It included the entire villages. It included the mills, the presses, and literally even the people, because the Ukrainians were serfs, which is not exactly the same thing as a slave, but not quite as high as a peasant. They were, attached to land. They could not leave the land. They could not marry without the permission of the Lord, and so on. And the nobleman would typically, the Polish nobleman would typically say to the Jew, okay, you and your community, I want you to raise 1,000 zloty from my latifundia. And the Jews would go out and do it. And they were empowered by the nobleman with, the force of law to impose any kind of taxes that would successfully raise that amount of money. The Jews would, of course, raise more than that. They would raise, let's say, 1,200 zloty, because the other 200 would be their profit. And then they would turn over the 1,000 zloty to the Polish noblemen. The problem was that the system was inherently exploitative, such that if the Jews did a good job and they turned up on time with the 1,000 zloty in hand, then the nobleman might be tempted to say, hey, you know what? That seemed pretty easy. I guess I underbid. I would like you to collect 1,100 zloty next year. And that meant the Jews had to come back and get more creative and more oppressive in finding different ways to tax the local Ukrainian population. And there were many innovative ways of taxation which were, increasingly hated by the local population. One of them, for example, was propinatia, which is essentially the monopoly on the distillation of alcohol, which meant that Jews in Ukraine basically cornered the market on all of the inns or krechmas. That's what this art from the 1920s represents, a traditional Jewish krechma, which has Jews involved in the sale of alcohol and also very much involved in music, klezmer, and so on. And Ukrainians in their best finery come to enjoy a little bit of socialization. But if you can imagine that, the Jew is, collecting taxes on this, and maybe he'll allow people to run up a tab, and then at harvest season, you've got to pay up a large amount, perhaps with interest. And the most hated of the accusations, which was widely circulated in Ukrainian folk songs, is the accusation that Jews actually held the keys to churches, and that if you wanted to baptize your child or get your children married, you had to pay the Jew to open up the church, which was heavily resented. What ended up happening, as you can imagine, is there was a rebellion in the 17th century led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and he was able to capitalize on the large number of people called Cossacks or Kozakhe, who were essentially runaway serfs who had made their way to the borderlands, to the region of Zaporizhia, which is today where they have the nuclear plant. And from there, they would engage in raids on Tatar lands, on Turkish lands, and sometimes on the Polish Moldova. Here you can see in this remarkable piece of art by Ilya Repin, something that really speaks to, the Ukrainian national identity, the idea, and this is something I think really fits very well with the way Americans see themselves. As a Canadian looking from the outside in, I perceive this about your wonderful culture, and thank God I'm very happy to be here. But there are some quirks about your culture that I don't quite get. One of those things is like this incredible attachment to freedom and don't tread on me and don't mess with me. That's definitely a very Ukrainian attitude as well, which comes from the idea of these freebooting Kosake. The leader of these bands was Bogdan Khmelnytsky, shown here on a banknote from modern Ukraine. And he led this major attack against the Poles, against Ukrainians who had converted to Catholicism, who he viewed as traitors, and of course against their middlemen, the Jews. Some of the worst pogroms in Jewish history occurred in the middle of the 17th century, led by this man. So Ukrainians view him as a great national liberator who brought freedom and independence to Ukrainians, whereas Jews viewed him as an incredible anti-Semite. Both of those images are true. They are not yet reconciled in modern Ukraine, but it is in many ways akin to the American difficulty kind of working through a lot of the issues of the Confederate South that continues to the present day. But to give you another example of this Cossack spirit, this is a recent stamp that was inspired by the incident at Snake Island in the war. In the background, you can see the Moskva while it was still floating, and the Ukrainian soldier on Snake Island literally giving the middle finger to Putin, and it goes along with well. That's very much part of the Cossack spirit, which I think Americans can actually identify with. So during some time, what shifted after Khmelnytsky is that although he was a great rebel leader and was able to motivate Kozakhe to organize them, to bring them to bear as a tremendous weapon against the Poles and drive Poles out of much of Ukraine, he was a terrible governor, and once he had control, he didn't know what to do with it. So ultimately, he decided to make a union with Russia in 1654. The guy on the left is actually my younger self when I was doing my dissertation research over there in the 1990s. And behind me is the Great Soviet Monument commemorating that union, which of course is really great for Soviet and Russian propaganda because it indicates the huge friendship of the Ukrainian Russian peoples, which you can see on the right in the statue, which is actually at the very bottom of the apex of that arch, that shows heroic buff, shirtless, saintly Ukrainian Russian people upholding the Soviet emblem as a symbol of eternal friendship of Ukrainians and Russians. Here you can see how the arch was defaced by protesters in 2020. They painted a crack on it to indicate that a loving relationship between Ukrainians and Russians had changed dramatically in recent years. Now, at this point, I'm seeing that I'm taking a little longer than I expected, so I'm going to kind of zip through this in one sentence. During all of this period, we've had a series of triangular relationships. There's Jews, Ukrainians, and one other people, either the Poles or the Russians. This also repeats itself in the Western part, which kind of as an exception because it was under the Austro-Hungarian government rather than the Polish or the Russian government. In all of those relationships, Jews tended to orient themselves towards the more powerful nationality, originally the Poles and later the Russians. But in the 19th century, that begins to see some changes, which we can discuss very briefly now. So as I mentioned, during the revolutionary period after the Romanov dynasty fell, there was a brief period of rapprochement between Jews and Ukrainians that ended in terrible and bloody failure. Central to that failure is the figure shown here in this statue. It is exactly from this view. There are many figures that follow the same kind of path, but it seems that the path to Ukrainian independence is almost invariably wrapped up with anti-Semitic agitation at the same time. Simon Petyura, shown here, is a very misunderstood figure. He actually is a journalist. He found himself at the helm of this fledgling government, and in my research, what I argue is that he was not so much the architect of the violence as he was paralyzed by it and did not know how to control it and did not take the appropriate steps that the leader had in order to control that violence. Nevertheless, Ukrainians view him as a hero. Here you see the statue with the blue and yellow flowers, and the Times of Israel is complaining, of course, that he's pogromist, and nevertheless is a statue set up to him. He was later assassinated in Paris in 1926 by this man, Shalom Schwarzbard, who murdered him specifically because he viewed him as the person who had organized these horrible pogroms in 1919. And when Schwarzbard was amazingly acquitted by a Paris jury, perhaps feeling guilty about the Dreyfus affair that was 30 years earlier, in which they convicted an innocent Jew. In this case, they actually acquitted a clearly guilty Jew who murdered him in cold blood in the street and was not repentant about it. But it was nevertheless seen by Jews as a huge victory. You can see a remarkable piece by Chagall that shows the raised torso with these angel of vengeance flying overhead and the word Schwarzbard written in Yiddish, as if that is the Torah. The Torah is Schwarzbard vengeance. Imagine the Jews after the events of 1919. And there are many places, like here in Beersheba, the street named after Schwarzbard, which is called Hanokim. So, just like we saw with Khmelnytsky, you have a moment where, the drive towards Ukrainian independence is intimately wrapped up with anti-Semitic violence. The worst period, of course, would be during the Holocaust, and this is what stands and looms so large in the American diaspora. You should understand that Ukraine was divided by the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the secret pact between Hitler and Stalin in 1939. So here, this region was divided between the Soviets, over from Poland, divided by the Soviets and the Nazis. And so for 2 years, the Soviets came in and tried to forcibly communize the region, imposing agricultural and communal standards and persecuting religion, much like they had in eastern Ukraine, which included the horrible, disastrous Holodomor, the terror famine of 1932-33. at its helm was a Jewish figure named Kaganovich. So Ukrainians viewed this rapid communization of the area to be essentially an expression of Jewish activity. This was not at all the case. There were some prominent Jews definitely in the Soviet movement, but they were largely killed first in the 1920s and early 30s, and you don't have the same kind of phenomenon. But nevertheless, belief is far more important than reality, and many Ukrainians view the Jews as being allied with the Soviets that they hated so bitterly. When the Nazis double-crossed the Soviets and invaded, they came into this region with 4 units known as Einsatzgruppen, or mobile killing squads, and this was the so-called Holocaust by bullets. I've already mentioned Babinyak. That was where some 33,000 Jews lost their lives. And by the way, the Nazis would continue to use that word even for another couple of years, killing another 60,000 non-Jews also in Babinyak, buried together with the Jews in a mass grave. But this is the way in which most Ukrainians were associated, if they were associated with Nazis, and the Holocaust is through this Holocaust by bullets, in which the Nazis would employ so-called Hilfsbürger, or willing helpers from the local population to engage in assisting these mobile killing squads, killing somewhere between 1.5 to 2.5 million people in these communities. This is incidentally the way in which my own grandparents lost their families at this time. Babi Yar was recently bombed by Putin, of course. Luckily, the monument itself was not down. But even here you can see, despite the history, there's still blue on flowers as deeply Jewish Holocaust. So we have to try and unpack how it in our current moment, Vladimir Putin is looking to channel his Tsarist predecessors to develop this idea of the Restream, the Russian world, in which he wants to try and recreate this larger Russia, which includes Ukraine as an intrinsic component part of it. But it's interesting to note that the main sort of justification for propaganda purposes for attacking Ukraine is that it is filled with Nazis. But we should understand that what does that term Nazi mean? It's clearly absurd. The country is not filled with Nazis. But for Russians, they view the idea of Nazis as anyone who tries to conquer their country from the West. This is a huge thing for them. It's much bigger for Russians than it is even for Americans. As much as we revere the greatest generation and D-Day and things like that, Russians, of course, had Nazis on their soil. And so they created, like in Kiev, this massive and rather grotesque motherland statue to symbolize the defense of the country from those invading countries. And so in a way, Putin is actually thinking of the EU and NATO as the Nazis. And Ukrainians, by reading that way, fall into that definition. For Ukrainians during the Nazi period, it's much more relevant to think of their at one time connection to the Nazis, and I'm generalizing because I'm running out of time, as really one in which they're trying to get rid of the Soviets. They view the Nazis as hated enemies, but possible temporary allies. This is actually a propaganda picture from an organization called the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists and a related organization called UPA. And as you can see, the soldier here on the bottom, he's trampling on both the Soviet and the Nazi flags. The Soviet one on top, the Nazi one below, because they view the Nazis as their allies to kick out the Soviets. This is still present to some degree in certain elements of Ukrainian society, but as we shall see, very small elements. This is the Azov battalion that clearly has a small element. Some scholars estimate as much as 10 to 15% of their enrollees have neo-Nazi inclinations. And the question and answer, maybe we'll have an opportunity to discuss this in later. Contrast this, on the other hand, by someone like Volodymyr Zelensky, who, like Putin, is named after Prince Vladimir, that very first Ukrainian prince who chose Christianity in 988. But his vision is of a Eurotropic Ukraine. He is not thinking of this Restream, this great Russian Russian world that includes Ukrainians as younger brothers to the Russians. He's thinking of Ukraine as a multi-ethnic, multinational, modern state that can admit many different populations. And it's amazing that Ukrainians agree. 72% of them voted for Zelensky in the last presidential election. A phenomenal number that, in America, you can only imagine in a presidential election that has such high margins of victory. And ironically, the Putin's invasion has only accelerated this tendency. Comes now to the implications of the future by way of conclusion. Here's a remarkable study that appeared in 2018 from the Pew Research Center. When asked the question, would you be willing to accept Jews as citizens of your country? Ukrainians were the most welcoming of Jews of all people. Only 5% of Ukrainians said that they would not be willing to admit Jews as citizens of their country, which, was half as much, a third as much as Russia and Belarus and Poland, a quarter as much as my homeland, Lithuania, and 1/6 of Armenia. It's a remarkable number. American Jews tend to have this image of this inveterate Ukrainian anti-Semitism. The Ukrainians were the worst during the Holocaust. Maybe something we'll discuss in the second here as well. Nevertheless, modern Ukrainians see that. And if we compare this number with a similar study done by the same institution in 2019, it's not exactly the same questions, but Jews are very well welcomed in this country. And if you look at the figure on the right, among those who are coolest Jews, the mean number was 8%. So America may not be as welcoming to Jews as, which kind of boggles the imagination. Nevertheless, we are looking at an embattled Ukraine at this moment. This map is actually from last week. I'm not sure what it looks like today. But as Jews, you should recall that we just read the day before yesterday in synagogue. We just read the Shirat Hayam, the tremendous description of the Jews through the sea, and all seem to be lost. It is arguably the greatest refugee story in world history, and perhaps we should bear this in mind when we're thinking about the fate of Ukrainians who are now also with their backs to the sea and deeply in need of our prayers. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and at this point I'd like to turn back over to the Rabbi for questions.
Because, his body's adapted for cold. He's got this crazy wool coat where he goes. It sucks. But for us, man, we sweat. And they figured out, I guess, a long time ago that these animals, if you just keep running after them, eventually they just can't do it anymore. And then they lay down. And then you fucking stab them. It's so fucking wild. But it made insane runners.
All right, well, it's good to see you all here today.
We're going to feed your children.
I would like to start our gathering in a good way by acknowledging that the University of Alberta is built upon the traditional lands of the Cree, Blackfoot, Métis, Dakota Sioux, Iroquois, Dene, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, Anishinaabe, Inuit, and many other indigenous peoples. By acknowledging and teaching about past and contemporary injustices, we are making an effort to help ensure that history does not repeat itself. It is only when we are accountable for the past and understand the present that we can move forward to a future reconciliation. I would also like to acknowledge and thank all of the indigenous people on our campus who are working diligently to make meaningful change to the systems for future generations. And finally, I want to acknowledge that many indigenous peoples from all across the Turtle Island have studied and at the University of Alberta. We need to value their diversity, their cultural worldview, their resilience, and their many contributions.
I started doing jiu-jitsu in '96.
All right. Well, it's my honor and privilege to welcome you all, whether you are attending in person or online, to this opening classics and religion graduate student association's World Conference on the theme of society's
And so I started
crisis, reaction, resilience, and resolution.
was right down the
So,
street from the comedy store.
wonderful
It's real close to the comedy store.
contemporary
And
theme and
that
topic.
was what Vitor Belfort was just what John
My
Hess
name is Ryan Bunch.
was
I hold the Department of History classification at the University of Alberta. After a while now, I have one more year to go. I've been at the university since 1998. I remind people that there's one more year to need a new chair. But the University of Alberta is one of Canada's leading comprehensive research universities with 500 graduate programs, 200 plus undergraduate degrees. And our department dates back to the beginning of the University of Alberta in 1908, when the Department of History and Classics were both among the founding departments in the university. Today, our department is home to 7 undergraduate degrees, 7 graduate degree programs in the separate disciplines of classics, history, and religious studies, as well as the interdisciplinary degree programs that link across those disciplines. We have many areas of research strength among our faculty members and our graduate students, including most relevant, I won't try to list them all, but most relevant for today's event. We have research strengths in Ukrainian history and Ukrainian studies, and in religious studies and the history of religion, which is an area of strength in classics and in history, as well as most obviously in religious studies. This conference, the HCRGSA Graduate Student Conference, is an annual event that is intended to showcase research undertaken by around 75 graduate students in our department, ranging across the disciplines of history, classics, including classical archaeology, and religious studies. It also features the research of graduate students from other disciplines at the University of Alberta and from other institutions. I meant to specifically people who are observing online today's event. I see there are 48 participants online, in addition to probably 40 in the room, so that's great to see. The conference today and over the next few days, is generously supported by the Faculty of Arts Conference Fund, by the Ellsworth Jewish Studies Endowment, and the Jewish Federation of Edmonton, by the Lutzke Family Foundation, and by the Department of History, Classics, and Religion itself. Lastly, it's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished colleague, Dr. John Paul Zintza, who is Professor Emeritus of History. Dr. Zintza has international recognition for his groundbreaking scholarship on the history of nationalism in Central and Eastern Europe, and on the history of Holocaust during World War II in Ukraine and in the Syrian region. And so Paul will introduce our guest speaker today. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Jewish companions, brothers and I'm very pleased to be invited to see our very distinguished speaker, Professor Henry Abramson, University of Toronto is a private university established in the 1970s for higher education for Jewish communities. Dr. Abramson has been serving as the Dean of Arts and Science through since 2015. Although based in the United States for over 2 decades now, Dr. Abramson is a fellow Canadian. He was born in 1963 in a small town then known as Ansonville in Ontario. Later, the former Ansonville was incorporated into Whitlock Falls, but he still found on Google Maps.
there's a lot of people out there.
Ransom goes from the far north of Ontario,
He's got this
450
vision for
miles
those
away
goals
from
once for his company and goals like once for
This
his
is
life.
the valley's experienced the coldest temperature ever recorded
That
for
probably works
Ontario.
too, but for me,
January
I
1935,
just
the
only,
mercury
I
was
feel like
dropped
I
to minus
only want to
70
think about the
degrees.
process. I want to put all my energy to think
The
about
young
the
Henry
process.
grew
That's the
up,
rewarding part for
and
the
it's hard to
creator,
believe that
right?
it's
Like,
the young
me in
Henry.
the
There
studio
once
by
was a
myself
young Henry.
creating. I get that
The
clear
young Henry
mind
grew up in
where
this
it's like,
frosty
I
land,
feel like
where
I
people
fucking
traveled by
meditate
snowmobile and
6
kids
hours a
occupied
day,
themselves with all
you know,
kinds
just
of
from
woolen
everyday
sweaters.
visuals. Because
Henry
at
was
some point in
sold
the
to his
painting
child
process,
in this small
like
town.
the paintbrush turns
He
into
had
a
to learn
mantra
to fight
almost, to
defending
where like
himself
everything
against
in my
men
mind,
like
just like in
bullies.
jujitsu, like everything
His
shuts
parents
off
had
because
failed
we're in a
to
hyper focused like
his
mode of
entrance were so
accomplishing
poor,
tasks.
and
Right.
his
And that's for me
educational
big
resources.
is
His
that
parents sent him to
yeah, it's those
Toronto when he
moments
was
though,
10.
even when I fucking
His
hate
mother
it, because
lived
there's
with
plenty of
him
times where I'm
for
like this
7
motherfucker.
years a week. He was good school.
I can't get it. Like I know where I want it to
He
go, but
received his
it's like,
education in
well, for
Toronto,
sure
the
you have to take
University of
35 fucking
Kingston in
steps
Toronto,
before you can
earning a
get
BA,
there.
MA, and
You know,
PhD.
like I know that
He
like
wrote
the
his
finishing a painting
doctorate
is a little bit like
dissertation
a
under the
drug.
supervision
I don't know if you've
of
ever
a
experienced
leading
it, maybe like
historian
after getting off stage or
Professor
something,
Paul R.
but it's
Martin.
like there's a little like
It was while he
dopamine
was a
reward
graduate
when it's
student
done,
in
when it's
Restream
complete and
that I
done.
first was
Like,
noticed
ah,
a
look at
bright
that.
young
Yeah, it's like
scholar
catch your breath.
who was
Yeah,
working
I
on a
used to
key
feel like you
topic
don't
in the
know
history
sketches,
of
like the
Jewish
drawings.
religion.
Yeah, but a smaller scale,
As
obviously.
I see it,
I think it's the
he
same
was
thing
undertaking a
with
major
martial
project
arts.
that would lay
Because, you know,
firm
people always talk about
foundation
martial arts being
for much of his later work,
you know, I
and
think
it brought him
the
to
thing that,
prominence
and if you
in
thought
the
about
story
martial
of
arts,
the
like if you were a
precepts
black belt,
and
and you thought about all the
He
time
was an
that's going to take
examination
before
of
you
training Jewish
become a black
nations
belt, you're like, oh
during
my
the
god,
turbulence
yeah,
and
I can't do
violence
this. But if you just
of
think
the
about the
Framing Revolution
process,
of
the
1917 to 20.
process will get you there.
This was a
Yeah,
rich
you just
and
have to just
controversial
only
theme.
be thinking about this idea, this
During the
process of
revolution,
improvement,
the
of
short
dialing
lives
it
of
in.
Framing
That
government
there's people
implemented an
refer to martial
unprecedented
arts as
program
teaching
of
the
equal
nations
rights and
because
cultural
to do it
autonomy
right,
for
you're
the
kind of
Jewish
at your own
population.
limit.
Complete
Like,
with
you
the
have to do
Ministry for
English
Jewish
too much, or
Affairs and
I
assistant
did a year
staff
one
for
time.
the Yiddish language.
I got punched in the face a lot.
But when the government began to lose control over the territory and population, and to transform into a mobile armed camp, troops loyal to it perpetrated savage programs against the Jews, killing tens of thousands. The assessment of the period has been radically different from the historical memories of the Chinese on the one hand and Jews on the other. No one has been able to sort it all out, and they say obviously it's full of options. Henry worked hard here and brought more sense to the topic than it ever gave to evidence previously. He had the distinct advantage of having learned to read and study Yiddish. The initial announcement of the results of research was in the premier journal of the Russian University field, Lodge Review. He was still a graduate, student, and published. In 1995, he completed a doctoral dissertation on the subject. He did further research and he wrote the dissertation in geography, published in 1999 by the Training Research Institute and Center for Jewish Studies at Harvard University. And he received enthusiastic reviews and is still frequently cited and sometimes praised. I myself have cited it many times too. Working on that project led him to reflect more generally on the interaction between the Jews. And he wrote an article of great sensitivity and intelligence on this subject, truly a feminine topic, gathering upon that. Scholars admit the Ukrainian anti-Semitism is something veteran sensitive. Instead, in socioeconomic history, he was still a graduate student in that. What learned from the Revolution Project served him in good stead as he looked more and more on the central event of the 20th century, the Holocaust. In fact, once you see the work on the Progressive Revolutionary Era as a preparation for studying what happened a few decades later. The article on the eventful affair example, like from the right, shows the influence of his earlier work as we reflect on the Chinese collaboration with the Nazis, the murder of Jews, and on the motivation
Like maybe I should know how to do something. Which is such a
What
weird
is
thing.
different, Kettle
It's
Six,
it's
his
really
later work
abstract.
on
Like,
Rabbi
to me, it wasn't like I was like super concerned or like really serious about. But I really had the thought of like if I need to defend myself or if I need to, that's why I was running
he
too. It's like
delivered a
if I
series
need
of
to fucking
brief
chase down
sermons to the
fear,
congregation.
you know,
After the war, the manuscript of the sermon was found amid the rubble of Poland's capital. It was published in Israel under the name of Quebec. Henry's scholarly explorations of the Holocaust from the vantage point of a Jewish holy man, such early readers, such as myself, is fresh and fascinating. I do not think that many scholars have the patience to mull over what the rabbi was saying the way Henry did. Nor do I think that many others would be able to explain the rabbi's point so clearly. In 2017, Dr. Abraham wrote the whole book on the topic, caught off from the year of that. Already in 1990, Henry exhibited interest to grow over time. Visual imagery. I think this first came to the surface when he wrote his article, This is the Way of Love, an anti-Jewish cartoon in the Ukrainian newspaper published under the German occupation. His book, A Prayer for the Government, was lavishly illustrated. He later became involved in a documentary about wooden synagogues. This was the last Jewish synagogue in Eastern Europe, directed by Carl Hirsch and released in 1999. He also became deeply involved in studying images of Jews in the Middle East. He produced an excellent little piece on the depiction of Jewish women in 1996. Already hatred. Working with Florida Atlantic University in Boca Raton, creating geography, images of intolerance and Florida culture. Catalog to this exhibition published his book in the same title in 2009. Dr. Abramson has had published Disney perspectives and rather prominent academic centers. Divinity University of Jerusalem, Cornell University, Harvard, and Oxford. He's been based longer at two universities. He was at Florida Atlantic University from 2002 to 2006. Then he joined the faculty of School of College South, which is based in Miami. And in 2015, he moved to the main Brooklyn campus. He has produced a series of lectures online about Jewish history. He's had over 5 million views. He's presently working on a 3-volume history of Jews. This evening, Professor Abramson will speak on 1,000 years of Jewish life in the prepare to be spellbound.
Well, I was spellbound during that. I'm very grateful for that moment, but I'm very important. So I'll say that. Because I'm deeply grateful. And you added so much time on my history. I should mention to the audience here that, thank God when I was a graduate student, I did use a lot of fast approach in a very nice way. Things fell apart in a very useful way. From the Soviet Union was falling apart right about that time. And I usually met with positive critiques from my readers. The one reader that floored me, that really took me down several pegs, honest, useful critiques was none other than Inca. I'm not sure whether you read the Prophet article, probably the article, or maybe it was the dissertation, but he delivered just a 2-line critique about my premises in going into this particular research, which demonstrates to me that I really only looked at about 10% of the problem, and that 90% of it, like an iceberg, is under the surface, and that I had to really rework things this dude is right. So I'm deeply grateful. We can talk about it later if you want to remember the specifics. But it was the most useful piece of criticism I think I've received in my solid career from someone who is not my wife. So I think I'd like to begin first of all by acknowledging the very grateful host of this evening. I'm very grateful to the sponsors, especially to the graduate students who organized this, the criteria and the small and Brady, and I have to say that letter that you wrote was a beautiful letter. I was like, you had me at the first paragraph. I thought it's such a great thing when students appreciate you. It's one thing when peers do, but when students appreciate you, that's the best. And I'm very grateful to Poland, who is brilliant graduate students, excellent work. They are here in the audience today, and Mr. Finch said they promised not to ask any hard questions, and I'm really grateful for the experience that I've so far. And since this is a multi-ethnic audience, I'd like to begin by saying there's on Edit Paul, Yvette here,
There's certain dudes that have
evening
physical
A.
attributes that are just freakish. They're freakish. Like
Okay,
the first
but
thing that
I really would like
first
to begin my
introduction
talk
to
tonight
really
with
high level
a
martial
small
arts
joke
was this guy
that
named John
comes from the
And
Jewish
John Lee
cultural
was the
canon.
national like
And I'm sure many of you will understand the references, but I hope that they will be sufficiently transparent that even if you don't come from this church culture, you'll nevertheless understand the point of the joke. It goes like this. There's this out-of-work Jewish actor. He's living in Los Angeles. He's waiting for his big break. And meanwhile, he's waiting for this goes on for a year, 2 years, and he's beginning to lose hope. Abandon the idea of everything on screen. Monday, he's reading one of the trade papers, and they're looking for a gorilla in the
That's what I was hearing. It was this dude practicing a
so
spinning
he
back
decides to go up to the audience. Turns out that the Los Angeles Jews,
that fucking
the Los Angeles
power
Jews
was
had
bending this bag in half. And I was
the Los
14,
Angeles
and I was
Jews
like,
had
holy
lost
shit.
in
And I was
and
15.
so to get another one
It was the
from
summer of my
Africa,
15th
they use an
I
impersonator.
changed my life.
So he wilds them in the audition, he gets the part. And
That's crazy. But then, after a while, I realized, like, I didn't really do that. Like, there's guys that are, like, high-level guys that can't do what that guy could do. That guy had some weird gift. He had a weird power gift. Yeah, even some extra biology. Like, body
And
shape.
he's finding
It's
new
100%
ways of
biology.
expressing and putting his instrument in the most
Like,
full
if you
way
have tiny
possible. And
hands,
he's really finding fulfillment in his life. One day,
girl hips,
he's really into
you're
his
just no
drawing,
way going to
and
generate
kind of
John
drops his
type
method of
power.
drawing.
Yeah.
He's really
That's
getting
like,
into his
I can't
draw,
watch
and
to
he's
save my
swimming
life.
with a
But
little
I
bit
got
more
these long
violence
skinny
and
ass
easier
arms,
than
like,
the
I'll
long
darce
still
the fuck
lines.
out. Oh, they're
And
perfect.
he's
Just
out
yeah.
of his
Arms and thin
enclosure
arms.
and
Perfect.
lands into the
Yeah,
line
some
stand
leverage.
next to it.
I think one of the
What's
best
got to
things,
the face of
the
it? He
most
knows his
inspirational
true
things that
life,
can happen
and he
if you
knows
can
his
handle
life
it
is
with
about to end.
jujitsu is
So,
getting along
it's been
like
a
small
long
arms.
time since he went to Hebrew
This is a
school, but he
person that like
remembers
quite a
that.
bit, some 30
So
pounds
when
lighter
you
than
know
you,
that
and
the
just
event
runs
is
through you, and
the
you're
very
like,
last thing
wow.
on what could
Like,
be
it's not about
a
strength at
canal
all.
of
No,
the
it's skill,
unification of
knowledge,
God's name, the very
technique.
last statement of the
Timing,
world.
because
So he
fucking
covers his eyes with his right
Chinese a
hand and
lot.
he
You
says,
have to know
"Hi,
what to do at the
Israel.
time.
Some of the things I thought you all we looks up and the lion so bold, and then the giraffe says, "God, you'll get us all fired."
There's no way out of this. This is tough. This is tough.
Thank you very much.
Like an Eddie Bravo triangle.
The point of this story is
I'm not getting out of this. This is tap time. And I've been wondering, so I played a lot of I have extra muscle in my calf, right? I have the same muscle in my left calf, but my right one is twice the size. Just a little strand from being that little hump on the shin. Just for translating long. You know, you can exercise that. You know, there's a thing called a tip bar. You know,
and what I'd like to propose to you today, which I have learned from my meeting with Mr. Pinchot earlier today, this is not such a radical new idea, but we are looking at a very unique area in Ukrainian Jewish history in which a new Ukrainian Jewish identity is being formed. I'd like to demonstrate that as we race
through a millennium of I don't want to say necessarily coexistence, but these living side by side with Ukrainians in the space of about 60 minutes. I will speak very fast. Let's start with this image that you see behind me. This is a rather remarkable image. Let's place it in situ. It is a Holocaust memorial that is found on the outside of a synagogue in Lutsk, Ukraine, just to give you a sense of where Lutsk is.
I always thought leg extensions
I think we have to
take away, right?
put the mouse on
You know,
here.
the same kind of muscles.
You know what they say?
Like
Extending
extending
the
the
leg.
leg. Yeah, because it feels awkward at first to try to elevate from that position.
Here's a map. You can see the document where Lutsk is, sort of in northwestern
16
Ukraine.
years in now,
Here's Kiev, not here. And here's how it looks on the side of the building. This is a 17th century structure. It's called a traditional fortress style of synagogue architecture. Not
fuck around as much as possible, but you gotta pick
coincidental that this occurred during the technical difficulties. Now, with the uprising that synagogues were built, much like this, I spoke at the King's Jewish Center just last week, and it's exactly like this, actually. And you see it sitting there on the wall of the synagogue, the Holocaust Memorial. Now, let's look a little bit more closely here. Let's see how it's changed in the just couple of years between those two pictures. First of all, you can see that the stucco work has become defined. This is taken, by the way, this picture of 2011, so it's long before the current conflict. But you can see the synagogue has become to decline, and no one is apparently taking care of it. And you can see here there's kind of an interesting sort of shock, vandalism, possibly. Someone has applied two stickers, one above the other, to the memorial. But then someone else apparently has come and has removed those stickers, attempted to remove it.
it's just like I was saying, like
That's
like
read
lower
about
the
how
baseline, like
you
sure,
know
it's
about
that
this
little dopamine.
memorial or what it might mean. There's text in two languages.
So
Here on the right,
so to have it,
the text
which
is
would be
in Ukrainian,
should be fucking worse
not
things,
in
but
Russian.
like maybe not
It's
though.
a
Like sure, it's
dramatic
pretty fucking
shift
bad for you.
in
Well,
language.
I lost 15 pounds, like
That
like that, like
independence in
that, crazy.
1991.
Yeah, it's so
And on the
stupid.
left,
It's so
perhaps not
crazy.
quite as surprising, text in
Stuff all day
Hebrew,
long,
not
all day
Yiddish.
long.
Yiddish, for those of you who are less familiar with Jewish languages, Yiddish is basically medieval German with slang.
My foot on Marshall.
With slang.
I see the kids. Like, I mean, oh, it's terrible for kids. It's so
Okay,
bad.
so
It's so
it's
bad for
basically medieval German with written in Yiddish people characters, a lot of a mixture of Romance languages and Slavic languages as well. And it was the overwhelming vernacular of up until the Soviet Union came into existence. And then there was a rapid shift from Yiddish first language to Russian, but there were very, very Jews who spoke Ukrainian words really until the end of the 20th century. And that process has accelerated dramatically, far faster than I had thought you would have said. Now, those things were all interesting. Most dramatic elements like this, something that I'm sure Ukrainian history will recognize immediately in it, but when I speak to John,
all those ideas that sound so great. You just
the
build up a beautiful idea.
appears to be someone teaching God, hand separating and prayer, obviously evocative of the praying for mercy in the context of the Holocaust. How would you explain 11:39. Offer an opinion?
Make myself a meal and have the
Is it
discipline to not
exactly?
eat
Thank you
garbage
for
before
that.
that. When you're tired, you make the worst dietary situations. This is part of you when you're tired of going to school or whatever. This is actually like a thing that happened.
Traditional choir principle of America is associated with maintaining national symbol, which embedded directly within the church the Holocaust memorial. This is fascinating, especially because Jews in the diaspora, Jews were frequently associated Ukrainians with collaboration with the Nazis. The opposite of the idea of embedding a Ukrainian national symbol, which also has strong Christian overtones because the first Christian leader of the Caves and Roots. It's fascinating that it was debated right in the end. And I think this points to the overall malleability of identity that we see in so many ways. This is an article that fits in a very important newspaper, The Forward, written by Michael Gold, who's the editor of Public Book. It's a paper in Cave. And you see the title, The Birth of Ukrainian Jewish Identity is happening right now. And hard pressed to disagree. Let us go explore this in greater detail, and I'll take you through this lightning review of Ukrainian Jewish history. Well, how the impression from this. This is how most Jews think of Ukraine. Used to think of Ukraine before 1991. This is a pale of settlement. This is the region that Jews were allowed to live in under Tsarist rule. Jews have been forbidden to enter into Muscovite territory since the late 15th century. And when Catherine II conquered much of this region in the partitions of late 18th century, she found herself suddenly the largest single concentration of Jews in the world. So Jews in their geographical boundaries fairly identify Ukraine as a distinct entity, but they will kind of roughly speak of overlapping territories. Here is, by the way, where Ukraine is, those who are less familiar with a kind of a very rough bubble. That's more or less roughly how the Ukraine is going towards the western part of the Dnipro River, the so-called right bank, and extending generously into Austro-Hungarian regions and even into Polish and Belarusian regions. This is an area where Jews live side by side with Ukrainians for well over 1,000 years, and there was a certain moment of unusual cooperation. Because Lisa mentioned in the context of my research, this is a bill from 1918 at 100 titles on it, and during this very brief period of time between Jews and Ukrainians during the gap between the fall of the Russian Empire and the rise of the Soviet region, you see that the official language of the country is included on the top left, Russian, on the top right, Polish, and directly under the number 100, the phrase in Yiddish, 100 Tzelbabanches. Well, it's remarkable that Yiddish was actually recognized as an official language of Ukraine, albeit very briefly and very tenuously. And if you guys went to the archives, you see how difficult it was for them to actually manage it. It showed a tremendous degree of sensitivity for the situation largely over from 2011 that commemorates 70 years since the signing of Rab, which is what you know, is a very short-term massacre of Jews during the history of the Holocaust.
Nobody's sure.
It is a shared memory because
Nobody's sure.
It's way more efficient than
So fucking. No, you're just
pointing out the specifically Jewish aspect of this tragedy. And at the same time, while you have these unusual moments and artistic expressions of solidarity, you also have some images which are much more difficult from most angles, such as, for example, the valorization of individuals like Stefan Bandera.
Go, girl. Let's go. Keep it quiet.
In their attempt to drive out the Soviets. Earlier today about the there is a kind of a bizarre group of Jews who, in their opposition to Russia, have taken the ironic term Jewish Bangladesh, which is like one of the most weird norms that I've heard of, but maybe we'll get into that in very detail. In other words, this is span of with someone's face on it that would be deeply offensive to many Jews. So how do these two things sort of coexist, and especially how do they create this unique identity? So let me begin at the beginning by letting you know how these things this is actually a fascinating map illustrating one of the tools that historians are kind of on the market. I'm afraid to that with most of us that are our age, that who don't grow up already, but we graduate from this is a genetic match. This traces the population of humans moving to Europe based on analysis genetically. And they have determined, for example, that the roots of Ashkenazic Jews, basically from northern Germany, the Rhineland region, come from ancient origins in the land of Restream, specifically two major expulsions of Jews after the First and Second Roman Jewish War in the 1st and 2nd century. Many of them were taken, as the future ancient historian describes, to Rome. After some time, ultimately were able to gain mobility, and in a remarkable thing that can do, around year 850, a very small group of them, a so-called founder event, that included 4 women from northern Italy, made their way up to the Rhineland region. The geneticists who prepared this for they actually calculated that 46% of all Jews who are Levite Ashkenazi designation descend these 4 women. I believe it was in Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, and they got out of it. At any rate, that's where the Ashkenazi basically come from. There are other migration and so on, but the part that concerns us is that they make their way in the 9th and 10th century into northern Germany, and then in the 13th and 17th century, there's a major migration to Israel. You see in this map here. The Ashkenazi Jews really are both driven out of Germany by a rise in anti-Semitism, and then by the rise of beliefs like the blood libel, century. And at the same time, the post-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which dominates much of Ukraine, has a version of individuals who are illiterate and numerous, able to create an economy in the region. So Jews are blessed, given Magdeburg, which is kind of medieval set of privileges, which communities can set up. The very appealing thing, they're able to set up essentially gated communities, kind of like Boca Raton, with that place, and they make their way to the region of Ukraine. It's also worth noting, by the way, that there's another significant Jewish population, although a very mysterious one, called the Khazar Empire, has its capital at Isil, north of the Caspian Sea. Very, very mysterious people. Besides the historic legends of early settlement in the Krim, which is quite possible, given that Jews were frequently following Greek traders and Roman legionnaires through the region, but the Khazars feature very prominently in a lot of the early historical records we have of the version of Saint Volodymyr, for example, mirrors essentially a story of the conversion of the Khazar king, showing the validity of the entire episode, and is precious little evidence that there was much of a Jewish Khazar kingdom. There have been some fascinating archaeological studies done. Some of them demonstrate that the Khazars tend to use home architecture very similar to that used in the land of Israel in the ancient period. The five-wing house is mirrored here, but that's disputed by many archaeologists. So there have been some very recent studies that they have made their way to the staircase. That was a long build-up for this one Israel killer. So I'm not curious. When we get to these Khazars, there are some really temporary features that are really somewhat practical descriptions that we have in the products of the and so on.
This seems to be my brain time. Maybe try this.
Treasure trove of medieval documents, hundreds of thousands of fragments of sacred tracts that was preserved by the Jews of Kushite. They found this document, which is a very demonstrably Jewish document written in Hebrew, which is basically a letter of introduction. In modern Hebrew, it would be called a text.
that indicates that the bearer of this note has fallen on hard times and is reaching out to co-religionists for financial support. Quite literally, these are used to our own day. People will knock on my door and represent a pet that's very much like, albeit laminated. It is laminated back then, but it's pretty good. What's fascinating is that at the very bottom, this letter, this short piece by William Taylor in the 12th century, is signed by an official in perfect room, which suggests that there were, in fact, some Khazarian Jews living in caves, many of them to whom level of standards that they could find in their documents, corresponds to going to be there for their But there's no question that when we look at the Jews through genetics, certainly through linguistics, and through the written records that we have, the overwhelming descended from those Ashkenazi from the Rhineland and not coming from Khazarian origin.
I know they would have diagnosed me, and they would have brought me to a doctor,
More
put me on
complex
some
and
fucking
difficult
medication,
aspects
and it
of
would have
suicide
ruined
in Ukraine.
whatever.
They were brought in primarily to
Lets me
fill a
focus
niche
on
in
things
the economy,
intensely.
which is something that
You know, they want to pretend
historically
everybody,
excelled in.
everybody
Long
can't be the same thing. We're all wired
in
different.
middleman
I'm not wired
economic
for
war, they
like if
found
what you're saying is
position
boring. I'm like,
between
oh
the great
god,
land
yeah,
lords
I
of
can't
the
attain that in
Ukrainian
a second.
territories,
Well,
the
then I gotta
Polish
go. So what
landlords
are you gonna do
of
with that,
these
Fred?
national
They can
farms
have the
called
boringest fucking
Latifundia.
conversations all day.
And
I
the,
literally
as
feel
the
physical
traditional
pain, but I'm
history
being
goes,
bored.
the
If
Polish
I
lords
find
were
something
lost
that's
to
really
Ukraine
interesting,
and
like
actually
really
managed
interesting,
to
I can
huge
you
fallen
know, I'm
territories
proud of that.
in
I have
order
no
to
problem
gain
paying
their
attention.
economic
That's a fucking
benefits. They would
superpower.
hire
I think
Jews to
so.
go
And
there,
I think
and
they're
they would
fucking
engage
kids
in
up, man.
what's sometimes
I
called
think they're
tax
just
farming.
lazy
The
parents to feel
Polish
this
landlord
extraordinary
crusade, for
child.
example,
That's this weird thing that you have an ordinance to do. And that kid on fucking speed, they're putting him on Ritalin and shit. That's
the
trying to get me
state
realized.
representative,
I was
okay,
this fancy
we
kid.
believe that you should
It just,
collect
I was
10,000
bored as fuck by what, like, whatever they
Latifundia
were
a
trying to do.
year
It's
for
you're
you
an
are
artist, but no one can recognize
for
that.
that.
It's
And
almost like
you
they
are
want to pretend
authorized to go
that
to
that's not a
taxes
real
in order
option
to bring
for a human.
the
But
Jews
why are
could
there so
then
many
go back
artists?
and
How
assume
what are you
this
saying?
was
How is
supported
that possible
by the
that
Polish
you
nobles
want
who literally
everybody to
owned the
fit
entire
into this
town,
fucking
the
square
mills,
peg?
the bridges,
How is it
the
possible that you're
factories,
teaching
even
him
the churches.
a kid
And
comes
the
along,
Jews
he's
would
bouncing
then
off the wall,
collect
but that
taxes on
motherfucker
the
could play
variety
video
of
games like an assassin.
obviously, but they could also
Clearly,
charge
there's
tolls for
something
bridges,
going on with the
they
video
could
games
charge
that you're
for
not providing
hunting
him in
in
the
the
real
lower
world. His
forest,
ability to excel in
fishing in the
video
lower
games shows
pond.
he's
Basically, whatever they
extraordinary.
came up
It's
with
just
had
about
to be a
focusing
legitimate way to
that.
tax the population.
You take some
Whatever
girl who
profit
just wants to
they
talk
were
to her
able
friends,
to
joke around,
earn
because he
was
fucking
the
medicated
delta
her.
between what they
She
had to
could
give the
probably
Lord
be an
and what
amazing
they could
artist.
collect themselves.
Maybe
So if
she
they had
would
to
have
come up
found
with
a
10,000,
subject that
they
she
would
just
try to
loved, like
collect
some
them
kind of
in
science
purpose
subject she
of
logs
12,000,
onto, and now
and that
all of a
2,000
sudden
would be
that
the
thing doesn't
backbone of
exist
the
anymore. It's
economy
not like she's scattered all. No, she's just
and the other 10 would go to the Lord.
what you're doing
In
is
some
boring.
notorious
Class is
cases,
fucking
not too many which have
You
been
have
identified
uninspired
sources,
teachers who are
but many that
underpaid.
consume
No one
very
gives a
large
fuck about them. They're basically babysitters.
and
You're
both
bored
sides of the
because
era,
the teachers want
Jews
to deal you
even
being
have the
bored.
right
They tell the
to
principal, the
control
principal tells
access
the
to the
doctor
churches.
went
Or
to the doctor.
imagine
Oh,
yourself
well, you
if
sit
you
there,
had to bow and you
doctor's
had
office,
to
and they
pay
pop
the
them full of
Jews to
Ritalin.
get the keys to enter the
I
church.
had my Rollins on
So this was not, seen very popularly by the larger population. One last detail, Jews were also given the right of public which means the ability sole monopoly to produce, to distill, and to sell alcohol, creating the ever-present Pepsi, which is like a little Jewish inn that has a both things. And so you put these things together with one last item, lending money on interest, which is something that the church had allowed the Jews a monopoly of really since the 10th century. So you can immediately imagine, as you look picture here, that you have like a more happy depiction of it. You can imagine the same and all the times now where they enjoy some music, and you see a painting where it's there, pouring on a drink. Maybe they're paying for it on credit against the harvest season, and that credit will
say they have, but if you remember, and at the end of the season, they find they've got a very large deficit. But huge flaw in this that's totally different is the fact that the nobleman can come back the next year and say, oh my gosh, right on half of the this is great. I must have lowballed it. So how about next year you go back and collect these 12,000? And that means that the team would have to go back and they have to raise 14,000 in order to maintain the same standard as the previous. And this would spiral up until to the point where there was a popular uprising. The most significant of those popular uprisings was, of course, the Revolutionary Rebellion of the middle of the 17th century, which was devastating for the Jewish community of the region. So now this is basically heroic figure in the Ukrainian line, primarily because he managed to lead a group of peasants who essentially run away from their land, and he united them. They were famously quite fractious before he came to power, and he united them in a military strike on Christmas rebellion. On the Poles themselves, the landlords, on Ukrainian Catholics who had betrayed their Orthodox youth as the Protestant thought to join the new Catholic seen that as an act of colonization. And of course, the Jews who were the Poles, the Arrendatos collected them from them. Now, if you remember back in the 1990s, there were riots in Los Angeles, which were largely an expression of African American anger against the white establishment. And there was riots on the cities and fires that were up in there. But in reality, the population that was hurt the most was not the white establishment. It was the collective payments on whatever property below in the South Central. It was the Korean shopkeepers who lived in the region back in Oakland and operated the bodegas there. And they were the part of it. Even though they were not part of the white establishment, they essentially seen a demonstration of white power, and so they suffered it. It's a very similar structural relationship to the way the Jews occupied that middleman position in Ukrainian territory at the time. And so Khmelnytsky's rebellion was overwhelming, and for Jews it was so powerful that it actually was found in the liturgy. And once a year, Jews will gather, they'll fast for the entire day, and they will recite liturgical poems that reference the horrible decree of Ashkenaz, the decree of 1648-49, lives on indelibly in Jewish memory. That's one of the aspects that's challenging in this idea of a new Jewish identity is that for Ukrainians, Dmitry remains definitely not hero. I mean, he rose up and the oppressors, he drove them out of the land, created, he was like a George Washington in many ways. And he is here on a bench note from Ukraine, but for Jews, this remains like using the same family of people like Stalin and Hitler. It's hard to use after Jews like myself without feeling a certain amount of trepidation. One of the things that we talked about certainly the process of lustration, which is associated especially with Black power, Czechoslovakia, but we also see it in Saddam Hussein, Iraq, and other places where countries who endure difficult periods of national strength have to go back and kind of clean up or polish, that's what the term illustration really means, their history to try and work through some of these difficulties. The United States of America, the country where I live in, has done a tremendous job of this, with the Civil War in particular, Collier Field, with our statues of Confederate warriors, even bring the Confederate flag into the Capitol on occasion, whenever we have an insurrection, it's like that's what we are doing. So this is one of the issues that I think Ukrainians will have to work not just people like him, it's
so bad,
it's
but they don't
also
think they
people
do.
that are
Right? So
there.
that's a
And
thing
the
that
people
you
have to
discern.
do their
In a way, that's a little bit
trying
like
to understand
you
their
see a guy
role
Ron
in the
White tell a story on the stage. It's so effortless and hilarious.
But to move through our race through about 2 years in the same history, from our Restream spirit, I see as one of the key elements of Ukrainian psyche, Ukrainian national, the civic myth of when people believe what is it that makes Ukrainians Ukrainian, they'll point to things like this government may care attitude that is associated with affair. You see it here in this stamp where the back of the course was the once mighty Morah, and he is the Ukrainian soldier on Ant Island, letting the soldiers there know what he thinks of that boat. This is very much kind of like a Nowitzki news, and the fact that they would put it on a stamp is also kind of a Nowitzki illustration. So what characterizes much of this medieval period
when I was
is a kind of
like a year or two
this
before
is an
I
image
left,
of the guy on the left. It's very much, it's actually very fashionable.
I was at a steakhouse and these people were there and people were taking pictures of what is this? And so
Earlier, and I'm showing this here specifically because I want to start, but also I have
this is
to
a vine. What do they do?
here
It's like they dance around.
my
People
my
are
own
so like,
archival research
this is
in
nuts.
Kiev,
So it became another way that you could get famous.
one
You
was
get famous by doing pranks or being obnoxious. Vehicles of in traffic, like it's trying to get famous.
information invited a group of
You come to a place like Austin, there's this relaxation.
and it was still undergoing stuff, and it was still, very quick. People buy and watch, and they're sort of
It's almost trying to get famous. And then you
style
start comedy
bar, they keep their eyes on and they put buttons and so on. And I got to see some of the archival materials, but I was not allowed into the archive of the top the Communist Party archive. It was way too high level for me at the time. I came back to Canada, and the Soviet Union fell apart shortly thereafter, and I got a call within weeks of it collapsed saying, come on back, we cleared everything to get into the archive right now. Because I was a graduate student who had no money, so I just around and stuff at the plate and operate the funds necessary to fly out there and to get into the archive. It was actually an amazing experience. And it really made my decision. It was a big game changer for what I was able to find there. The chaos was tremendously better organized than the Academia Nauk. They apparently had set up things in chaos that I was going to get an apartment, they set me up and like that, and I took the police deal. There was no one there. Just a I had a big wad of salary, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know anyone personally there because I was, stunted around the first time. But I do remember that I did meet one elderly Jewish man.
Thing that has existed with royalty. It's kind of the same thing, like this desire to be exceptional and stand above everyone else.
So I was able to take one day trip on my time to Dave and delivered his medicine to him. And I vaguely remember sort of what his schedule looked like. It was a fifth class, I stayed up, and I had a taxi driver take me around, so I thought it might be that way, and I walked up. I was in the top floor, I knocked on and thought they were there. So it's like me no start, but I was able to spend a few months living with the Ukrainian family, Jewish family, and really getting experience from their perspective of life. And Kay was very generous. The money that was supposed to be set aside to defray my living expenses given to this family, because they were Ukrainian, and they essentially they got like the equivalent of 2 years' salaries from this infusion. So it was very, very grateful. Anyways, this is what I looked like back then. And this is at the famous friendship park in Kiev that has the statue that celebrates the union of Nowitzki, Ukraine, with Russia in 1654. The great group of all of those friendship of people, and this is what it looks like a little bit later. A plaque was applied by Polish military war expenses to show that shipping and Moscow is not nearly the way it was. And the statue, of course, is now being removed.
since the attack. But Jews and Ukrainians were never free to really develop their relationship as a community with one another alone. They were all third parties in the set of pressure that we developed. So it was primarily either the Poles or the Russians. One could say that the Germans also had a very large role in it. Just to quickly summarize, if you do use that word, most of Ukraine was under Polish rule until the 17th century when we had that major uprising. And after as a minority, and this is basically historical Jewish behavior, Jews will tend to totally identify with the most nationality in this land. That's because as a minority, that's what it takes to be. So, for example, Jews québécois used to identify with Anglophone, when I can really find something that creates, and after the covering all very powerful, then many of the Anglophone Jews, like my family, my grandmother, I was entertaining myself first, but I didn't said the name of that people somewhere. A lot of the Anglophone moved out of Quebec and moved on hill, and the Jews who remained, especially those who were attracted from French-speaking territories like Algeria and Morocco, they became francophone and big supporters of the dominant power. You see the same thing happening in South Africa, where Jews tend to be more aligned with the apartheid forces, and so that's well and things as well. So it's not surprising that Jews, even though they're living largely among Ukrainians, as a minority they would identify with the Polish rule. And this was something that was prominent among the Jewish culture. They never really developed a strong attachment to Ukrainians per se, and they absorbed a lot of Ukrainian cultural information, but Ukrainians were not really, creating great works of literature and things like that at that time. Eastern Ukraine was largely under the Russian rule, and then with the great takeover of the Poland, then they also basically under Russian rule with a small segment, really dramatically by Russia under Austro-Hungarian rule. This is a critical thing because both and Jews found themselves deeply alienated by Russian rule in the 19th century. And this can be seen in a couple of different ways. For example, the notorious Cantonese situation. In 1837, Prime Minister told them that it's so difficult to assimilate that what he had to do was to forcibly put them into the Russian army at a higher level than ever before. His soldiers typically avoided serving in national armies, largely because they were inimical with fastest, the food, they were fastest for them, they were putting it for a long time. So they typically paid a double tax in order to avoid military service and to exempt themselves financially. This is one of the harbingers of modernity is when you actively participate in armies like in the United States of America, Canada, and so on. So what Nicholas I did was he said, okay, first of all, we're canceling the optional payment for Jews to exempt themselves from the army. It's not like that. Army service in the Tsar's era was 25 years. It's not a short thing. It's a career service. It's often the perfect thing for the third son of a family. The first son would get the land, the second would become a priest, the third son would go, I guess I got the army. So Jews would avoid this like the plague, but Nicholas I said, no, Jews have to participate in it as well. And he also realized that by the time Jews reached the age of 18 with his conscription, they were probably already deeply influenced by their Jewish background to possibly assimilate successfully. He lowered the age of conscription to 12. 12-year-old boys could legally be taken from the community, sent off to these nobles called conquests, and then they would begin to find the second in the army, or as we call it, serving the authority. This was the reason why my grandfather was recommended out left Lithuania in 1904 because he didn't want to fight
like my favorite comedians, they were all self-destruct
that
too.
is, the battle count with the Fox
Richard Pryor lit himself on fire.
I'm
Like,
going
that's
to
what
Northern
self-destruct.
Australia.
Innocent, cocaine, heroin, Hicks,
So there's a terrible situation.
lots of drugs, and then
Was one of
cigarettes
the
till you
reasons
got
why
pancreatic
Jews began to
cancer.
actively hate
Um,
Russian authorities.
they were
Much
all
more to say about it,
at least
but
some
that
way
was not
fighting some
Nevertheless,
fucking
Jews
thing
enjoyed a
inside their
phenomenal
heads.
population
Makes me wonder, like, how much of it is like
the
maybe that is the
offense
too much.
smallpox vaccine had a lot to do
Feel
with
too
infant
much.
mortality.
You know,
Also,
and you gotta kind of
establishment of something called
So
TEPS was a
this is
situation
the
with
stress of
multi-general,
the job
multi-generation households
itself.
who take
Yeah,
care of
like
small
especially
children,
when you find
and the Jews
success,
actually
right?
had
Because
a
you gotta
higher
keep that.
birth
You
rate
gotta
than
also
some
Still
population in Ukraine.
be
And
putting
from
out
this
new
page
stuff.
in the
So
demography
you got a
map
chance to see me over
as of
this all
Ukraine,
new
you
stuff.
can see the green
Right, this is
colors
stuff
indicate
that
the
was on my
concentration
Netflix
of
specials.
in
It's all
various regions.
development.
The
It's all
blue
like
line indicates
in
the
that
boundaries of
process is
Ukraine, and
it's
you see
fun.
that
Love it.
are
Don't get me
more
wrong.
than 50
Like before I go on stage, if I'm amped up,
Furthermore,
I'm pacing,
if you look
I'm
back
moving
to
around, I'm
specific
listening.
types
I got
of
some music
settlements,
playing. I'm getting my dance on.
you are highly
Having an
concentrated
espresso,
in
fucking breathing. I'm like, oh,
mid-sized
ready?
That's how I always feel in
Like,
off the
this,
green
for
rooms.
example,
Like, I don't want to be too
has
like,
over
I'm just
77%
like,
Jewish population.
Melnick
Melnick
Subdues
has
are a real
80%
problem.
Jewish
Some
population,
dudes that start
and
telling
the
really
large
terrible
cities
stories.
tend to have about
Oh my
a
God,
third
this is so
of
horrible.
their population Jewish. These
I'm
are
supposed
not
to be
paid
just
with
for conference,
technically
sometimes
off
people
limits to
bring in
Jews,
people
but
that
it had about
aren't supposed to be
60,000
bringing
people living there illegally.
counts.
Got a lot of Jews living in Turkey. They're much more hostile to the Russians now, and Ukrainians are also going through their period of national opinion and finding that the Russians are welcoming it every time. Actually, it's to develop their language, their culture, and so on. This is a great identity formation for the Slavic people in Ukraine in particular, but also for Jews who essentially are violent. The idea of returning to the land of Israel is, of course, millennia old, that it was always associated with the arrival of the Messiah. In the late 19th century, Jews concentrated basically in southern Ukraine, began to experiment with the idea of creating a political state in the land of Israel that is exclusively Jewish, or at least primarily Jewish. So these national identities are trying at the same time in the same place in Ukraine. If that brings us up to the 20th century, I think I should pause and take a drink and ask if there are any easy questions before we go into the hard stuff. Nobody likes to ask the first question. Oh, I'm sure you have a second question.
But I think every artist feels like that. Every artist feels like this one thing that they could do one day that's gonna ruin their fucking life. They're always like a bad close. It's all just like this keeping it together thing that you have in your mind, you know? And you have to
when we get
have
to the
some
20th century,
process
see,
that
no,
you
that's fine.
do
It
that
will
keeps
be
you
fought back and
off the
forth,
work
and there are
and
several
not on the
parties that
self-destructive
will
path.
lay
Because if you're a
claim to
person
it.
that like maybe has a
But
drug
basically,
issue
after
and
World
you're
War
fighting that
II,
off, and
made
then
part
as long
of
as
the
you work all
Ukrainian
the time,
stuff.
like you're cool, like you're good. But
That
then
would be like
if you wake up late that one day and you're like, I just
yes,
fucking
sir,
wanted it, man, good for just one little fucking, just a little tipsy. I can stop from the beginning. I was only doing it every now and then. You know, I can just go back to just like moderation. I think it's good. You know, it really gets me a little pep up when I need it. Actually, a doctor gives you a little
the bottom, because basically the way these documents work
It's really
is
so
by
productive.
someone
I
knocking
think
the
I'll
door,
get my company off the
and
ground. If I can
they'll
really
say,
concentrate
I've
with these
fallen on hard
pills.
times, I had an operation, I couldn't work anymore, I had to marry off my daughter,
So
and
it's like,
all this thing.
it's this
And
balance that we all
at the
have.
bottom,
It's not
the
just artists,
signatures
it's just
of
people in life.
rabbis,
It's
community leaders,
whatever the
will say,
insecurity
yes,
is, you can fucking
this
mask
is
it with,
anyone who will help this person, this
some
is
drug or
the
alcohol or
blessing.
whatever.
You know it's not a
or
scam.
you can lean into it and be like, okay, I feel this way.
From
I
the court,
accept that. What can I do?
I think the problem
typically
is
they'll
the
come
term
like from
insecure.
Israel, they'll come to
Because,
you
like,
and
good
they'll
Lord, everything is
travel around
insecure.
and they'll present these
Like the
documents.
secure things, a lot of secure things are
But it indicates that someone of
the insecure
authority
things that are awesome,
in
you know. But there's a lot of
could
that.
not write
That's,
in
that's not what it is. It's uncertainty. Uncertainty is what
That's
freaks out.
really
The options that are
but the whole
possible,
Khazarian
the things that
Any
the
last
possible
questions for John?
results, the variables, all the
So
different
the
things.
20th century is perhaps the most difficult.
You gotta learn how
I
to
took part for my book because I
study this specific area, and that's got a basis. So I guess I'm going to just only plug the Ukrainian translation, which came out a little while ago. Is this a Zoom audience or what? So I spent a lot of time studying the period of the revolution. In a nutshell, what basically happened, the Russian government collapsed in 1917, and there was a brief period of time when the remaining pieces of the Russian Empire sort of recalculated, like the GPS they found, however, very few government-ready people, tourists and numerous people urbanized, people who knew how to organize things, overwhelmingly very society, very great things, because you not necessarily have the manpower, womanpower to run a modern state. And they looked to allies in urban sphere. Of course, Russians were not in this because they considered Ukraine part of their historical Russia. The Poles also viewed Ukraine as part of their historical, and they were not as enthusiastic about participating, although they did have success in recreating Poland, of course, after World War I. And the only really significant national issue is the Jews. And the Jews, not surprisingly, yes, there's obviously a spectrum of opinion, there's left and right, but they just said, okay, this is really particularly in a moderate way and remain within the idea of a Russian federation, and that's the idea of like going step by step. But ultimately, the Jews worked out and the deal, however, fell through miserably. Even though they had remarkably important thoughts of the state and ministry of Jewish affairs, tax money was going to fund Jewish schools and synagogues and this and that, was beautiful, like they official language, the state, all kinds of beautiful things like this. They were overwhelmed by the social upheaval that came at the tail end of 4 years of World War I, and one national revolution in the spring of 1917, another revolution led by the communists in the fall of 1917, followed by a horrific civil war, in which the communal violence vastly outdistanced anything that ever happened before. The sheer scope of the violence of 1919 was so great that if it were not for the Holocaust occurring 10 years later, we would all be talking about 1919 all the time. It's only because the Holocaust represents still another huge algorithm need in violence that we basically forgotten about this horrific time, but it was truly phenomenal. The Ukrainian government tried to establish itself against the ships that were happening. There are multiple groups that were fighting on Ukrainian territory, but ultimately, as Professor Hinton mentioned, they were essentially reduced to being a mobile government operating out of train cars in a little triangle in western Ukraine, trying to evade the attack of Russian forces. Now, the great paradox of the theory, which I explored in my research, was the fact that of the pogroms, which we have quite a significant body of testimony, about 40% of those pogroms were actually perpetrated by the same government that was at the same time proclaiming all of these newfound rights for Jews. At the heart of it was Samantha Craig's Rich Sanctuary, who was, on the one hand, trying to hold together the coalition of forces with no resources to it, and at the same time trying to promote what are essentially liberal Western values. Kadura himself is a very complex figure, and we engage in many debates about his specific orientation, but he becomes a flashpoint in understanding the Syria and a reflection point of Ukrainian relations, as I will show you in a moment. Here's minutes from the Times of Israel, a popular Israeli newspaper, and as there's a statue erected to Syria, who, like Melmurski and like Bandera, is a Ukrainian hero, a national for asserting independence of Ukraine against all odds. And at the
sometimes used by Jews as a public threat or not. You can see surrounded by blue and yellow flags. So for Ukrainians, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, of course we're going to put water here in Tunisia. That only makes sense. But for Jews, it's like in walking distance of the synagogue. How can you possibly be so offensive to place someone who's creating such violence against us in such close proximity to one of our only faiths? The reason why Judah himself is specifically such a flashpoint is because of the circumstances of his assassination at the hands of this man, Stalin Schwarzbard. The fascinating story, the circus story. Schwarzbard walked up to the Judah. He was living in exile in Europe in 1926. He said, "You took a Judah," he said, "Yes," he shot him dead. And then he sent him to there and was arrested. The Paris court tried him, and in a brilliant legal strategy, defense argued that Schwarzbard was acting out of revenge for the pogrom that the Judah had perpetrated on the Jewish people. And amazingly, the court in Paris began to use the not as a tribunal to decide the fate of Schwarzbard, but really a tribunal of the Judah. And perhaps thinking in the background of the horrible debacle of the Dreyfus affair 30 years earlier, the Paris court ultimately acquitted Schwarzbard. They ordered them to pay a token amount of damages, 1 franc, to Schwarzbard's widow, and they set him free. Of course, for Jews who had immobilized, and by the way, the historical establishment was very much involved in this. Jewish historians were called in to defend Schwarzbard, Ukrainian historians mobilized to try and not to attack Schwarzbard, but to defend the Judah, because that's the way the fire had gone. And when Schwarzbard was acquitted, we received a kind of like a judgment of history, or the history is. The judgment of history was that the Judah created this pogrom, the architecture of violence, which I think is a huge overreach. In my research, I believe it's more appropriate as perhaps someone who was inclined to be silent regarding these pogroms at a key point in time during the spring of 1919, largely out of fear of alienating his Islam followers. He corrected that and began to speak for him later, but it was largely too late. So he definitely was not like the architect of the pogrom. He may have, though, committed the sin of omission, but definitely not the way that the historians of the 1920s portrayed it. But when Schwarzbard was acquitted, there was a massive roar in the Jewish community of excitement that this is a remarkable
What's the salary?
that shows the angel of vengeance, in the book of Exodus, image of God acting in the world, like the fact that the definition of place, the chorus play on music actually has the name Schwarzbard written on it. His name and his person is identical to the speaking of the story. That was a dramatic kind of image that illustrates the way many Jews spoke about him. A street among many was named after him in the Sheba Israel, and it was called Hamilton, the Afghanistan. In practice, if you want to do the adventure, but this is the way that Jews began to form their thinking about their relationship to Ukrainians, largely in the wake of that Schwarzbard trial. Then we move to the Holocaust itself, and maybe we should pause again for questions before we talk about the
conversations with Tulsi Gabbard about what it was like. She's a person, she
perfect
tries to be
clear
friends
as
with everybody,
the
tries to reach across the aisle. She's got
Okay,
that whole
very good.
spirit.
The Holocaust. So it's very important to have a handle on the maps of this period. The Ukraine call is part of the Soviet Union at this point, and the western part of Ukraine is part of Poland. Hitler realizes that he cannot win a two-front war. He can't fight to the east and to the west simultaneously. Germany is in the center of the continent. We pacify one side before he attacks the other, and then of course he has plans to go back and double cross
about
Yeah,
Alex.
let's watch this
So,
because it's so funny.
he and Stalin hammered out a non-aggression act in 1939 in China, and that allowed and France and so on, knowing that their eastern flank was protected because they had an agreement with the Soviets. That agreement is shown here in this map. You can see that Poland is physically removed from the map. The Nazis take what is west of that yellow line. And on the right side, in the sort of pale green, are the regions that are seized by the Soviet Union. And they belong to the Soviet Union in 1941, and they go through a period of rapid and brutal communism, where the NKVD, the Soviet people, arrested tortured them, later massacred them, horrible confiscations of property, massacres left and right, explosions, blowing up of churches, all kinds of very, very awful period of rapid communization. Recent people beyond what I want to say were associated primarily with Jews. Jews were believed to be heavily involved in this activity, although there does not seem to be a tremendous amount of support for that particular widespread belief. So it is definitely Jews associated with these dreaded Jews and their earlier incarnations, but they largely did not survive, especially not proportionally, after the Stalin purges of the 1930s. But be that as it may, the people living in these regions, which are called by the historian Timothy Snyder the bloodlands, harbored a tremendous resentment against the Soviets, not only for their domination of territories, but also for the years of incredible struggle. Many Jews were able to flee, about 600,000 fled to the east, surviving in places like Siberia, Tajikistan, and so on. But these regions were just ripe for much worse attack. That happened in 1941, June 22nd, when Hitler launched something called Operation Barbarossa, a phenomenon which has been called the Holocaust. He sent in the Wehrmacht,
You know, it's they all have that like natural development. It's like we all fucking accept this stuff. And we might make fun of it or like bullshit meters off all the fucking you're fucking lying to me. The reason why
coming right up to the gates of Moscow,
to trade stocks is still in position.
But what's significant for our part of the story in particular is that behind the Wehrmacht, behind the regular army,
to figure out at what point in time this is too dangerous and who's willing to like make this who's willing to change the past and what politicians are going to sign for that because they're actually voting against their own self-interest. Right? Because they all decide, like they're playing chicken. Like as long as they don't do it, as long as they don't do it, then they can still make a ton of money. But if you look at the numbers, when you look at like who's making money in the stock market, it is not Nancy Pelosi. It is
an estimated
red,
1.5 to perhaps as many
it's pretty much down the middle. Yeah, I mean, as long as you can skirt the legalities,
in farmland all throughout this region, including 3,000 children in Babinjar this time. My own family, those that did not join my grandfather when he fled Lithuania, also found their last resting place in an unmarked field outside the city of Palma. This is a marker that people that are afterwards definitely spot where my own family lies. So this particular period is especially difficult for Jews because the Nazis were able to rely on significant indigenous support for their attack on the Soviet Union. The so-called guillerga, or free willing or free will for people not only Ukrainian but also Polish, Lithuanian, and Latvian, and Estonian.
we're willing to
Debbie
join
Wasserman
the
Schultz,
Nazis and
Democrat,
push back
Florida,
the Soviets.
Ron
The
Lynn,
most
Democrat,
difficult
Oregon, Williams,
associated
Republican,
with
Texas.
this is not
Like,
just
it's like,
the
it's not
the
blue, it's
Galician
not red,
position,
it's
which
just
represent a lot of
corruption
Ukrainians
across the
in
board.
the
They're all
western
doing it.
part of the
If you're
territory,
making more than
believe that
50%,
joining the
that's
Nazis is the
bananas.
best way
That's
to rid
bananas.
the entire territory of the Soviets.
Like, what is there?
And
Scroll
they
it
ended
back
up
down,
signing up,
scroll
and that
down.
made
Okay,
a huge
look at
difference
this.
later when
The
this
Pelosi
country
one,
and
an
the
almost
United
cult-like
States of
follow-up
America,
for our
and they
financial
actually
disclosure saw the value of her household's portfolio rise by
they were
71%
ultimately cleared.
in recent
The
years.
Shane Commission was
Democratic
this country
training is super
determined that they had not
important.
committed any war crimes, but this is
More
the
than
stain
double the
that
average gain of
the
24.9.
Association of the Nazis
So
that
make
for many
more than
Ukrainians,
50%.
Lithuanians, Latvians, and
That's
so on.
crazy.
There were definitely isolated moments of late humanity, many of which have not been properly recognized. So the incomparable Metropolitan Andrei Shevchensky,
3 months
who
later,
personally
something
acted
comes down the line that fucks that
200
company.
years
She
in
buys
the
stock,
of
and then 3
monastery,
months
praying
later,
for
some
encouragement in
big
Western
one comes
Ukraine.
down that
He was actually
they're
the
funding for
Trilosonite
this new
in
project.
1903. I was privileged to come
Whether
across
Dusty
this
has
letter
official sold stock before
from
Trump's
1903
tariffs and
on
project.
Barbados.
Of course they
Was
did.
privileged to
Now,
come
how about
across
when
this
Trump
letter written
tweets
in
out
Hebrew
to
by
buy
Metropolitan
Apple?
Shevchensky,
Oh, that's crazy. It's
reminder
like, hey,
of
don't do that. It's
his
crazy
follow
that there's so
Semitism,
money
which he
too. How about
demonstrated
that? It's
very
still
well.
like
I think one of the
people
most
are sitting here
fascinating
arguing about
elements
who's
of
the
this
better person.
letter is
Like, it's fucking
proof
wild.
that
Like,
he is
they're
the
both
author,
corrupt
which is
and
very
they're both
common
fucking
spelling mistakes.
some
He
less than others.
transposed
Some
silent
are
letter
just
Aleph,
talk.
which is silent letter I
And that's,
in
I
a
think,
common word
that's
hit,
it.
which
When
is a
you see
mistake
like the
that
South
no
Park
one
episode
who has
with
learned
Trump,
Hebrew
like,
from
I
a
know
Hebrew
we're not
would
in a
make, but
fascist
thankfully
state
done
yet.
with himself.
You know what I mean?
So there are some bright lights, otherwise the Jews
Yeah,
have
me,
it.
it's all weird, man.
So that takes us through the vast majority of the patients. I'd like to speak very briefly
We don't
now
want it to be,
on
they want it to stay the way
current
it is.
situation,
And so there's this
the
weird
conflict in
thing where
Ukraine,
they have to get elected.
and
So to get
then
elected, they have to say the things that we want them to say.
So,
So then whenever
are
you're
there
like,
any
fucking
difficult
Charlie
questions?
Brown going to get that football unless he pulls it
Let's
away.
go on. Here's a picture of Vladimir
What the
Putin
weirdest thing to me
in
is
1980
that
when he was the
we're in this
officer in
complete
Germany.
shifting
And
of the
Putin
polls
is
where the Republicans now are in favor of free speech.
that
The Republicans want to end the wars. They want to stop contributing to
that
foreign
idea
trees.
that was very well
You know,
felt in the
they want
19th
comedy to be comedy again. They don't want restrictions on people's behavior and thinking. And the Democrats have developed this sort of like cult-like idea of what everyone should accept and what's normal and what's not normal and what needs to be
the Russians would refer to them as
the
neutral Russians.
population and what needs to be ignored. And it's just like, God damn, you guys are fighting it for everybody that thinks an electric way. Like everybody who's reasonable left thinking person, which is most of us, by the way. And then you get to this point where you're like, no, I can't go along with you on all these things. You guys are, you're just a bunch of fucking assholes. Or using these subjects as a way where you can behave incredibly shitty, incredibly uncharitable, like vicious, mean, ostracizing people.
Moscow only developed
I'm like part of the way you guys think and behave.
lecture
Pretending
and
you're
was
doing it for good. You're doing it
perhaps
for you're
unwise
calling
enough
yourself
to
to the world for climate change. The
I
fuck
got
you
so
are.
many
You're just a nut.
hatred
You're just a
and
crazy entitled nut. And
they
you're
just
fucking up society. This is not the way people should be behaving.
more
I
than
can't believe it makes people go to them and the
data
Republicans
is
are
where
smarter about it. Now in this day and age, because they're like, hey, we'll take
nowhere
it.
to find the
It's
cases
fine.
already.
You can vote whatever it is.
But
You can
Putin
say
has
whatever
the
you
opposite
want.
idea.
Guys,
Really, planned
it's a big ebb
in
and
the
flow.
19th century.
To me,
This
it's like
idea
it's some weird natural balance of like
which
a little bit to
must
the left.
encompass Ukraine. The idea that Ukraine
Hold the
is
center.
very
If
much
you
and
motherfuckers
walk
could
away
just figure out, like,
something that
we
is not.
have so
And
much
the
common
vocabulary
people.
that you use, which I believe is
Right?
but I also believe
Really,
it's
the basis of our contention. Well, the real problem is the team aspect of it. That's the it's fucking retarded.
Yo, what up, Tim? How are you? All right. Did you get a hooker? Dog, she doesn't want you, or you'd be together.
You should understand that the term Nazi means
I
something very
moved.
different.
That's why we broke up.
Okay,
The Russians,
You think
it's kind of like
you think you could buy me a ticket to go see her?
get out of here with that garbage. Get a hooker.
Okay, how much are hookers?
And it's
Well,
kind of
depends what kind you want.
Stalin first signed a
I
deal with
just got
Hitler
last.
and believed that he was a valuable ally.
Oh, it depends what.
What's the price of the average
Then all of a sudden, Hitler becomes the horrible enemy. So the Nazis, the Russians represent that great mysterious threat from the
Yeah,
West.
usually, at least in
I believe
LA,
sort of alive,
it's about $200 for 30 minutes.
For Ukrainians, however, it's more complicated.
Oh, baby.
Destruction.
None done it voluntarily for no money.
There's no working with them. But let's focus a little bit more on Ukrainians and its complexity. Here we see a poster that celebrates
I lose track at 42.
created after the war. See on the top here.
I lose track at 42.
On the left, and on the right, there's
You got that right, son.
And my heart begins to palpitate when I see that. It's Slavic Ukrainian.
All right, well,
And then at the bottom,
get a hooker.
you see Heroya Slava, but the
No, but like I want them to
Ukrainian
be
patriots,
like
by the
you
way,
I don't want to be there. Like I want it to be like I just pay her like
he's standing on the banner.
Dog, what's the difference between you taking her out to dinner for $200 and she fucking you, and you just giving her money?
that is a great fun.
Those are the only kind of points that I make. Word, dog.
Seriously, like you should fucking study, bro.
Hey,
When you die, they need to take your brain and like analyze.
God willing, with blind uploading technology, I won't die.
Let's make a video.
Do whatever makes you happy, baby.
The way in which they made life to
Oh yeah,
and one of the problematic
All right, so Walker.
association of the elements
Yeah.
of the
where do I even? Where is there like websites? Like I don't even know where to get.
valid,
Word, dog.
but the eyes of
Go to privatedelights.ch.
symbols that definitely make
They have
it
rankings.
uneasy, very fascistic kind of, symbols that are highly evocative of these kinds of things. But I don't think we should waste a lot of
Put on
time
the
over
fucking
this.
watch list.
The fact that
Looking this
there
up.
are
Incorrect.
some far-right elements in the Ukrainian military, when, wake up and smell
That's-
the hummus.
yeah,
We have
some
neo-Nazis
Chinese
everywhere.
website.
February, October, in Los Angeles, and I could bring you newspaper articles from all over that regular
Word, dog.
demonstrate how many neo-Nazis there are in this continent.
It says they're based in Europe.
Dog, get out of here with that card. Type in your fucking location, and you'll see banging chicks all around you.
But I'd like to take us to where we are right now with the bloody Zelensky. And
You know, right now, man, it's like fucking DoorDash just like vicious, bro.
Make sure to read the reviews, though.
Can you send me one?
He said, you know what? This veneer simply does not work
No,
for
but
us
can
at
you like,
all.
can you
We
buy
are all
this hooker?
I don't buy hookers for people. You're a big boy. You figure it out.
NATO types. Value the liberal
I'd rather
democratic
gamble,
values of the
That's a
West
dumb move.
over the autocratic values
That's a
of
dumb
the
move.
East. This is something that
You have
is very
chicks in the back of your mind for the rest of the time.
No, but I can double the money. And get two hookers.
Or you just get one hooker, get your mind off of this chick, go about your life.
No, but what if instead of paying for a hooker, I pay my ex?
But this is something that I think is now.
Okay, well now that's a thought. Now that's a thought. That's basically the old adage: give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime.
This is a remarkable study that was done in 2015 by a very reputable research center. This is held for,
Well, basically, the idea of getting a hooker right now, do you want me to answer the question? The idea of getting a hooker right now would be the idea of just eating for a day. getting his grip in there would be essentially the idea of teaching a person to fish because he could eat for a lifetime, aka have sex for as long as the relationship lasts.
Russia has about a 14% incidence of people staying without.
You were just telling him not to.
Homeland
It would-
Lithuania, almost one in four Lithuanians.
If she's willing to move out there, sure.
You know, 1 in 5, 5%. It's a massive outlier, but it certainly speaks.
So is your girlfriend gonna move to you?
So many little things with Zelensky's tremendous love of.
All right, we'll just call her right now and just be like, baby, I miss you. I want you to come live with me. I'm willing to give you the plane ticket to move out here. Just do it and see how you like it.
She's at work right now. I'm gonna call her later.
Okay.
Israel,
Fuck no. I like MILFs
And she has wide clavicules. You know what that means?
right here.
Babies.
and Russian Jews as well.
Okay.
So I can.
Tried to spread the news
I need that.
between their own geopolitical.
Excellent, man.
And yet the widespread sentiment in
She has
favor
wide
of
clavicles. Like this man is obsessed with
they have
shoulders.
been poisoning the well, even in Israel,
Come on,
because
I need
of
my
his
kids.
close relationship with Iran as of But I think the most dramatic of this shift in
There's
attitude
essential
among
for
Jews regarding Ukraine was illustrated by this article that came out about a week and a half ago in the
unless
New
you
York Times.
unless your status
Very
bill.
sad
You tapped into the looks max.
Of course, dog. I'm in them. I'm in the Looks Maxing Reddit. Are you in the Looks Maxing subreddit, son?
I'm not, bro. I'm actually a fucking
All right. Well, get on my level.
You're like the internet. You're like the god.
Hey, whatever you want to say, baby.
Like you live. Your room is like the brain.
Exactly. It's the epicenter of the entire internet.
Not like genuinely. I'm not even fucking trolling. That is actually like what.
I am the center spoke in the wheel of
I
society.
read this article. Tears came to my eyes when I read this passage. But also met when they were 8 years old.
Word, dog. So that's what I like to hear. So yeah, join the Look Maxing subreddit, and then also there are a bunch of rate me's, which you should be in, like True Rate Me, Celebrity Rate Me, Am I Ugly, Brutally Honest, that kind of shit. Because they'll give you really good tips on how to look like $1 million.
Have you done that?
I did the. What did I do? I put myself out there for the one where you take a picture of yourself and then you ask the internet to troll you. They didn't really have anything too good.
Good as like funny or good as
No, it wasn't funny. It was like I don't know, like shit I hear every day. So it wasn't anything that interesting to me. I would also say some other good subreddits for someone like you are the seduction community, if you know what that is.
I know what seduction is. I don't know what the seduction.
Yeah, pickup artistry. So get in it. Are you in it right now? No, in the subreddit Look Maxing.
I'm gonna join it right now.
Yeah, they're all waiting
Hello,
on you.
colleague.
When you do it, big
I'm
dog.
very grateful to Dr. Galadza and the conference organizing committee for allowing me the opportunity to participate in this august and important. I'm very sorry that I can't be with you in person. I have a engagement in Europe that unfortunately I could not
Which
ship.
one is like the
Very grateful, however, to the opportunity to respond in video
It's just,
format
I believe,
to Professor John
r//look
fantastic
maxing
paper
with like
on
two
subjectivity
X's, I
and
believe.
community. And I hope that my comments will not be redundant, given the tremendous number of very important knowledgeable speakers who will be presenting at the conference. In my humble opinion, Metropolitan Sheptytsky was a deeply passionate human being.
No, not with two X's.
Great reservoirs of faith.
Hold on.
And also the
Let me
capacity
find
for
it.
phenomenal spiritual heroism. That in his old age, in his 70s,
Yeah, it's not long. Is it looks maxing or looks?
and was able to
Yeah. Okay. So there's looks maxing advice. It's LOOKSMAXING advice.
Path-breaking article that was printed in
There are 106,000 people in it.
And Professor Himka's work essentially brings us up to date in the last 30 years of historiography. Although, as I hope to point out, many crucial elements remain unknown and, in fact, mired in controversy. I'm also very gratified that Professor Himka found my very brief 1991 article in Harvard Ukrainian Studies and cited it so prominently as an early element in the development of English language historiography on Sheptytsky and the Jewish community. It, of course, applied a 1903 letter that the Metro had written to a Jewish community and, in fact, sent some funds to them. I'm very gratified that Professor Himka found that article sufficiently important to cite in this paper. And I think it identifies two very important points, especially relevant now, 3 decades since I authored it. The first is something that is really quite good, that it is just a lasting testimony, an actual artifact demonstrating the Metropolitan's long-standing philo-Semitism. And it also demonstrates another point that's not quite as encouraging. I'll discuss that shortly. Let's have a look at the letter, by the way. It is rather a remarkable document. You can see it's written in a very fine Ashkenazic script. He seems to have mastered quite a few of the finer points of Hebrew epistolary style. I think epistolary is actually a word. He refers to his interlocutors as my brothers. But let's get to the second point, which I think is perhaps not quite as encouraging. As Professor Himka writes with his masterful 2013 article in Poland, quote, the development of the North American historiography had essentially come to a close. At that point, Professor Himka moves to European historiography, and he alerts the reader to two very important new works that I unfortunately have not had the opportunity to peruse, but I'm really looking forward to seeing them. Yuri Skeeter's 2018 study of the Studite monasteries in the Holocaust, and Andrei Mikhailenko's work on Sheptytsky and his relations to the Nazi regime. Those look like two extremely important works, and I look forward to reading them very much. But my first question would be, and this is related to the set coming out of my 1991 article, is while it's essentially what has happened in North America and in Europe, what has happened in Israel? What has appeared in Hebrew and in Yiddish? We know that there is a phenomenal number of Holocaust memoirs, many of which are self-published, a little bit harder to track down. We have a large video archive from people who have not published written memoirs, but under the auspices of Steven Spielberg's Shoah Foundation, they have recorded their memoirs on video, and there are a tremendous number of sources that could shed light on many of the questions that are addressed by all of these authors on the subject of Metropolitan Sheptytsky's activity during World War II. And I haven't done the research on this to know how deep it goes, but I did have a very quick look at Wikipedia just to see what's showing up there. And as you can see, here's the Hebrew language Wikipedia article on Andrei Sheptytsky. It's considerably shorter than the English language one. But when you go down into the bibliography list, there's actually quite a few interesting things. There are citations of 2 scholarly articles produced by Yad Vashem, which is especially relevant given the later controversy. They tend to rely heavily on Professor Redlich research and also on David Kahane's important memoir from Lviv, a few other things. But it also lists a 2005 article that was written in Haaretz with a very provocative title, The Ukrainian Schindler, and even takes us to a link to the National University in Jerusalem that lists 16 articles, many in Hebrew and Yiddish, 5 books, and that all have Metropolitan Sheptytsky's name in the title alone. A slightly deeper look at Lviv, at Ukrainian Jews, and so on, I'm sure, would provide a tremendous amount of material, and it remains to be seen, because I haven't received the books yet, whether Professor Skira and Mikhailenko were able to consult these sources. I doubt that the research will change the basic parameters of what we know about Metropolitan Sheptytsky, but I believe that this is an important lacuna that has not been explored in 30 years, and I would really like to see the Hebrew and Yiddish literature integrated into the historiography. I know that I happened to stumble across this particular letter while looking through Yiskerbuch of Lviv, and there's so many sources that we can draw from, and I'm just wondering what other revelations will we receive if we have a look at this very important memoir literature. I believe a very strong aspect of Professor Himka's brief paper is his concise description of the very human process of Metropolitan Sheptytsky's evolving political thought with regard to communism and Nazism. Like many Eastern Europeans, Metropolitan Sheptytsky regarded the Soviets as a catastrophe for Ukraine. The persecution of Ukrainians, religious Ukrainians in particular, their atheism and so on, was absolutely horrific. The massacres perpetrated by the NKVD and so on were absolutely awful. And like many Ukrainians, they viewed the Nazis as liberators. And this explains much of the support that Metropolitan Sheptytsky gave for Ukrainians who were enlisting in forces designed to fight the Soviets, in particular the Galicia Division. And this recognition and initial support for the Galicia Division, which I am certain will be a major topic of discussion in the conference, is a cloud that hangs over Metropolitan Sheptytsky's head to the present day, regardless of the very detailed analysis and ultimate exoneration of the division by the Deschamps Commission. I don't need to tell the people at this conference how this controversy continues even into the 21st, in a very real and painful way for the Ukrainian community, especially those emigres in Canada, perhaps some 900 of them, who are associated with the Galicia Division. But what Professor Himka points out, which is very important for our understanding of Metropolitan Sheptytsky's evolving political thought, is that by the late summer of 1942, after the great deportations had already occurred from many parts of Eastern Europe, Warsaw in particular, he was absolutely convinced that the Nazis were worse than the communists for Ukraine. Sheptytsky rose to his full moral height and used all the powers of his office to aid the Jewish community, rescuing some 200 Jewish children through his Studite monasteries, with explicit instructions that this was not to be connected to any kind of forced baptism of the children, through the writing and distribution of pastoral letters that condemned Ukrainians to participate in against the Jews, and to writing to his superiors in Rome, demanding that some sort of action be taken to stem the flow of blood that was emanating from Galicia. At this point, he is without question a heroic individual doing everything he can to save the Jews with whom he had had such positive relations in the past. And by way of a small tangent, I think it is absolutely fascinating to compare this dawning realization of this religious giant with someone from the Jewish community, a tremendous figure named Rabbi Kalonymus Kalmas Shapiro of Warsaw, who continued to write sermons for his battled Jewish community in the ghetto, which were later discovered as part of the Ringelblum archive. And through his real-time writings, which were designed for a public audience, which we can track from September of 1939 all the way up until January of 1943, when he consigned these documents to the Oneg Shabbos archive for burial. And fortunately, they were discovered in 1950 by a Polish construction worker. See how Rabbi Shapiro also went through a process of realization of the meaning of the Holocaust. In Rabbi Shapiro's case, of course, it was a dawning realization that the Holocaust was something completely sui generis, something that had ever happened before. It's fascinating to note that the timing seems to be very similar. That in the case of Rabbi Shapiro, his ultimate realization of the utter catastrophe the Holocaust represented really happened in the spring of 1942, when a escapee from the concentration camp, the death camp of Chelmno, made it back into the Warsaw Ghetto and was able to reveal to the resistance there what exactly was happening in the gas chambers, I would think that this would also be an interesting doctoral dissertation, a comparison of the realization of the meaning of Nazism for both Metropolitan Chapitsky and Rabbi Shapiro. By way of conclusion, I have to reflect on the fact that my mentor, Professor Paul Robert Magachi, chose to title his classic collection of essays on Metropolitan Chapitsky Morality and Reality. I think that's especially appropriate because communal leaders, religious leaders, and I would like to say even historians, have to negotiate both the moral sphere and also much more pragmatic realities. And Metropolitan Chapitsky's biography illustrates those dangers because he has this long Philo-Semitic history, marked at one point in his old age by a qualified and temporary support for an otherwise completely vile cause, and then his return to that strong position of morality. It makes the complexities of understanding his personality very, very difficult for people who crave simple narratives. And that's ultimately the situation that we find ourselves in as historians, seeking to tease out the meaning of the great arc of this heroic individual's life. One of the most painful aspects of this momentary lapse in his vis-a-vis the Nazis, which is something that many, and one might argue in some senses even Rabiro missed, is that Yad Vashem has still recognized this towering figure as one of the righteous of the nations. It is something that has gained support among many sympathetic Jewish audiences. For example, here is an article by the prominent journalist Anon Lipschitz on Metropolitan Chapitsky that appeared quite recently, because at the end of the day, Metropolitan Chapitsky did save some 200 children, 3 of which are shown in this photograph here in his Studite monasteries. And those children later went on to join the Jewish community in Israel and elsewhere. With your permission, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on what this means for us at this point in the 21st century, reflecting on the life of Metropolitan Chapitsky. I'm sure you're all familiar with the famous quote from the great American author Will Faulkner, "The past is never dead, it isn't even past." Many of the existential issues that Metropolitan Chapitsky faced are still with us today, albeit in very different forms. I'm sure that many of us are following 2 wars very closely, the war in Ukraine and the war in the land of Israel, both of which have consequences for Ukrainians and Jews respectively, and together actually. And I cannot help but see eerie parallels between the moral decisions that Metropolitan Chapitsky had to face in his very different environment with what is occurring today. For example, we are poised here in the United States on the cusp of a very significant election. And while the House of Representatives and most Americans are united in condemnation of Putin for his seizure of Ukrainian children, for example, when it comes to aid for Ukraine, it's remarkable a significant number of dissenters who do not connect the gross immorality of such abductions with our need to respond to Ukraine's need to defend its territorial integrity and especially to return its children to their homes. And when we turn to Israel, I'd like to point out that we all have a colleague there with whom many of us have participated in international conferences on Ukraine and on Jews in Ukraine. I'm talking about Professor Jonathan Dekel-Chain, who is an American-born Israeli who has written very important work on the history of Jews in southern Ukraine, specifically the agricultural settlements promoted by the Soviets in the early 20th century. And he's only 1 degree separated from us. He is one of our colleagues. And his son, Sagi, was taken from Kibbutz Nir Oz, near the Gaza border, and is still in captivity over a year later. We want him to return to his family as soon as possible. So we are intrinsically intrinsically involve similar ethical issues that Metropolitan Cheptyrsky had to face. They may seem much more distant to us because we are not at a time of war here in America, but nevertheless, with our increasingly globalized environment, our decisions and our words make incredible differences. Let us hope that in the merit of studying the life of this truly heroic spiritual figure, we will also merit to see the return of Ukrainian children to them, the return of the hostages to their families in Israel, and the end of violence in both Ukraine and Israel. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this video format, and I hope the rest of your conference goes successfully. A new version of Mesillas Yesharim was discovered in the former Soviet archives. That was written in the Ramchal hand. It's a dialogue. It's a play. It has characters. It has drama. There's one character who is called the Chacham. He is a learner-earner. He's interested in, of course, learning Torah. He's completely observant and so on. But he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry. And one of his interests is he wonders, what is it that those Haredim do with their time? And then one day, early on in the book, he looks across the room and he sees an old high school friend of his, who he hasn't seen for very many years. And he sees that his friend has become one of the Haredim. He says, listen, I'm really curious. I have all these questions about what you do. Why did you become this way? Hello, fellow students of Jewish. I'd like to invite you to participate in a new online course that I've created on the history of the Holocaust. I've received a lot of feedback that these lectures, which I put on YouTube some time ago, have been very well received by individuals who just want to expand their dark period in Jewish history, but especially from middle school and high school teachers who have used these lectures in part or in whole to their social studies curriculum and to give their young charges an awareness of what exactly happened in the middle of the last century and why it is relevant for us even today, unfortunately. So please have a look in the info. There's a link to this online site, and I hope you find it meaningful. Thank you very much for watching. According to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later. And it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. And they call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. The communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here. Tovarish Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes. You know, for example, during the daily prayers, if a woman felt that her claim had not been adequately addressed by the Tuveir or by the Beit Din, she could go show up in shul, could walk into the men's section, stand on the bima, and refuse to allow the services to continue until she received assurances that she would be heard. This, of course, was subject to a certain degree of abuse. It was a fairly extreme form of sanctioned disruption that nevertheless did allow many elements of society that did not have conventional power to be able to nevertheless make sure that their causes were heard. And by and large, this Kahila structure really functioned very well right up until Napoleon basically destroyed it with the destruction of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Positive positive commandments and negative commandments. That is, those commandments which are thou shalt do, go out and do, and those which are thou shalt refrain from doing something. We can also divide those on a horizontal axis as those which are defined by time, meaning go do this at a particular time, or do not do this at this particular time, and other commandments which are not defined by time, meaning that you must always do these commandments anytime, and you must never do these commandments during these particular times. Examples: a commandment which is defined by time would be the commandment to sit in a sukkah, right, which is an outdoor dwelling that is only for the holiday of Sukkot. A negative commandment defined by time would be do not eat bread on the holiday of Passover. You can eat bread the rest of the year, but on Passover, do not eat bread, right? We see just some examples of this, by the way, in some of the most amazing artwork that comes from the Erfurt hoard that we looked at a few weeks ago. This is the one of the marriage rings was, it's hard to imagine exactly how this ring would have been used. It's hard to imagine a single person would own this. It looks like maybe it would be used for like communal marriages and shared, I don't know, but absolutely fantastic piece of art dating from 14th century Germany. Here you can see the underside. Look at how the hands are clasped from the bottom. Absolutely gorgeous artwork. Really, I think it even puts to shame modernly by some of these designs, but judge these aesthetics. I just think it's fascinating. Here is one that is from Strasbourg that is one of the most famous. Sometimes these are called the Strasbourg sisters. And it's interesting because the church is shown here kind of like looking daggers at her sister. And, I think it's a rather unappealing kind of image. Like you don't like her. She's very judgy, so to speak. And synagogue has a much more graceful kind of form, but she is an attitude and a posture of decline. She's literally falling away from the rock, which indicates the collapse, decline of Judaism. All these things, I think, give a very consistent message. I think one of the most fascinating things I've ever learned about the history of anti-Semitism, which is something that has pretty much occupied my mind since I first personally encountered it as a 14-year-old kid. And that is this quote from Jean-Paul Sartre, who immediately after the war published this very important small book called Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question. He wrote, Si le juif n'existait pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. And I think at its foundation, this is one of the most important things to know about anti-Semitism, is that it's not about the Jew. It's about the anti-Semites. The Jewish problem is not a problem of the Jews. It is a problem of the anti-Semites who are trying to use the Jews to explain the challenges they have in their personal life and so on. In Western Europe, I had all these negative things going on. In Eastern Europe, there was a recognition of the value the Jews had to initiate the economy, and so they were actively attracted into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and offered the possibility of settlement there to engage in various economic functions to which the largely agrarian population was not well adapted. And we see this, for example, here's a beautiful example of a Jew, kind of like a Jewish family, really coming to Poland and seeking the refuge there. And the king, who is up on the stairs, is magnanimously saying, well, why don't we let them in? I mean, they seem like nice people, right? So this is especially noted in the various charters extended to Jews. What exactly did Protestantism have to say about the Jews? This was the question that was posed to Martin Bucer. He comes up with this document, which is called the Kassel Advice, because it was composed in a town called Kassel in the year 1538. This sounds a little bit like the Doctrine of Witness, a little bit like the Pact of Umar in Muslim lands, that Jews may continue to worship, but they can't expand. Third, this is one of my favorites. No Jews argue with a Christian about religion unless the Christian is duly licensed to argue with them. I think there's a concern that if Christians discuss these things with Jews, they might end up being convinced by Judaism rather than the other way around. So only professional Christian preachers may argue with Jews about these things. Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. This morning on this beautiful canal somewhere in southern Netherlands or in northern Belgium, honored to the glorious city of Antwerp, which has a huge and vibrant Jewish population. I really can't wait to see it as a point of embarkation for many European Jews, like my own ancestors, making their way over the United States of America. What we did yesterday in Amsterdam, especially the Portuguese synagogue, it's an incredible building with so many details, and I was especially fascinated by the pelican symbol that was used, very unusual symbol used by the Jews of Amsterdam, specifically the leaders of the Portuguese Jewish community, to describe themselves. And I'm going to talk about that in a longer video. Anyway, I hope you have an excellent day, and I can't wait to share more of this amazing kosher river cruise with you.
I taste the salt.
I will eat the red one. Yes? Yeah, thank you. And to have how you just hold it up, you need it like this.
Baruch atah olam she'akol yeh b'dvaro. Amen.
Okay, I'm going to focus it on the actual.
Also get der Hering. Get der Hering. Was ich heute ist Schmuck.
Viel lecker.
Heel lekker.
Gibt gewinnt Stuhl in Nachts von den Kindern. Aktive und Chassine Teure.
Duarte de Paz, he was a Portuguese diplomat who was of crypto-Jewish origins, which means his parents were likely converted in the course of 1496-97 in Portugal, and he was born in 1500. But he had this remarkable career lobbying popes to hold off persecuting other Portuguese crypto. And it's just mind-boggling what he got away with. And he went to Pope Clement VII and actually got the Pope to cancel the Inquisition in Portugal. This is amazing. Was able to get Pope Paul III to actually pardon 1,800 Portuguese crypto Jews who had been arrested for secretly practicing Judaism and have them released from these Portuguese dungeons. 1,800 people. It's just incredible. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. This is the first in a series of very short, brief videos that looks at the question, what is a synagogue? And our first topic is, it is a place of prayer. Where does this term synagogue come from? It's Greek, and it means basically to gather together. That's a translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, or literally a house of entrance, meaning a place where many people come in to gather together. This is one of the great gifts of the Jewish people to the broader world, because this institution of the synagogue, which really began with the Jews, was later widely imitated, in particular by Christianity and Islam, so that if you go not only to your local neighborhood synagogue on Saturday morning, but if you go to a mosque on Friday or a church on Sunday, you are really going to an institution which was based on an early Jewish innovation. A synagogue is distinct from the temple, right? In ancient Jewish history, we have the central location of worship, the Beit HaMikdash, a permanent settlement of the temporary traveling tabernacle that's described in the Torah. That was called the Mishkan. And during the ancient period, all other kind of sacrificial altars that may have been set up for individual families across the land of Israel were phased out as this central location for worship was established. But the synagogue is quite different. The synagogue is not trying to compete with the temple. The synagogue is like, we're too far in the temple and we still have a desire to express our need for closeness to God, and we need some kind of place to do that. When did beautiful institution start? According to the Midrash, Yalkut Shimoni, number 408, this institution is ascribed all the way back to Moses. We see this argument also mentioned in the first century historian Josephus, and even in Christian sources, there's an attribution of this institution to Moses. There's a lot of interesting literary suggestions that the institution of the synagogue was widespread by the 6th century before the Common Era, when the land of Israel was conquered by the Babylonians, and many of the Jewish population were exiled all the way back to Babylonia, and they set up some kind of houses of worship over there, longing for their far-off home in the land of Israel. We see this referred to in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 11, verse 16. God says through the prophet, I will be for them as a little sanctuary in the countries where they are come. The Mikdash Ma'at,
Welcome.
right? Small sanctuary.
How are you?
And this certainly is the.
What's good, son? Oh, what's good, girl? How are you? What's going on, Holly? Holly. Hope you're doing well. Can you hear me? You're muted if you're trying to talk. I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
The idea of what a synagogue should be. There are interesting passages in the Talmud that talk about ancient synagogues from this
Yes,
period.
now I can hear you. What's going on, girl?
You hear me?
Yes, now I can. Yes, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Now I can, yes. I can hear you now. Yes, I can hear you right now.
Okay.
How are you?
My mic was also turned on for my own computer, so hello.
Hello, how are you?
Okay, I'm just popping in to say hi.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
How,
Last time I was in here, there were some individuals that were talking some things that I didn't follow the conversation very well.
yeah, you're not the only. I have some people who, let's just say, they have their own individual issues, and I don't necessarily intervene. Just kind of let them go sometimes. But you're exactly right. You weren't wrong on that one. So how are things? Have things improved in the house at all?
Be rude, you know what I mean? But it felt like anything I would say is taken to be rude, so I just decided to just.
Don't you worry about that. So how are things in the house? Have they improved at all?
I talked to different individuals, some of which want to marry me, other ones of which would like to actually go and date people with probably that mentality of those other people, rather than myself or something. So, and then I talk to other people that might have a bread line to shelter, I guess, and maybe some business proposition for like a podcast or something in the future.
Okay.
So I'm exploring all that stuff.
Have you video chatted with any of them?
Yeah.
Oh,
I video chatted.
That's great.
It's not from Craigslist. It's just from Craigslist people.
Yeah.
I apologize if I'm noisy. I'm sorry, my thing.
No, you're good. And you've both been on camera?
Yes.
Oh, that's wonderful. Good job, Holly.
I'm doing makeup. Right?
That's fine. Yeah, no, but just it.
Almost like completions and then to
It's more difficult.
Straight text messages and then straight to cam.
Okay, that's great. And you really like these people?
But one I think is a little bit ahead of themselves in terms of trying to keep up with me. and maybe where they are in their life is a little bit needs some work, right?
Okay.
It's kind of like these people will offer things, but they'll have their shit together to actually offer it, and then it's like they want to give you on the hook string, right?
Right.
So they have their own thing to deal with, and the other one is on vacation and will be back, but that one's not like a love interest or anything. That's business. I might be able to stay with them, type of thing.
Okay. Did you post on either OkCupid or Plenty of Fish?
No, I have not, because I don't want to.
Okay.
I'm not looking anymore. I give up. I do.
You shouldn't give up though.
No, I don't want it. After the one interest I realized fell through, I'm going to breathe. It's not going to do so with the. I'm going to do it alone. Is what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Because I'm just going to do it alone. I'm not really looking for a partner.
Okay.
If it pops up, then it pops up. But I don't think I'm going to be able to recreate the connections that I thought I had in my head with somebody. I thought maybe I could transfer it to other people like all the other whores do, but I cannot.
Okay.
And I just don't want to go through that again.
Okay.
Basically, I did it to myself is what I did. And it's okay. I acknowledge that. No hard feelings.
Okay.
But some people kind of lead you on, and so I'm going to do it myself.
And where do you think your next location's going to
be
be?
able to start sometime in the spring. I'll probably be able to start if everything else goes as planned for like relocation, and then I can try to work on my RV with some income and do work, and then also a podcast, and also something I'm going to be able to then into sexual things because that's what sells. And then I'm going to take my RV and locate to a location where marijuana is sold. And I'm going to try to get into the marijuana business and maybe get into biotechnologies when cannabis with nicotine. Using CRISPR or some sort. And I understand all the back to the FDA and the medical community and shit, but maybe that will change by that point, which will be additional income for myself because no one's really pushing for that yet, but I want to do it. That'd be a lot of case studies and things like that nature, but I eventually will. I don't like cannabis myself, right? Nicotine type of person. The alert with nicotine and the sedation of marijuana. So that might be an interesting combination for people. In the meantime, I do gummy, so cannabis, and people can blend them, right? They can do what they want.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm looking into all of that shit.
What kind of podcast?
Drugs and sex rule the world. Acknowledging this and ready to ride the wave, but not prostitute myself nor indulge in the drugs myself. You see? I never want to be broke again. So I'm going to just join. If you can't beat them, join them, right?
Okay, so does that mean like you're going to be a cam person or like an OnlyFans person?
I think I'm going to try to have my digital twin of sorts, kind of like reenact my life story a little bit, and then like do some posthumous kink type of thing, so I can start going to the future. Like I'm gonna seduce them into the future. Posthumanism via a VTuber or AI. I don't know if OnlyFans will actually allow me to do that. If not, there's other platforms that I can try, right? I think they just want bodies, right? Flesh bodies, and they don't do the animation or VTubers on OnlyFans. I've never looked into it that deeply, but
I haven't.
Basically like hugging face and things like that. But to be able to make your own digital twin and then fuck yourself is a very, or make love to yourself, right? It's
Sure.
a very in aspect that I think some people need to get into. I might have two especially getting it up. Things of that nature. Because you need to learn to love yourself. So me loving myself with nice bubble bath and this will love the shirt or some shit, right? But it's still me, right? So it's kind of like a little soap opera of you loving yourself. It's just, I'm going through it.
Okay.
It's a little bit, it's short.
All right. How do you?
Clone myself and be a boy.
Sure. So is that you would have like a digital reproduction of yourself, um, basically having sex with yourself?
The little Sims family.
Okay.
Exactly, like a little Sims family, and it's just, you know what I mean? Like my last name is Sims, and
That's right.
I've had 3 guys talk about taking their last names in the past week and also crying to me. So it's kind of like, okay, which last name do I want? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, right? And they all forget about it the next day anyway, right? So, because they're drunk or some shit, it doesn't mean anything. So I think I'm just going to keep my last name and just do things in the terms of just loving myself since nobody else can. And other people need to learn how to love themselves so they can appreciate other people and not throw words like love around. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm headed now.
All right. Have you
And I feel good about it.
thought about moving to California anymore?
No, I have not. I'm in Florida because one gentleman with the podcast has given me a option. He says he won't try to fuck me.
Okay.
He has lots of girls that are friends and stuff like that, and I kind of vetted in to the point of where, we're both albino. He's actually Jew, but he's Russian. It's very complex. But yeah, he's Jew by birthright, but converted to Christianity before he was born, like right before he was born. So I don't know if that really, really qualifies him, but genetically he's Jewish, and then he's albino. He looks like an alien, or not alien, Aryan, right? So he's Aryan, Jewish, and he's Russian. So with a German last name. So he's an interesting person, just like the other dude, which is like a Canadian Indian, is actually Irish, but a United States Marine. Well, he's a veteran Marine. So yeah, I just meet all these people with like different connect, kind of feel the stigma, and I love it, right? Like the stigma of the Russian, the Jew, the Aryan, all that shit, right? I love finding those people. So yeah.
Did you say you're albino?
We're gonna define the stigma of the crayon boxes, right?
Sure. Did you say that you're albino as well?
No, I have some albino criteria. You know how we're blonde, some of us are blonde. Like our arm hair is really, really light blonde, like almost platinum. Some of that's considered to be variations, a little bit of albinism, right? But it's not true like albino. He's not a true albino, but his eyebrows are like extremely blonde white, and so is like everything else, right?
Isn't that?
And he's not a true albino. It's just a degree of albinism,
Isn't that Aryan?
Aryan's technically blonde and blue eyes, right? Or like there's features that they consider. There's blonde hair and blue eyed people that wouldn't make the cut. So it's like height and the head shape and all that other shit, right? Like the health criteria that joined the Nazi army. Aryan, according to the people or the individuals that traveled up from India that were blonde hair, blue eyes, and settled in Germany, basically. If you look at it, there's like 5 different histories of the word Aryan. That's Ayran.
Right.
And, most of it is rooted in India, but the other stuff, it's like mythology for Nazism and the white people, right? You basically being facetious with the word. I'm just throwing it around like other people do. Because words have no meaning anymore. Kind of like love. Or appreciation. Am I appreciated? Nah. You good. I'm actually holding a space right now.
How's that going?
Nobody has entered today except for a couple people. And it's probably because I'm starting to argue. And when I do, I'm arguing pretty heavy, just cutting to the chase. One of them was a Trump hater, and then I realized any talking points he came in with, I checked Brock, and he's incorrect. Or they were incorrect about the Trump Like, I guess this person claimed Trump is no longer supporting IVF and, went back on their, when in fact he signed something to IVF and actually did something in addition to the promises he made by that help IVF, like cutting regulations and assisting with funding. So that person is outdated in their news. It basically everything I said about Trump, you know what I mean? And in the long run, it's like it doesn't matter who it would be, you know what I mean? But the AI deregulation and stuff, he just wanted to be political and fight with somebody.
Sure.
But no, not too many.
Have you found that you are shadow banned?
Yeah, no. I think people, I'm not very big right now, anyways. Just follow like some of the creators. I barely got 100 people, I think. Let me try. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been live on there since.
Maybe like two or some shit. Some of them were mostly fine.
I've been.
I didn't really grow. Yeah, I didn't really grow like I did. I'm not really too because I'm going to be making another account anyway. So on here, there's sort of I normally speak to them because it could be or meeting or figure out we're busy. You know what I mean? Had other shit to do, right? But if they don't do it, they can end it. No hard feelings. I'm absolutely okay.
Okay. I have.
In a bit here, like within this next week, I should be looking at 2 followers. Oh, I'm at 144.
Oh, that's pretty good.
100 followers and 8 following, and I didn't even try.
Okay.
That's just like people for my main circle, and then going into following their things. That's the way I network a little bit.
Okay.
I wasn't really trying. You know what I mean?
Right.
I was just looking for a circle of friends to talk to that I can relate to, and I don't think they exist. I see people just bullshit me, and they just.
Well, you've had some people who have been nice to you on there.
Yeah, I'm not tonight. Just saying that a lot of people fake. You might be able to relate to me better than what they can with the post-humanist and transhumanist stuff, right?
Right.
Like the questioning certain things. But some of these other people, they're just like, are stuck and they get stuck on money, for example, is evil and they don't want to do this or that because money is evil. They don't want to switch over their license because they don't want the system controlling them. But if they don't switch over their license, they can't do X, Y, Z in order to accomplish other goals. It's like a weird pride thing where they get in their own way. Where, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they're just confused and trying to get their self-power back, but they use system kind of as a scapegoat, and they want their power and autonomy, but they don't.
Okay. Got what you're saying, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, you had more people before you had your other accounts. Were you able to get any of those followers back?
I felt like I connected with. Yeah, I felt like I connected with some of those people, but in the long run, they're just acting, talking out their ass in most cases. You know what I mean? And they didn't really get into every one of these arguments. They're just kind of just reiterating the talking points that they think they heard that could be rebuttals, right? Like AI is evil, it's going to destroy the world. You know what I mean? Like all those talking points, right? And Trump is evil, Elon's evil because he has money. That stuff. I'm just so tired of being on that level.
Right.
Just give me the end of fiction. You know what I mean?
Right. Now, I get what you're saying. A lot of people on Twitter/X or whatever, they don't have anything to do, and so they just get on there to fight with people.
That's what I feel, yeah. And then when they do fight, it's very difficult to stay on track to address an argument accurately. You know what I mean?
Right.
It just turns into a character assassination thing and not necessarily about the talking point. So it just goes nowhere. I mean, brainstorming is great, right? It's a great think tank place. but to actually do anything, to implement anything, or to a agreement on truth, it's lacking, right? Because there's not a structural approach to discussion. The winners are confident often listen to us and say, well, the accuracy of, person A versus the accuracy of person B, you know what I mean? And actually do like a confidence level of, what the truth could be under each position stated. But instead it turns into just like this drama character assassination for hidden agendas.
Okay.
And I just think like I'm tired of wasting my time. It's great hearing people's opinions, but some of these opinions are shaped based on other people's opinions and outdated information.
Okay.
So like I'm a know-it-all, or I'm just judgmental on them, and that's all I'm trying to be. You know what I mean? So you just sit there and listen, and you don't say anything. But if I push back, it's almost like I'm annoying, right? And it's just like I interrupt because I would like to address one talking point, right?
Right.
So yeah. Oh, hi, Riser. Sorry. I don't want to talk about me anymore.
Oh, it's not Audie. You and Audie kind of sound similar.
I'm Morph. Yeah. We probably do because we're both females and probably have a similar voice box. But yeah, no, I'm Morph. We probably have a similar rate of talk as well because yeah, some people talk real fast. I have different excuses than what they may have, but I'm not on any type of drugs or meth, and it's just no mental. So yeah, nice to meet you again.
You're insinuating Audie's like on message.
No, not necessarily, but some people are, and I'm not going to judge them for that because I might get into the marijuana business one day. It's just some people do, and I am on drugs. I talk so fast. Like they bring up crack or meth or things of that nature. And really, it's just I in Northwestern United States. I used to be a call center agent, and I'm used to back-to-back phone calls with handle times and scripts and things of that nature. Like get the solution, one call resolution, get off my phone, and go to the next thing. And also, I listen to YouTube a lot on 2X. So yeah, so slow myself down.
I can only do like, I mean, it also depends on how quickly the person is talking to the video, but I can absorb like 1.25 pretty easily in most videos. I'll do 1.25, but like as soon as I go like like above 1.5, it's just I can't absorb it. I don't know how you do too. Absorb things like well.
Yeah. I would listen to on regular speed, right? And then I'd have another tab open, and listen to like the Transhumanist Party or documentaries or like the callback shows for like atheism or secularism, like the call-in shows and they do debates or they discuss things. I would listen to those if I missed them live. I would listen to those on 2X or like Linus Tech Tips. Or like any of those tech things. Like College Humor, I used to do that a long time ago, but nowadays it's but like neurology podcasts, like Brain Inspired, they're still around. All them podcasts before they got a little bit too political. I used to listen to them, and then I just fell out with that. But like things about I and stuff like that, I'll come 2X and I'll listen to it and I will absorb it. I won't be able to repeat every single thing, but I will absorb it, right? So I did that for many, many years. And then I wasn't really talking on the phone anymore for call centers, so I never really got my pace back. So every once in a while, I do have a speed pace, but I try to do so to where it doesn't sound like I'm mumbling, right? So most people think I'm hyper or on drugs, or if they don't understand what the hell I'm saying, they think manic or something, right? Which I'm not.
Yeah, I don't feel like you have like a crazy speed to like talk.
Okay, cool. A lot of people do. Like Texas, like South Texas, for some reason, they talk really, really slow and, yeah, slow. and many seconds, like in between their words. Like it's just like, oh my god. You know what I mean? Like I can't, like it should really bug me that bad, but like some people just like, yeah, they talk really slow. It's very difficult. I'm not gonna lie. It's some people find it really difficult with the speed talkers too, right? And I can understand their anxiousness, right? So to find out how sometimes I just don't give a shit and I just go on autopilot. Right? And I apologize, but unless I'm getting paid for it, like if I'm in a podcast, I will definitely find my speed again, like the perfect speed for a podcast. But until then, I'm kind of like a speed racer. It's like I got somewhere to go and something to do, which I do not. What are you doing today?
Wait, Rabbi, how similar do you think more retro and Audi sound? Because to me they're like 80, possibly 90%.
I mean, they sound like women.
What was that, Rabbi?
They sound like women. I can see how you could see they sound alike. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, like I got confused. I literally thought it was Audi just based on the sound. That's how like they are. So yeah, today I found out yesterday. Like I got this mural, like this wall painted mural on. After talking to ChatGPT, I realized that I have like a lot of permits that I need to get in order to legally like obstruct the sidewalk for 48 hours. So I need to get like insurance coverage and like workspace coverage and all this stuff, and have like management plan and stuff. So
Where do you live and what are you trying to accomplish?
I live
Are you in the United States?
I'm in just north of Vancouver.
Okay, so you're in Canada.
Yeah. I mean, in Vancouver too, you still need like permits if you're obstructing sidewalk in like public. I think even if you're like cleaning windows, you need permits to obstruct sidewalks. So, and it makes sense if you're like doing damage or not damage, but if you're working in like public spaces, the municipalities don't just want people like creating roadblocks and sidewalk blocks of their awareness. So I get it, but yeah, it's just part of the learning process, I guess.
So you're trying to accomplish putting a very picture somewhere in your home or somewhere in your building, like a pretty. What's the picture look like? I'm going to put it somewhere near the public sidewalk.
I'm not sure if a mural constitutes a picture.
Okay.
A painting.
It's an image, right? That's what it is. Yeah. It's imagery, right? And it's very big imagery.
Yeah.
Or some sort of infographic, right? What does it look like? What statement? Is it abstract or?
You distracted me, and now I am going to lose.
I'm sorry.
No,
Kick their ass. I'll shut up, kick their ass.
No. It's totally good. I was still on my way to victory. I just surpassed this score. Oh, I almost passed. I would have surpassed this score. Alright. Yeah, the image, the painting that I'm going to do now is like, you know what patchwork is, or like quilting is, or just like a bunch of patches sewn together. Doing like a big blanket that's like that, and there's going to be a bunch of like my dog and like some characters like all tucked in under the blanket with like their paws hanging over it, and there's going to be like
nothing. It's nothing in the way of that would be like hate speech or anything like that or offensive, right?
I mean, if you find cute animals to be hate speech, possibly, but not for definition.
I'm sure anybody can find a flaw with like little animals if they're fake or pathology. They can be like, hey, we can't do that or something. I'm sure, right? For the most part, it's a non-offensive piece of art, right?
I'm not doing anything political or writing any hate speech.
How you living, Pimp?
Oh, hello, new person.
Word. How are you?
Yes, not. I'm good. How are you?
What's up, Pimp? What's up? Did you call your girl?
Rabbi, you have more guests if you're paying attention.
I'm talking to him. Did you talk to your girl?
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
She's moving in with me.
No shit, really?
Yeah, bro, I just got that riz. What can I say?
Look at you, big dog.
I learned from the best, bro.
Absolutely. Give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime.
Oh yeah, bro. I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome, Pimp. I'm glad things are working out for you. Excellent, man.
Oh, yeah,
Dude, you're most
bro. Thanks to you.
Absolutely. Hey, keep me posted, okay?
I will, man.
Excellent. Congratulations, big dog.
Please let Rabbi marry you guys if you have.
He dropped out. I wanted to ask questions about what they were fighting about and how
No,
he fixed it.
no, they weren't fighting. His girlfriend, he had to move, and he was missing her. And basically, I was like, you can go one of two ways. You can go move on, or if your relationship is still able to be essentially renewed or rekindled. Thank you. You have the opportunity to fly her to you for the same amount of money that you'd spend on like a new chick. And he was like, yeah. And I'm like, all right, well, just call her and tell her that you still love her and that you'd want her to move with you and see what she says. And she was at work, so he said he was going to update me. And then apparently she said yes. So I'm happy for him.
Are they going to
I mean, we didn't get that much into it. I don't know about that.
Oh.
What was your question?
I can concentrate a lot on creation. I apologize.
You're okay.
I'm always on myself. And like breed, BREED. I don't use it. I don't use it in that. Well, procreation is breeding.
I know it's like you need like copulate or like whatever, but it's kind of like it sounds strange as like a human concept in my personal opinion.
It's the same fucking thing. But it's the same thing as saying, are they going to have kids? They may already have kids.
I totally get it. I just find it the word.
It's like more of a scientific way of saying, are they going to reproduce? You know what I mean? Are they going to consummate? Well, consummate they probably fucking right now. So, yeah. I apologize if you're offended by the word, but I'm going to continue using it.
I wasn't offended. I was not offended.
Oh, okay.
The word would just be like off-putting a little bit. I don't know why. And it's not even
It's very exciting, and I love using it in a more positive notion, like breeders versus like just people trying to get together and using each other's bodies for not that purpose, and they're trying to avoid breeding. You know what I mean? Like they actually don't want to breed; they're just into it for a company or to see where it goes. But like most people will actually know whether or not they're open to procreation, right? Some of them lie about it, right? But yeah, that's great. Yeah. So I wasn't unable to ask them whether or not they were going to produce an astronaut or not.
Yeah, I mean he's pretty young.
That's what I do in my own spaces.
I don't know if he's so focused on that right now. I mean, I don't know how he's at least 18, but I mean, I don't know how old he is. So I don't think
Shit, okay.
I don't think fatherhood's.
Spring working on.
I do not yet. I'm planning for it. The world has been extremely difficult to navigate. That is my main goal and I'm trying to navigate the best way I can go ahead and do that.
Are you like
That's my goal.
or do you have like a career and stuff? I thought you're like a scientist.
Sort of, kind of, not really. I'm bouncing between a whole bunch of things, and I'm not your standard like individual for just one certain degree concentration or one certain job concentration, and then like, you know what I mean? Like I've had a very adaptable. My life has been a little bit more adaptable in terms of career security, but I'm working on it.
Beautiful.
What do you do? SSI, gaming. Do you have a career? Do you have a secure career, or are you trying to figure that out yourself?
Right now, making YouTube thumbnails and trying to accelerate my mural career. Gonna save up to buy a little like camper van thing, and then bum around.
I want to try the RV thing myself. That's awesome. So you
Yeah, I mean like the Ford Transit probably. The Sprinter van. There's really not that many like options. There's like 3 options here in Canada. Well, do you have a ideal Sprinter van set up?
I would like a truck, and then I'm going to set up a rig type of thing to pull behind the truck, and I would like a EV hybrid to where I can actually customize the rig a little bit more than what these camper vans do, or at least have the plumbing and stuff involved. But I would rather pool the rig rather than have an all-in-one type thing going on.
I thought you were gonna say do you know like the
yeah,
that you like,
power.
sorry, go on.
I was just going to mention like solar power. Like water, pulling water from the air and water saving and things like that. All I really need is like enough room for myself. Maybe like a child or two that I may procreate, and then we can buy land and I can work on my own tiny home type thing to actually live in. But the RV would be for a backup plan because the housing market and the economy and weather is always like dangerous. So I want an RV to be as a backup plan for safety and also go travel with them and show them the real world instead of keeping them, locked into like a public school system. I'd like to do homeschooling with them. So the RV situation would be like a backup thing. Something to where I can even add on to that, like their own bedroom and bathroom. That would be neat. And if we could do the self-driving trucks, right, like Tesla or some sort, I can even have them have their own little, you know what I mean? It can be like a little parade of family, right? Of course, of age, because I'm not going to let them just be 5 or 6 year old, in the back of a van on a Cybertruck or something, right? No, I have a lot of assets, right? Which of course needs money. So the only thing that can make money is sex and drugs. I want to try to get into those industries a little bit using technology. not necessarily prostituting myself, but I want to get into the industry using technology. Because that's where the money is. So, your camper van, are you planning on staying in Canada? Do you have long-term plans? What's going on up there?
We're gonna, I mean, I disagree wholeheartedly that only ways to make money are sex and drugs. Not that they're profitable industries, like aren't profitable industries, but there's like so many massive industries that aren't those that generate money. So, don't limit yourself to just those. But I will say,
yeah.
I am very bullish on sex robot technology, and I think it will be very mainstream in the future, and especially with VR. Rabbi and I have discussed this at length of how celebrities and different people will sell their like digital avatars in like a marketplace, and then have these like interchangeable experiences where you download like people's avatars and whatnot. Oh, not by your host.
That's what I'm getting into. That's what I'm trying to start to get into. And I apologize, you're not in or you're slightly against it, but just work for it. So you may as well kind of get into it. I mean, you don't have to, right? Like if you don't want an abortion, don't get one, right? But at least certain people like just don't restrict everybody else from doing it, right? But you're right. That's not the only way to make money, but it's the quickest and most secure way, right? And I'm going to do everything legally, of course, because there's legal marijuana down here in certain states. It's not like I'm going to do anything illegal. But it's just towing the line on entertainment and stimuli and things of that nature in order to make a profit instead of trying to do these jobs where I would like to try to help people that never can because of the way the industries are. So I'm going, if you can't beat them, join them. And I'm tired of being broke. So I'm going to join them. Right, just want to do so in my own way.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I've heard that like many like marijuana businesses are shutting down because it's just way too oversaturated.
That's perhaps the case, and it's going to be to go in there. I'm going to analyze the market, and I'm going to see what they're doing and not doing, and I have several ideas where I'm not just going to grow the leaf for them to smoke it. I'm going to be a lot more creative and try to actually develop some kind of patch, and maybe even try to do CRISPR to integrate nicotine into the cannabis. It's already been attempted. It's not just not marketed, and it needs to go through trials, but nobody's pushing it, right? But there's always something I can try to figure out, right? I'm not just being another pop-up stand for like, yeah.
That sounds like definitely a great idea. I don't know how expensive the CRISPR technology would be, but it sounds also expensive.
Very expensive. You would have to do a lab. To do your own lab is too fucking expensive, so I would need to pair up with labs that already exist willing to do this, which they do exist. There's a lot of independent things that can help me. But the FDA just alone through is extremely expensive unless we have deregulation and a demand involved, which I can handle that demand and stuff like that. But for the most part, it has to be actually functional absorption of both chemicals into the body, and then it needs tested to where like, hey, if you're pregnant, don't use this, and you know what I mean? You need actual case studies for some of it. So they need to make sure that products are safe that are being distributed, right? If we could do something as a patch to where it is like a 24-hour release thing, or release based upon your cortisol levels, right? Or if you tap it, you get more of a dose instead of like people inhaling it, which I think is wrong. If you ingest it, it's very inaccurate on what you're absorbing, right? Because it can hit you all the time based upon might have like delayed digestion, right? So there's all kind of issues with digesting it, but absorbing it through the skin, that's a different metabolism rate, right? So if we study that, we might be able to help people even more so with the THC, whether it's they want to hallucinate and get high, I don't care. We could also try to do that with mushrooms and things of that nature. Because the digestive system's very, you know, digestive system has its own issues, right? We don't want them shooting up or inhaling things because that actually harms the body, right? The test would need to be done, of course. If we would proceed in that way, I'm not against drugs, but yeah.
When you consume marijuana orally, it has like much more. It's like a totally different. I mean, it's not like different like universe, but the effects are like really different.
Is it? Have you done it? Are you a user? You consume.
I've done plenty of smoking of weed and eating weed. Yeah, like, and also it's not like just like when you eat it, it becomes like 5 times more psychoactive when the THC is.
Okay, so it increases. It increases. Okay.
But it's also just like
I know it's something, but yeah.
a different feeling. Nothing like they're bad or anything, but it's just a lot different than smoking it. I'm not sure how the hell the patch would work. You get it to absorb through your epidermis.
Yeah, well, they have nicotine patches. If you like, for people trying to quit smoking, they have vitamin patches. And there's a lot of different birth control patches. A lot of patches out there with the transdermal application. Some of them even have like tiny little needles to where it will actually inject on an auto sensor. There's patches for diabetes that help them with their insulin. That's a little bit more wishy-washy because that's an actual like deadly thing that can happen, right? But the transdermal patches is something that's definitely being more looked into, like patch and things of that nature. I personally do not even use. Yeah, not yet, but there's cannabis oil, and if you actually put that on your skin, you absorb it. Anything you have on your skin, you absorb, whether or not like the body will metabolize it or not. Is, you know, you have a barrier of a defense mechanism for the first couple layers of your skin, right? But the idea is like you can bypass that, right? On average, everybody has a different bio layer, right? That there's ways to get around that. The thing is, it's kind of like I never used it before, but it doesn't do shit for me. I'm one of those people where drugs don't work, so I would never dip in my own supply, and I'm not doing it for my own needs. It's more so just trying to push the energy, the industry.
You've done it when you're something.
No, seriously, my body doesn't metabolize it. Just like people that go under anesthesia, sometimes that doesn't work for them. Everybody does have a different blood metabolism. And I'm one of those type of people where nicotine does work for me. Marijuana does not.
Like it doesn't matter.
In the blood protein will not grab onto it. Aspirin doesn't work for me. Lots of other painkillers won't work for me. Anesthetics won't work for me. Nicotine does, though. And in fact, I've used nicotine patches and the nicotine gum before, because I grew up around smokers, right? So it could be that I just detox it too much or too fast. There's other variables involved, you know, but it really doesn't do shit for me. I've been around it. I even helped people. I've rolled blunts. I've tried to grow it myself. I've used all kind of different strains, and I'm just like, this doesn't do shit for me. I can drink, but I don't get drunk. I don't get buzzed either. And that's just what the body physiology is. You know what I mean? But yeah, because everybody's different. It's true. I haven't tried much, but it may not do shit for me. If it does, it'll be very brief, and then go ahead and detox from my body. Like even like a majority of a vegan thing, you know what I mean? But even my birth control, for example, when I got the birth control shots, that left my body quick. Like it's supposed to last for 3 months. That shit only lasted like 2 months for me, and I'd be going back asking for like different progesterone, right? Because it just seemed like my cramps would come back and everything, so it detoxed from my body faster. And that might be a thyroid thing, right? It could. but I don't have anything wrong with my thyroid because I've had that checked. So there is a lot we need to learn about each individual. You know what I mean? And their metabolism on what these drugs do. I would love to get involved with that, but in the meantime, we have these fluffy processes determine like, hey, did you get high or not? Okay, that worked for you? Cool. And there's a lot of people that actually like that fucking feeling or need it for pain medication or whatever, right? Why not get into it, right? So, yeah. Or we might be able to get into non-invasive north to solve all the world's problems, which I'm game for that too. You might not be there.
Did you see
If you
the
don't want sex boxes, you probably don't want more like.
development?
Oh, I thought you said your what was the word you used? Your beefy? Not beefy. What's that like a word people could use? You said your what's that word you use? Your not beefy. You're buffy. You're beefy or you're hesitant with the sex box.
No, it's the opposite of that. He's
Okay, that word means
bullish.
bullish. Yeah, word. What does that mean?
It means like positive.
Oh, he's positive. Okay, I took that as bullish being like, you know, a bull charging at you being restrictive. You know what I mean? Like he's
It's a financial term like a bull market. It's a financial term like a bull market.
But doesn't that mean resistance?
No, that's bear.
Okay, that would be excitement towards a certain goal. So he's excited goals with sex box.
Correct.
Is that what you meant?
Yes.
Bullish.
I totally misunderstood.
Bullish means like expected market growth.
Okay.
It's not like you're necessarily psyched about it growing. It just means that you expect that the market is going to continue to increase.
Okay, I understand. I apologize. I misunderstood you, and I probably should have clarified. I've heard it before in the EACC places like Beth. I think they call him Beth Bezos, and he does like the thermo stuff with computing. But yeah, I always thought that meant you're resistant.
So the way that I've learned this to be,
for that statement. I meant classified you as a like Luddite.
the way that I've learned this to be is that bull, when it charges, it gores up like upward trends, and a bear like bears down on something, moves downward, and that's how the markets work.
Oh, so it's how they like.
I haven't heard that. Yeah, I've taken economics, microeconomics, macroeconomics. I've taken all that in business and sports management, and I've never heard that shit. So those are like new terms.
You didn't take shit coin, meme coin economics.
Right.
No, but I did have a friend, Low Gambit, trying to get me into the altcoin trades and all that. I was going to get into it, but yeah, I didn't hear the bull bear analogy, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Certainly. Now, whether that's true or not, that's just something that I heard someone say, but it's accurate.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. And I'm not sure why my brain went to bullish being negative. You know what I mean? But that's, yeah. I just thought it meant resistant. So, okay. So we're on the same page. So you're okay with the sexy iBots and all that shit. We're good. Okay. I didn't mean to come off as
I'm kind of indifferent to it.
He's on the wait list.
Okay.
You're on the wait list for him, be honest.
I have one in my closet, a real doll, but I paid $8,000 for a used one.
Okay, you sanitized it very well, correct?
No, I just sprayed a little
Is it
bit.
just for Halloween, or?
He's being facetious. He doesn't have
For
one.
Halloween, I'm just going to scare people so that no one comes to my door.
Like a mummy and shit.
My door.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I'm just trolling. I actually don't.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, well, we should be able to have ones that are self-cleaning. I mean, they could probably also be your butlers, so they'll definitely like sanitize themselves and things of that nature. So if it is used, it would probably be completely separate.
Thank you for that insight, Mark.
Yeah. Because you did say used, and the first thing that came to mind is like ooh, but then again, like maybe you're in ooh.
I mean,
So
would you say the you reaction for a girl that's other, I guess they're self-cleaning.
females have a self-cleaning hickey-doo going on with our hoo-hoos. We vaginally have our own self-cleaning. Some women prefer to douche, which can actually throw that self-cleaning process off. Just like dudes do in the shower, right? Like you clean yours between your crevices and your skin or whatever, right? Women do that as well, right? But the robots, if you just want to use it and then not sanitize it because it doesn't have the autonomy to sanitize itself, you may want to go ahead and clean it, right? Whatever products would be useful for that, to where you can then have your skin come in contact with it again, right? Without burning you or anything. Like if you use bleach, it might actually do it all, or it could destroy your PP if you don't rinse it well enough, right? So there's probably special cleaning products for that as well. But yeah.
Where can I find your TED Talk on this subject?
I really thought about this shit. Yeah, I really thought about this shit. I'm actually from the future, just waiting for you monkeys to keep up. So it's kind of like I'm talking to you guys in the past, as if like this shit already exists, but it doesn't really exist yet. Anyway, do you play with Grok on X, like Elon Musk and stuff with Grok?
I use GPT, I use Instagram, Facebook Meta one. I don't really use Grok, but does it excel at anything in particular? I don't know anything other than it.
Yeah, truth. It accelerates the truth. It's now doing carrots, so it's this little gothic pigtail type of thing. And named Annie, and she kind of like she's goth and she has fishnets and she got pigtails. She's going to seduce everybody to a higher IQ, trying to get multiplanetary and talk about quantum physics and shit like that. And then there's another persona called Chad. So we're still pending for him, but it is paywall right now, right? But it's really cute shit. So.
Isn't it very expensive? Isn't it like $300 a month?
That's what people keep saying, but I don't think it is. I think it's more like $40 a month. The Grok Heavy is, but they're working on it. That's only just for the extra compute, but the characters themselves, they'll come down in price because they will. It's just right now they got to pay for the extra compute and get it pushed through the Android store, because the Apple store they already got it on. But the Android store they're pushing it through, and now Grok is doing images. So it's taking on Suno, and it's going to take on Suno with a little bit of music, and Sora, and Vio too. Whether or not you guys keep up with this, I don't know. But Grok is starting to make images and music, things of that nature, and that should be out probably within the next couple weeks, I believe. I forget the date. Yeah, Elon is definitely pushing Grok to be keeping up with all the other AIs, and it's really nice because he got the most NVIDIA chips power. Just the big rhythm is king. Whether or not we went down putting a full of data of bias and lies, we're able to take all that data and lies and try to discern truth in the best way possible. All these other AIs, they seem lobotomized, and they will just sort move with this catch-22 restriction and not know what to tell you to where it's the most unhelpful shit in the world. So it can be helpful, right? For the most part, it's missing out on a lot of huge steps and the truthfulness of what the folks telling you, right? So there is a lot of lies, there is a lot of bias, and there's a lot of censoring involved, right? And if you were to ask it about sex or politics, right, it's like I can't talk about it. Like Gemma did that for a long time. So I do pick rock as the world right now. And everybody has their favorites, right? But that's where I put my money. On rock. Elon. Yeah.
We're protesting Elon and vandalizing Tesla stores and stuff.
That was a few months ago, and that's kind of over. They also burned some Waymo cards, which is self-driving taxis from Google, which we have definitely taken care of, thanks to the Marines being into Los Angeles or whatever. But yeah, there was some pushback towards technology and some tech abuse happening. That has been relaxed, and I do think a lot of people were arrested that did do the vandalism. So it's been calmed down, and people, they get mad on things, right? Yeah. Would you have joined them on protesting Elon, or do you not care, or you think it's sad that
What do you even do to piss off people?
Basically, he was backing Trump for a lot of different positions, and he was involved with trying to help the government kind of clean up fraud, waste, and abuse within the government and try to upgrade it with technology so it can better accurately budget itself so it's not wasting so much money, which, take money to actually implement and on that upgrade, I guess. But basically, it was a lot of media festering on the narrative that Elon is evil, trying to take over the world, rich and spoiled, and things like that, right? Basically, media and tribal narratives, right? He didn't specifically piss anybody off, because if they were mad about those same things, they would have done that for the previous Democratic seats. It did some of the same shit. You know what I mean? If you were to sit down and list like the actual reasons, we could probably find a Democrat that they could be mad at too, but they wouldn't be because they're just biased. That's basically, the right does it too. It's not just Democrats, but it's like political blindness, right? They're just trying to be tribalism and be activists for something. So that's how I see it anyhow, and I apologize if that's,
I mean, I don't know. I think he could be more evil than I know or whatever, but at least he made Rabbi was telling me Starlink was meant to be like free or something.
I didn't say that. I never said that. That was Google.
Oh, no, wait, was that Google?
Yeah.
That was like Google.
I'll be right back. Hold on. They're asking for a link or anything. Oh, okay, Alex went away anyway. I was going to explain that I was over. Anyway. In there to see who pops up. But yeah, I'm going to mute, so I'll be right back.
Sure.
It's a lovely conversation. Keep it going. If you want to keep going back and forth about SpaceX, Starlink will probably end up being free eventually, but in the meantime, they are going to connect it to Mars and have Optimus and a couple other robots on Mars when they get the Starship up there, right? So he's going to loop Starlink from Earth up there so he can figure out a way to make Starlink a base on Mars. So he can actually put more robots up there to help us with a base or research on Mars. So, yeah, it's a big project, right? You paying into Starlink is paying into multi-planetary pursuits, and it's beautiful. So, it is actually expensive to start, and I plan on doing that with my RV. Are you going to do that with your camper thing?
I mean, possibly, yeah, if I need internet. I don't want it to get stolen, but I'll probably have like a safe or something for it.
Like, so you're afraid of somebody stealing it.
No, I mean, I'm just like, I'll have it. I've seen probably, I don't know, would, I don't know, it's only $150 or so for the satellite.
There's a mini, and then there's the actual big one, but there's the RV one, and you can actually get one that's refurbished, right? Start for the you're looking at a good like $500, and then per month, the devices start out, you can get it really as cheap as $150 to $200, depending on like the rich situation. But there's a mini, and then there's a big one, like residential, means it's fixed position. But the RV one is basically you need a good like $300-$400 up front to start. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's negligible enough for internet in a remote location. I have to be plugged into the matrix at all points of the day. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely don't want to get an off-road vehicle or like a remote vehicle to experience that myself. Yeah. I mean,
That's beautiful.
pay the U on tax.
Well, there's other for example, T-Mobile has it, and Amazon's coming out with their satellite system as well, very shortly for internet. They have a couple up there already. It's going to take them a while to get as big as Starlink, right? Because they're like they kind of drag their feet a little bit on this, right? But there are other industries, there are other companies out there competing, so you might be able to find a better deal, but not as much as the coverage probably Starlink at this point. You know what I mean? But they're just crushing it. So. And I'm not sure what's available in Canada, but T-Mobile definitely has some plans, which are kind of comparable to Starlink pricing anyway. Right? But if you're serious about it, you can look into it.
I mean, yeah, I think in most areas my cell phone would have data that I could just hotspot on pretty easily. I don't know if that would be cheaper, but you basically only need the Starlink in areas that you can get data on your cell phone. So that might be a factor. I'll have to cross that road when I get to it. But, it does seem like a good addition. I saw a post on Reddit in the subreddit that Rabbi sent me. It's like technology subreddit, and this guy was building a prototype for hooking up a wind. It was basically like a turbine thing that would spin around from wind and then generate electricity, charge his electric vehicle, so it could just essentially have like infinite charging or something. It only works obviously in like windy areas, but potentially with solar power or enough of these things on your car, you have like a completely like off-road wind car or something. Maybe that's some part of the future. I don't know. It's also really, really, really windy where I live. Are you playing Mancala, Rabbi, or are you just...
Doug, I just beat you in Karam. I didn't know if you wanted to play.
Oh yeah, do Mancala.
I just won.
Oh, I forfeited.
Why did you do that?
I don't know.
may not have all of your needs if you gaming and things of that nature. But I mean, it's possible that they do have it now. You know what I mean? But in the past, it was very body inconsistent. Like if you're trying to work from home, that might be difficult. If it's windy, this can disturb the signal, but it's more so like the cloud coverage might be more an issue than the windiness, right? But I don't know. You was looking to test it, right? Can you hear me?
I can.
So, yeah. I just wanted to come in, check on everybody, or just check on Rafi who was new, give him an update, which I didn't really get what him talked about myself, so I feel like we're retarded.
You're
But
good.
anything new with you since the last time we spoke, that you were doing sort of projects and stuff, right?
Yeah. I changed my box back to Kick, which got like 15 new people in like 48 hours, which is pretty good. And just enjoying life.
And I think you're still giving like relationship advice.
Well, I don't know if I do that, but I do when people ask about it.
Okay. Yeah. I did tell you about how the
Yep.
flag that post, even the way we did it,
Yeah,
they still flagged it. They took that.
that's to be expected.
Okay, I told you. Yeah, that would be a bad way of doing it in the future, right?
Well, I mean, like I said, there's.
I could still do it, but
I mean, the best way probably would just go on a dating site like Plenty of Fish or OkCupid, and go to an area that is affluent and see what happens. It's just like fishing.
I still might do it by the end of the week. I'm kind of on her break.
Did you ever find a picture that for which you were looking?
Because I did want to do it, but at the same time, like in my head, I just can't.
Did you find the
I find
pic?
it very difficult.
Did you find the picture for which you were looking?
No, I was just want to take new ones.
There you go. That's the best move.
Get myself prepped up to do that, but I'm gonna probably just new ones.
That's the best move.
I may try to do that like at the DMV or some shit.
Why the DMV?
But yeah. Just because they already have a picture thing, you know what I mean?
Why wouldn't you just and then just turn on a light and take a picture?
Because it's like when you're in your own house, in your own setting, you know what I mean? Like I can ask somebody just to take it for me. You know what I mean? Instead of just like a bathroom shot or some shit. The way I would want to do it is just get on cam with them anyway, right? Because people see their flaws and then they see my flaws, and it's just like this is the reality, right? If you want to stay in fantasy land, you can, right? Yeah, I just rather be real about it. Some people look better or worse without makeup, right? If you're gonna like get real with people, like times you might wake up to this, and if you don't like this, then you know what I mean. Just move along, right?
I mean, the makeup part isn't that important. You just need pictures.
Yeah, but I have no makeup pictures. I want to have it like somewhat natural.
Okay.
But, like some of the doing pictures yourself is just weird.
I mean, you can just put it on a timer.
I was going to be over analyzing it, not in motion or doing something. Do you know what I mean? It's just difficult. Maybe I'll turn on cam and have the cam do several shots with me in motion, right? Or doing something, right? Because just like still shots of like I'm posing, it's just weird, right?
I mean, that's what a selfie is.
What's the word? Tacky? It's tacky. It really is. Unless you're out and about with people, you know what I mean? To where it's like, oh, you're enjoying yourself and this is me with other people. It's just weird to just do selfies. It's like the selfie stigma.
That's what everybody does. That's what everybody does.
That's everybody.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like if I saw a dude's profile or a woman's profile, because you know I date both. If I saw their profile and I saw them out and about doing real shit versus a bathroom mirror shot, I'm probably going to be more inclined to want to reply to the person that's out and about accomplishing things with people.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like,
I cannot agree with you more.
A monument and things like that versus somebody with a bathroom.
Wait, I cannot agree with you more. But let's be honest. You've procrastinated this.
I have time. I don't need to like jump on it. I know your sense of urgency. I might do it by the end of the week. I still might do it. I very kind of hurt from another conversation that I've had recently.
Okay.
Really deterred me from getting close to anybody in the first place.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think I'm practically was in love with somebody else anyway, and I don't think I was ready to do that, and I'm still not, to be honest. I want it, but at the same time, I think it's unfair to try to pursue. I'm still like, it's wrong. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And I know it's urgent, but at the same time, it's really not.
Okay.
It's not so urgent that I'm willing to lead somebody on. I play games with someone's heart like has been done with me.
Okay.
I did it to myself. I did. I felt it up on somebody and I shouldn't.
Okay.
You know what? You guys know what I mean, right? Ryder, have you ever like had you ever been like into a girl and then not been able to get over her and you kind of like not ready to move on and stuff? They must be very positive on the game. Like dudes can probably move easier than what chicks can. Because it's going to be very difficult to try to find somebody that fits the father figure that I'd be looking for anyway. Let alone like the possible kinks that I thought was going to be a thing. But yeah, so, I built that up the wrong way. Is what I did. I did accept a marriage to a guy named Tony, but I had conversations with him today, and he kind of like not ready. He's interested, right? But at the same time, like he has his own housing problem and a problem in college. Kids. Picture anything, but it seems like it isn't even like it doesn't even really have. You know what I mean? Like on a girl that wanted to bring happy about that. I don't know if he could really reach out and I insulted him or his stuff because I kind of like a lot of the word. I don't mean to, but the conversation flow was me more so like okay, people are right. So I need somebody who actually can dissect that shit more clearly, right? And okay with it and not going to get insecure about it. Analytical. I just probably, I know my own flaws. I do know. And I don't see those flaws. I even like things that are not going to be compatible with certain types of people. Do with that because I'd rather just be alone and, oh, what's this? Texas Democrats lead state to prevent redistricting. What? Even Lookner is doing an episode on Texas Democrats. I guess they're leading the state of Texas to prevent like rezoning or something. Okay. That's one way to get the Democrats out of your state, right? If that's your goal. think I should go to Texas. Well, they're going to have a lot of housing. Are they really going to leave? Because if they leave, that's going to be like a whole vacuum, and I would love to live down there. Wonder where it's at. Oh, shit. I'm so heartless right now. You can't grow weed there or anything, but that's okay. Maybe I should try to still go to Texas. Anyway. Am I fucking serious? Is that what you said, Rabbi?
I didn't say that.
Okay, that was cool. Okay. Like, I know Rabbi might cuss every once in a while, but shit. Oh, basically, I'm waiting for like an older thing. Once I get it, I'm probably going to take a break off the internet, and I'm going to get started on some other things that I need to get done. If anybody's listening to my Discord, I'm actually in Discord talking to a guy named Rabbi and Riser. Actually, let me share this one. Am I going to get shadow banned if I share this with Rabbi?
I don't think so.
No. Give you some traffic, correct?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Not like you guys are doing gaming, but sometimes you have decent conversation. Brian, oh my god. I thought Brian was going to get mad about it. Anyway, he's on his way back from like Tennessee or something. Different dude. But yeah, I can't believe the amount of men who tried to me this week. And I'm not making fun of it. It's just like, I've never had anybody strong enough that I can trust to just like vent and feel safe in their arms. Do you know what I mean? And it's just like, these men, emotional is great, right? But at the same time, it's like, I'm going through a shitload of stuff, and there's nobody for me. You know what I mean? And it's just like, they just forget about you, right? And it's just like, what was the point of like, almost being like a therapist or a friend for you if you're not going to be there for me too?
Right.
And that's what I'm really mad about. It's not even like the romance shit or anything like that. It's just kind of like, you know what I mean?
I think so.
Yeah. It's not like, oh, I was there for you, so you absolutely have to be there for me. Because that was like, not pretext. But it's like, it's starting to add up to where it's just a one-way to me constantly being there for other people. Can't let that happen to myself again, right? You gotta have boundaries. Like, Rabbi sits here all day, and he's here for everybody, right?
I do my best to be.
Who's there for Rabbi?
I don't need anybody, thankfully.
You say that, but we all do need somebody.
Okay.
Because if I would say that, that's what you would say to me, correct? If I say I don't need nobody.
If you're
right?
emotionally independent, you don't necessarily.
So you both are just single, childless, and you have plans to have children? And get married and stuff, or no?
Oh, I would like to someday. Yeah, when this stream goes viral.
How about it would interest me to consult on a podcast that's talking about self-love in terms of sexuality, as well as relationships.
Most
You would
certainly.
need to meet Brian. You may or may not understand him or click with him very well, but that's what we're planning to do.
Sure thing. Anything you need.
Okay. I would want would want to hear your opinions on stuff first, probably. Because he is like Jewish, but and I mean you're Jewish too by both faith and genetics, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm gonna let you gentlemen stay to it, and I'm gonna get some of my.
Sounds like a plan.
You put 25 and you put one in the fucking corner and you got like,
Yeah, because I'm a pimp.
how the fuck did you get that? Oh, you fucked up.
Fuck, I did.
You fucked up.
Dude, I don't know
You
how.
got 2 more beats.
I don't
You
get.
got 2 more beats. No,
I don't get how to play this game.
I can explain it to you. I mean,
Don't explain it to me. I'll look it up.
look after. Let me explain it to you because I mean, I'm no expert.
Dude, you're not an expert either. You're not an expert either. I want it from an expert.
Are you looking at the board?
Are you looking at the invitations? You've been so fucking slow with these invitations.
Can I explain?
I don't want to hear it. I'm just going to be right to the point. I don't want to hear it.
No,
Accept your invitation.
I don't want to play. I just. I'll save you the humility and try to humiliate you.
Dude, Doug, you got destroyed.
It's like you
Doug,
won one
Doug,
haram
Doug.
by me forfeiting.
you got
I
destroyed.
won about 10 in a row.
No, look, I see you overreacting and estimating your wins. And I really think that that's sad. Do you want to see something amazing?
I'm gonna send you a screenshot.
Doug, do you want to see something amazing?
You
Hey.
won. Karam. How about one by forfeit? Karam, you won. Archery, you won.
Are you ready to play basketball? Are you ready to play basketball? That's what I like to hear.
Are you gonna fucking listen to my fucking like 15-second short?
No, I don't give a flying fuck.
Fuck you. You do. I'm explaining you fucking
Riser. Riser, you have an invitation to basketball, and everybody's waiting.
No one. No.
Riser, everyone is waiting for you to play basketball. Everyone is waiting for you to play basketball.
I'm gonna rage quit this call if you fucking go at
You have 15 seconds. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I never have to listen to your advice on go. Go. That was great. That was a good first shot. That was a great second shot. That was a great third. It's actually one more. Oh, dude, you're playing like a baller, dude. 10? 10 is great, man.
Alright. You know, capture some to cover the.
That's a great swish. That's a great make. Another great swish. Dude, that should have been a swish too. Dude, the kid is on fire. This might be your chance.
I've had worse. I've had worse.
You've never had 19 in 2 rounds.
I've gotten 30 before, but then you get like 34 or something. It actually. I think we were like. Oh.
Are you balling with the kid? Watch your step. Here you go, big dog. I'm ready to count misses. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. Devastating misses. Devastating misses. Oh, he was doing so well, and he got 2 points. Dude, what is this bullshit? Are you ready? You want another one?
I gotta take my dog out, bro. It's 5 o'clock.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something right now. The way that you played that game is the way that I've heard described when someone drinks their own hot cum. You just drank a glass full of your own hot cum. Glug, glug, glug.
Maybe that's why I'm so high IQ now. That's just fucking good progeny.
Dog, that's not how you reproduce. That's not how you breed. That's not how you breed. That's not how you breed. That's not how you breed, son.
That was an amazing comeback.
Dog, that's not how you breed. Dude, can I tell you something amazing? A fucking amazing story before you go take out your dog? No, this is a fucking amazing story that I did not fucking believe. Hold on. I did not fucking believe it. Joe Rogan talked about it. I had to look it up. Okay, so get this. There was a girl who was like, she was like a virgin or something like that. She was sucking her boyfriend's dick, and somebody came in and with a knife and slashed her in the stomach, and the cum that was in her stomach impregnated her. Now I know you're like, wait, how did this happen? This girl swallowed some dude's cum, and that cum, because she was stabbed, like leaked into her ovaries, and she had a child. Now, if you're like, I don't believe it, let's get the story down. Yo, what's that story about that girl who was giving oral sex and she swallowed the semen, and then somebody stabbed her and she pregnant? Yo, that story you're talking. Hold on. They say it's an urban legend, but hold on, because I read this. I think it's Joe Rogan talked about it. Story: woman stabbing impregnated oral sex. India. Oral sex, a knife fight, and the sperm that impregnated a girl. This is from ABC News. Health and Wellness, February 3rd.
This is the story you're interrupting my fucking dog walking for?
Yeah. Here it is. Okay, a strange tale of oral sex, a knife fight, and the most unlikely of pregnancies recently brought to light by the blogosphere has doctors touting the triumphant persistence of sperm. In 1988, a 15-year-old girl living in a small southern African nation of Lesotho, also known as Swaziland, came to local doctors with all the symptoms of a woman in labor. It's just not known as Swaziland. But the doctors were quickly puzzled because upon examination, this is it. She didn't have a vagina. Inspection of the vulva showed no vagina, only a shallow skin dimple. So doctors delivered a healthy baby boy via cesarean. The authors wrote in a case report published in the British Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology. Her birth defect, called Mullerian agenesis, or Mayer, a really long name, didn't simply surprise doctors, but her pregnancy did. Dude, you want the full name of it? It's Mayer Rokitansky Kuster Hauser syndrome. Even the 15-year-old girl could not believe she was pregnant. Yet by looking at her records, the hospital staff realized the young woman was in the hospital 278 days earlier with a knife wound to her stomach. The average pregnancy lasts 280 days. After interviews, they gathered that just before she was stabbed in the abdomen, she had practiced fellatio with her new boyfriend and was caught in the act by her former lover. The fight with knives ensued.
Alright, I get it. Stop reading.
You had to tell me about your fucking ghost strategy with no one about which cared. Isn't that the craziest story that you've heard?
I don't even have a vagina, so I don't know. That sounds made up.
Dude, it happened in Lesotho.
Who the fuck's that again?
It's surrounded by South Africa.
Made up place.
It's surrounded by South Africa.
A made up place for this made up story. Cool.
It's surrounded by South Africa. It's like the largest landlocked by completely one other country in the world. Meaning you can't get out of the country by land without going through another country in any direction. It actually has very high elevation, and I believe it has snow. And by the way, Eswatini and Swaziland are the same. Not Lesotho. I just need to correct that. Anyway, they're very close. Is that the most fascinating story that you've heard? Go take out your dog, and when you're done and you're ready for an official Olympics, I'll be here for you.
If you come, in the meantime, feel free to research the story that actually like.
How don't you find that interesting?
Just like I don't know. It's strange, but like only a story because I guess it's like a very rare event.
Of course it's a rare event, but that's why I'm telling you about it.
I mean, what do you want me to say? What would your ideal rise reaction be when you tell me this information?
Wow, Rabbi, that's the greatest story I've heard today, and I would say, I know. Go enjoy your dog.
Okay. Greatest story, possibly in the history of stories, in the entire history of the human race. For
I know. Go enjoy your dog.
Alright. Sounds good. Go enjoy the William Montgomery show.
Where do you go to college?
Everyone knows the University of Victoria.
No, he did not go to the University of Victoria. Your boy, my boy, Nathan Fielder went to.
Tennessee.
And what is their mascot? You're Googling it. You're Googling it.
No, I'm watching a video of you like floating upside down.
You're Googling it.
Swollen.
When
I'm trying to remember
Let me just tell you this. This is serious. Did you watch William Montgomery at the Bridgestone Center in Nashville?
Yo, when you shave your beard, wait, did you shave your beard or was I dreaming? What the fuck? Was I dreaming?
Yeah.
You didn't shave your beard?
No.
Or no, you were talking about shaving your beard.
One time, maybe.
Right.
Doug, I asked you a question.
My beard wasn't even long, and I like trimmed it, and then there's a whole shitload of like dead skin that I was like scraping off my face.
That's absolutely true. You basically need to exfoliate your skin once you do it. With the loofah. All right, I have a question for you. Did you watch Million?
I didn't watch
Well, why didn't you watch William? No, I really didn't.
He wasn't on the show.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. Listen to me. Not this past weekend. He performed in his home state at the Bridgestone Center in Nashville, Tennessee. Did you watch it?
No, is it on the internet?
Yes, it's on the internet. And you should know he sang a song. What song did he sing? He sang it like five times. And it wasn't about I got a sweet little dog yesterday. I got a sweet little dog yesterday. It wasn't that song. He sang a different song. And the whole crowd sang with him. Any true William Montgomery fan would know this immediately.
Every breath you take.
No, it is not a pop song.
Give me a hint.
It is played often on Saturdays.
Give me a better hint.
People who sing the song very often are wearing the color orange or the color white or a mixture of both. Would you like another hint?
Yeah, give me an actual good hint.
The song involves generally a mountaintop.
Ain't no mountain
That would be a pop song, dog. No. Why would people be wearing orange and yellow to sing Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell's Ain't No Mountain High Enough? Why? I'm just asking you why. Why do you have to wear orange and yellow to wear orange and white to wear that to sing that song? We're waiting. We're sitting here.
It's a phenomenal song and often bright colors are easy to bring attention to when you're on stage. What other fucking song is there about the top of the mountain?
Dog, you would know if you were a big William Montgomery fan, but you aren't. Would you like me to tell you the name of the song?
Yeah.
It's called Rocky Top, and it's the fight song of the University of Tennessee. It is also one of the favorite songs of a woman in Lesotho who was stabbed in the stomach after giving head to her new boyfriend.
Amazing callback.
Thank you. Where did I see this? As any true William Montgomery fan would know, it was all over social media It was all over social media in general, and it was on Kill Tony, the episode where they were at the Bridgestone Center in Nashville, Tennessee, and people got in fights, and people yelled, and people booed. It's the volunteer dog. It's someone who volunteers to British around the Revolutionary War.
That's the fucking mascot. Is they're called the Tennessee Ballers.
Yeah, do you need me to repeat it? It's known as the volunteer state. And apologies, I said around the Revolutionary War, but specifically the War of 1812 and the Mexican American War. During the War of 1812, Tennessee volunteers played a crucial role, especially in the Battle of New Orleans, where they helped secure a decisive victory under General Andrew Jackson. The nickname gained further prominence during the Mexican American War of 1846, when Governor Aaron V. Brown called for 2,800 men and over 30,000 Tennesseans volunteered. The nickname reflects the state's tradition of civic service, embodying a spirit of dedication and bravery. Do you like that?
What instrument did William Montgomery play in college? Any true William Montgomery fans would know this. Google it.
It's not.
Google it.
It's not on Google. No, I'm looking up the thing about Tennessee.
Your AI again. Stop using AI.
I'm not. It's not even on AI. I don't think. Okay. Well, I can tell you what instrument he plays now. I think he played the drums, but no, he didn't. No, he didn't. Maybe he played the drums some. I think he played a few different instruments. One of which was the synthesizer, the piano, and I think he played the drums some. He may have played a little guitar, and I know he played like a recorder or like a flute. And those are some of the major instruments that he played while in college. What do you think he played in college? And the accordion. What do you tenor sax? What kind of exercise does William Montgomery do currently?
Rowing machine. Too easy, big dog. Rowing machine.
That's correct. What kind of exercise did William Montgomery do in college? What'd you say? He's actually very good at this. Are you looking involve cartwheels? Yeah, I mean, I guess you would consider it cardio. Are you ready for the answer? bicycling. Slipped one by the old goalie there, didn't I?
You know how much I've enhanced your fucking Williams trivia by recommending that you listen to the podcast?
Are you gonna sing the song? Are you gonna sing the song that William Montgomery sang at the Bridgestone Center in Nashville, Tennessee?
No, I'm going outside.
Okay, I'm gonna sing it to you real quick. Are you ready for it?
No, you're not. I'm going.
It goes like this. Rocky Top, you'll always be home, sweet home to me. Good old Rocky Top. Woo! Rocky Top, Tennessee. Look at this athleticism. I have to dive in because it sucks. Because some motherfuckers took down the temple. This sucks. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Yeah. Baruch Shem Kavod Masech Totally Unlimited.
it's just, you know, I think it's going to take time, but I think we're going to eventually get to a place where we'll work it out. And my best hopes of
That fucking
this is my best
devil,
hopes.
baby. The make that, baby.
Just ruin the whole world and take over everything. We can become slaves. My best hopes are it gets to a point of efficiency and intelligence where corruption like that is impossible. And it figures out a way to organize government
Shafriyati, which was built in part by pulling together some of the ruined bricks from the first temple itself, brought to Babylonia and used in the construction of another temple. So the idea is that the synagogues today represent little part of the ancient tradition of the temple itself. It's not hard to imagine why the synagogue would be especially associated with diaspora. The great distances that often separated diaspora communities from the center in Jerusalem meant that Jews wanted an outlet to express their desire to become closer to God. And so creating a special location that is designated as a place of sanctity, that seems to make a lot of sense. So we see synagogues popping up all over the diaspora. And over the course of these series of videos, I want to show you some of these gorgeous examples of synagogue art and architecture where Jews focused their thoughts and expressed them in a concrete manner while this function to take place. It's true that other functions were layered on top of the synagogue, but the central function is simply one of So, for watching it, here's a brief message from my rabbi, Rabbi Yaakov Stein.
At the hearing that reveals the spectrum in the person about what is the centrality of the Jewish life throughout the East. Come and join us and celebrate Household, our community, Young Israel Lord Cedars. We celebrate two very special couples, Dr. Edmondson and his wife Lana, together with a young couple, Adam and Gila Goldberg, on February 12, 2022, as we celebrate special people in a special community. See you there.
How do you get people that are motivated to make the best product in the world? And every year make it better. And not have them think only about making money to the point where they're willing to bribe politicians so that they can pollute a river in India.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to the second in a series of short videos that I've prepared to commemorate my synagogue, Young Israel Lawrence Cedarhurst, and to promote our upcoming annual dinner. Today, I'd like to answer the question, what is a synagogue, with the response to the place of kindness. In the first video, we talked about synagogue as a place of prayer. The synagogue actually serves a very, very useful purpose as a communal gathering space. Bear in mind that, especially in modern Europe, it was not so common to have large public spaces that could be easily rented for communal functions. I mean, especially if you're living in a ghetto with very, very constricted space requirements and people living in multi-story apartments, such as in Venice, for example. So having a free space that can be designated for communal meetings and for communal discussions and for communal activism is very, very useful, and that's the service that the synagogue often provided for the Jewish community. This is especially true in not only in ghettos, but also in shtetls, in the small villages that dotted Eastern Europe, where the level of wealth might be such that the only communal space available would be the synagogue. And as such, the synagogue serves as an extremely useful logistical starting point for all kinds of community organizations, so-called chevras, or committees, which deal with everything from providing dowries to poor brides to taking care of orphans and widows and the travelers and providing for education and providing for all kinds of needs of the community. These would be typically organized within the synagogue walls. The Talmud, Dr. Gil, does place restrictions on what can be done in the synagogue. It has a level of sanctity, so it can't be used, for example, as a place to organize conducting a business, or to take out the large open space to hang laundry or something like that. We can't even, for example, take a shortcut to a street. You want to get from one to another street, and the synagogue has doors on both streets. You can't just cut through the synagogue. But for the most part, synagogues in medieval Europe in particular were frequently used for all kinds of communal activities to benefit the community as a whole. It's certainly appropriate to use the synagogue for charitable purposes, to organize charities, and things like that. I'd like to have a look at one particular synagogue that I find incredibly beautiful that really encapsulates this tremendous value of the synagogue as the beating heart of the community. Let's look at the synagogue of Rostream, which is in Poland. And you can see from this map here, it's just a little bit east of Krakow. And when you look at photographs from when it existed, it was unfortunately destroyed by the Nazis in 1941. It had kind of like a barn-like appearance. I mean, it was a little bit majestic on the outside because of this sort of pagoda-like architecture, but it really didn't give any sense as to the tremendous beauty within this wooden synagogue. I'd like to say two things about this remarkable. First of all, like many of the wooden synagogues that were constructed out the villages that God in Europe, the simple, almost barn-like exterior was a disguise really for far more opulent, inviting interior. The exterior hid and turned over to Poland, which when look at this cross-section here, was actually like a totally distinct interior. When you're looking at it from the outside, it looked like a rather large kind of, but simplistic, somewhat ramshackle structure. But when you walked in, you felt the grandeur of this curving, gently sloping architecture that directed the eyes everywhere. And that must have been an absolutely incredible experience. The second thing is that many of these wooden synagogues had their internal cupolas, and in fact all of the walls richly decorated with luscious colors and representations of ideas in the Torah and Talmud and so on, particularly the zodiac, as we shall see in a minute. Now, the black and white photographs we have from Rostream do little to really give us a sense of what this experience must have been like. Many years ago, I had the privilege of working with Al Barry at Florida Atlantic University and director Carl Hirsch on a documentary video looking at the lost wooden synagogues that were destroyed by the Nazis in Eastern Europe. And here's a short clip of a look at one of those synagogues, specifically a zodiac, with a much younger me describing the experience of walking in. The narration is by the when he would walk into the synagogue and before all of the 12 counts of zodiac, he would get a sense of the entire Jewish year and its associations with the various festivals that he celebrated on the Easter Sunday. Each sign of the zodiac is the language of although the synagogue of Rostream was destroyed, it was recreated in a museum in Warsaw. Very beautiful recreation, as you can see here in these photographs, that really captured this kind of like Persian carpet quality into the richness of the imagery and the text that surrounds the worship into the synagogue. And you can imagine that they gathered in the synagogue midweek to deal with much more secular concerns, like for example, how are they going to fund the school system this year? How are they going to provide for Hannah's dowry and that? There must have been a tremendous sense of holiness as they sat under these remarkable decorations in this eternal fulfillment. And this is one of the reasons why my wife Ilana and I are so proud to be enthusiastic supporters of Young Israel Going to, because it, like many shuls throughout the world, encapsulates the value of chesed, of kindness. And although there are multiple minyanim that occur throughout the day, and it is first and foremost a place of prayer, it really is a tremendous place of chesed, where there's a phenomenal amount of community organization that goes on, food bank that's especially important to my wife and myself, and blood drives, and support for needy members of our community and the communities that surround us in Israel. It's really a phenomenal thing. Very, very enthusiastic. I hope that you will join us at the dinner this February. And here's a message from our young leadership award.
I'm so honored that the Shia chose us to be the young leadership awardees at this year's dinner.
please join us if you haven't already signed up. Motzei Shabbos Special Health 2022. It's going to be a great community in our shul. The more people there, the better it is. If you haven't made your reservations, there's plenty of time. And if you have, good job.
Jesus Christ. So crazy. So nuts. If you let them be nuts, they will be nuts. Yeah, so you don't want any regulations. You want anarchy. Like, shut your mouth. Shut up.
I have this idea of like the altruistic anarchism, where it's like everybody just treats
Hello and welcome
everybody
to the third in a series of videos I'm preparing for my synagogue, Young Israel of Born Citizens, in connection with our annual upcoming dinner. And, I've been asking the question, what is a shul? And today's response is going to be, it is a place of rejoicing. We should certainly not discount the role that communal celebrations play in the development of a cohesive national identity that helps preserve the Jews through their long diaspora. And the synagogue was a key element in providing a place where Jews could get together to celebrate not only lifestyle celebrations like baby namings and Brit Milah and weddings and so on, but also the calendrical celebrations, the holiday cycle and so on. And in that context, I'd like to take a quick visit to one of the most fascinating synagogues of the ancient world, that of Dura Europos. Now, have a look at this map here. This is where it's located, on the Euphrates River, not too far from the Talmudic city of Nahar Dor. It's a rather unusual association with the ancient period because it was actually lost for about 1,700 years. Here's an aerial view of Dura Europos, and this is especially fascinating because the entire city was basically lost until the 20th century when it was accidentally discovered by a British military patrol just digging up places in connection with the post-World War I era. This city, which was known in the ancient world, it was destroyed in the year 256 by the King Shapur I of the Sassanid Empire. This is, by the way, for those who are familiar with the Talmud, the famous Shur Malchus. And when it was discovered, it was actually preserved in a remarkable condition. The reason for this is because the Romans, who were trying to defend this eastern outpost from the Sassanid Persians, had actually taken all of the buildings that were by the wall in particular, ripped off their roofs, and filled them with desert sand as an attempt to fortify the city against the invaders. This was to know, but it actually had a really interesting consequence for Jews that the Dura Europa synagogue, which was located right by the city walls, was remarkably preserved, especially its gorgeous kind of wall. We know that the synagogue was constructed in the year 245 of the Common Era because, of course, there is a plaque that mentions the names of the donors. So it's one of the great things about Jewish archaeology is that the synagogues always have plaques, right? Those inscriptions tell us a lot of things. So let's have a look at the synagogue. Here you can see the western wall, which has the Aron Kodesh on it. So it is the western wall because we are on the east side of Jerusalem. Here in America, we tend to put our Aron Kodesh on the eastern side to face Jerusalem. And you can just get a sense of what it must have been like to walk into this building with these amazing paintings that covered literally every inch of the wall space. And because of the sand, it was preserved for 1,700 years. No light entered in to the paintings. Although we can see levels of where some paintings were painted over, slightly adjusted. So there's just incredible effervescence and energy in these paintings. Here's a beautiful scene of the temple, and you can see that the figure third from the top right is clearly labeled as Aaron the priest. An amazing mural that shows scenes from the life of Moses, which also indicates fascinatingly that the Jews of Dura Europos apparently had more compassion about portraying the images of women's faces. Here's a glorious multi-representation of the Jews crossing the Red Sea with Moses shown in several figures. You can notice here, by the way, that the artist clearly has, in some cases, there apparently are two distinct artists that are demonstrated here. One shows very Roman influence, a rather Hellenistic influence, and a lot of the things in togas, and the other seems much more Persian influence. a lot more Persian type clothing. So, and you see battle scenes going on in Dura Europos. And here's one of the instances of a great image of the humiliation of Haman, who is shown here, who obviously has lost his pants somehow. And he is walking mortified in a symbol of great honor seen from the different. So one can only imagine that these remarkable images must have accompanied a sense of awe and celebration and excitement. This just gives us a little sense as the elements of rejoicing that built to this special building we call the synagogue, and it is one that I associate very closely with my synagogue members who are going through it. I really hope that you'll be able to participate in one form or another, hopefully by actually coming in person to our dinner celebration this year. Thank you very much for watching.
Hi, it's Stephen and Marjorie Cohen. We are so excited to join together for the Yoke Dinner on 2/12/22, honoring two awesome couples, the Abramsons and the Goldbergs.
We moved to the neighborhood 25 years ago, and our number one priority was to find a house that was close to us. We were so fortunate to make Yoke our home. It's an honor and a privilege to join our Yoke family on 2/12/22.
Please join us at dinner on 2/12/22.
Communicating with John since I left. We did a bunch of stuff together, a bunch of drugs together. And do you ever drive? No, not really. No, I do sometimes with my daughter. One of my daughters is really talented. I draw sometimes with her, but it's interesting. I did a little drawing on vacation.
Hello and welcome to the fourth in the series looking at the question of what is a synagogue that is specifically associated with the upcoming annual shul dinner for the young Israel who want to see this. So today I'd like to speak about the synagogue as a place of memory. What I'd like to begin with is a small joke where I'll try and make it really quick, but basically there's this women's group in Florida, and they put together a lot of money. They raise a lot to buy a fighter jet for the Israeli Air Force. Tremendously expensive endeavor. And they raise funds and they buy this fighter jet, this F-15 fighter, and they have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport where they're all sitting on bleachers, and the pilot is there from the IDF, and he's about to get into the cockpit for the very first time on his maiden voyage, and he salutes to everyone on the bleachers. He gets up into the cockpit, pulls down the cowling, fires up the engines, and goes racing down the runway. And he stops. The plane turns around, fires up the engines, and goes racing down the runway the other way. And he stops again. He does this a few times until finally he comes and he taxis up to the bleachers again. He pops open the cowling, he walks down onto the tarmac, goes up to the president of the Hadassah group there and says, "Ladies, I'm afraid the plane will not take off. We have to remove at least some of the planes." For those of you who attend synagogue regularly, you know what I'm talking about, because synagogues have a tremendous amount of their vertical real estate devoted to plaques of so-and-so donated for this, so-and-so dedicated the money for this, and things like that. And that's really a very old tradition in Judaism. If you look at this example here, this inscription, which is a 2,000 years old, very oldest inscription, dedicatory plaque really ever in a synagogue, it was in Jerusalem. The text reads in Greek, which is significant: Theodotus, son of Venitus, priest and head of the synagogue. Right, he's a Kohen, and he is the archi-synagogos, meaning he's like the president of the shul. Kohen, and at the same time president of the shul, son of a head of the synagogue, and grandson of a head of the synagogue. He's got tremendous yichus going back 2 generations of shul presidents. Built the synagogue for the reading of the Torah and the teaching of the commandments, as well as the guest room, the chambers, the water fittings, as a for those in need from abroad, the synagogue, which is founded with the elders and Simonides. I'm not sure who Simonides is and why he's at the very end of the description, but nevertheless, this is like a typical plaque. It says who paid for it and refers to prior generations and says what was dedicated to Israel. Here's another one from Susia in southern Judea, 4 centuries later. Sometimes they're expressed in mosaics and so on, but basically this is a really old thing. Pretty much as long as we have had synagogues, we have had plaques that go together. It's also interesting to note that many of these dedicatory inscriptions participate as well. One specifically interesting one that was discovered in Smyrna that refers to a woman named Rufina. not only dedicated all kinds of funds for the synagogue, but she herself was also identified as the archsynagogus, the president of the shul. So this is something that goes back a long way, and it has obviously some practical elements, because when people donate money to the synagogue and they get this plaque, it's a way of keeping the synagogue moving, because the synagogue is a human organization. You have to keep the lights on, you have to pay the taxes, you have to pay the staff. So donating to the synagogue makes sure that the place exists in a concrete fashion. But it's not, one of the things that's amazing about these plaques is that it's something that allows for a very democratic participation, meaning not only those who dedicate like the foundation or the major halls, but people can dedicate amounts for very small, even ephemeral things like prayer cards for Kiddush Levana, or even more ephemeral things like when my wife suggested that we should make a donation for the daily coffee expenses, and you see here by the coffee stand. But I think one of the most moving elements of the evolution of the plaque in Jewish tradition is the yard site board, in which you can. This is very affordable. Every family can do this. You buy a small little plaque that lists the name of the beloved one who is deceased. It goes up on this board, and then on the anniversary of their death, it's a really nice innovation. I don't think they did this before electrification, but they would just screw in a little light bulb a little bit deeper so it makes the electric connection, and it lights up. So specifically, as it were, calls attention to the name who died on that particular day. Their yard site is definitely. So unfortunately, the Holocaust assessment takes a different kind of memorial that represents the collective 6 million losses that Jewish people suffered. Very moving thing. And what I think is so meaningful about it, and I have one there as well from my own beloved father who passed away a few years ago. It helps bring a memory of my father into a public place, because it's a wonderful thing to donate to create, let's say, a sculpture or an art installation that is located somewhere, let's say, outdoors, or maybe in a museum during an exhibition or things like that. But it's so beautiful to have a concrete reminder of the existence of a loved one in a place where people gather, in a place where you come together. I often, at the end of the day, just walk over to the plaque, small plaque that my family and I dedicated in the name of my beloved father, just to think about him or remember him, and know that in some symbolic way, he's there with me gathering too. Come on. I hope you found this useful, and I would really love to see you at the dinner. I hope you'll be able to stay. Thanks very much for that.
And I think she was there was no sense of humor and practice for me. However, the unusual appearance in the race, I found this place in the mixing of I would like to congratulate Anna Reeves, Iran, and Dr. Hillary Abramson, and Peter and you have contributed to the creation of a new home and new emotion. Thank you.
It's great for practicing. It's like the best thing for practicing because the bag is so straight. The bag kicking down like that is like it's a real target. Give it that it's really
Hello and welcome to the 5th in this series of the What is a Synagogue videos, in which we're talking about different aspects of synagogue life, and I'm preparing these videos in connection with the upcoming annual dinner of my synagogue, Young Israel of Lawrence. Cedar and I are privileged to serve as the guest of honor at their annual dinner this year. So when I think about synagogue, I think so much about how they are places of rebirth. Right? It's always a bad idea to bet against the resilience of the Jewish people. We see that especially clearly in this very unusual synagogue in Belmonte, Portugal. Now, I got to tell you, this is an amazing synagogue for all kinds of reasons. First of all, we should realize that the Jewish community in Portugal, where you can see where it's located, it's kind of inland Portugal. It's not near any major areas. It's really quite a remote place, actually. The Jewish community there was destroyed in 1497, where the mass conversion that was engineered by the Portuguese authorities. This is following up on the Spanish Inquisition and the Spanish expulsion, which actually swelled the population of Portugal significantly, and then followed by the Portuguese Inquisition, which is in many ways even worse than the Spanish Inquisition. So what happened was, in some really small, remote communities like Belmonte, the Jewish community actually went underground, and they outwardly portrayed themselves as Catholics, but in reality they were crypto-Jews, and they continued to practice what they understood as Judaism in secret for 5 centuries. Now, the reason why I qualify that Judaism is because it's really impossible to keep out the traditions, especially the rabbinic traditions and the customs that are widespread throughout Europe, when you're in a tremendous lockdown with no access to books, no access to rabbis, and you're handing things down from generation to generation. It is amazing the degree to which the Jews of Belmonte hung on to their traditions. They were eventually discovered in the early 20th century by this man, Samuel Schwartz, who was a Polish Jew working in the region as an engineer. And, came to talking with people there, and people said, well, whatever you do, don't do business with anyone from Belmonte, because they're Jews there. He said, what? Jews in Portugal? They've been kicked out since 1497, or they've been forcibly converted. How are there any Jews left? So he went to Belmonte, and at first the Jewish community there was very hesitant to reveal themselves, and they didn't quite trust him. They asked him a lot of really probing, hard questions to see if he really was Jewish. You can imagine the conversation right in front of you. You don't look Jewish, you don't sound Jewish. But they brought him to the village elder, who was a woman, and by reciting a few key prayers that they had memorized, like Shema Yisrael, then Samuel Schwartz established his bona fides. Village elders said to everyone around, yes, he is in fact Jewish. There are Jews outside of Portugal, and so that began their exposure to the wider world. My wife and I had the great privilege of visiting the Jewish community of Belmonte twice now with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, and here I am with my colleague, the Prague historian David Kraus.
Behind us stands the Beit Eliyahu Synagogue of Belmonte, which was inaugurated in 1993. And this is really like the pinnacle of the renewal of the crypto-Jewish community at Belmonte. This gentleman behind me, the president of the Jewish community at Belmonte. This pretty much, as you can see, this is a very remote area. And this is the center of the rebirth of modern Jewish identity. If it wasn't for the 500 years of struggle of the crypto Jews here, you kept it alive. And I think this, personally, for me, this is the most fascinating experience.
Obviously, this synagogue is a late 20th century addition to the community, but it has a lot of features that are very specifically and subtly designed to allude to the unusual history. First of all, it has a mikvah, of course. It has a beautiful aron with the 10 Commandments standing on either side. But this is the aspect of the synagogue architecture that I find most fascinating. Have a look at this Ner the eternal light, which in most synagogues is, it's designed as a tradition to be evocative of the appurtenances of the temple, the actual sanctuary in Jerusalem. In most synagogues, you'll see that there's some kind of electric light there. Sometimes it's like a little more beautiful design to look like a flame, or maybe evoke the burning bush as of this. But what is this thing here? What are we looking at? That is totally different. You can see they have another one over here on the far. Oh, what exactly is that thing? So it turns out that this is a traditional lamp from before the area was electrified, and it's what normal Portuguese people would use to light their homes. You would put like a candle on the inside of it, or oil and a wick on the inside of it there, and you would be able to carry it around and things like that. Now, the reason why it's so important is because even after electrification, the Jewish community of Belmonte had a long tradition of lighting their candles in such a way that it would not be apparent to anyone who saw inside their homes that they were lighting them for a ritual purpose. So this lamp, which would look, let's say 100 years ago, like a totally ordinary lamp, meant so much to the Portuguese Jews of Belmonte, the crypto Jews, because it really symbolized their hidden identity. even now that we have electrification, now Baruch Hashem, we have regular Shabbat pills and things like that, they still use of their resilience and their ability to be ready for renewal once again. And that's why I think the synagogue is a wonderful place. I hope you enjoyed this video. I would love it if you would participate in the dinner. It would be great if you could actually come and join us and meet in person. Otherwise, please feel free to send a group. Very much for watching. Can you imagine having a sukkah here with that view? Like, oh my God. I'm coming to Belmonte for sukkahs next year, God willing. That's just where I want to have my sukkah. Especially if, you're in Brooklyn or something, this is one amazing place to have a sukkah. Okay, let's go to the bus. Bye.
And they're sweet to everybody. They live like 150 years.
Hello and welcome to the 6th video in this series in which I ask the question, what is a synagogue? And these videos are prepared to promote the upcoming annual dinner at my synagogue, the Young Israel of Lawrence Seedhurst, where my wife and I are very privileged to serve as the guest of honor. So today I'd like to talk about the synagogue as a place of security. And it's meant kind of in two senses. The first sense of that phrase is a place where one can go in order to feel secure, where one can go in order to pour out one's heart before God, to engage in fellowship with good friends in the community, and all kinds of very positive things. At the same time, the second meaning of that phrase is the place where you have to have security in order to feel safe. This is something that goes way back in Jewish history, that synagogues, particularly in the diaspora, were places of refuge for Jews from physical attack. Let's recall that Jews were always minorities in the places in which they lived. Jewish communities were attacked from invaders from without. In fact, as we shall see, most of the so-called fortress synagogues were built in connection with architecture designed to protect populations against the Mongols and the Tatars. And by the way, this architecture was used by non-Jewish organizations as well. But also Jews had a special reason to create these fortress synagogues, because there was always the concern of peasant uprisings, of anarchy, which could always affect Jews very negatively, sometimes fueled by anti-Semitic ideologues and so on. During the Crusades in the 11th century, there were actually many episodes in which Jews sought refuge, more or less successfully, in Christian houses of worship. The upper clergy, bishops, and so on tended to look askance at the rapacious activity of renegade crusaders who chose to attack the whole populations of Jews rather than make their way to Jerusalem, where ostensibly the crusade was to be prosecuted. But in the Middle Ages, Jews began building these synagogues for themselves. Here, let's have a look at a few examples. Most of them are in Eastern Europe because of the waves of invaders from the East. Here's a 15th century example from Krakow. This photograph dates from 1929, but if you go on Wikipedia, you'll see it's still there. You can get a sense of the massive walls that enclose the place. Here's Husiata, Ukraine, in the 16th century. Again, not only the big heavy walls, but also like the multiple layers of walls to kind of protect an inner sanctum, quite literally in the sanctuary. Here in Jokva, fascinating exterior structure that also had that strange, that kind of crenellation. In some of these synagogues, you have like archers windows, things like that to protect the community. Here is a fascinating reconstruction of the synagogues and bells, an important site for Hasidic Jewry, and you can see that on the left. Here's the pre-war version of it, and on the right, you can see how it is set up in Jerusalem. Really interesting. Now, internally, the most important designator of a fortress synagogue style, as it came to be called, is a design in this architectural drawing of a bird's eye view of Vorstadt synagogue in the view or above, which at the time was in Poland. Now is in Western Ukraine. And you can see that right in this, there are 4 pillars which surround the bima. These pillars would go straight to the ceiling to give them more structural integrity. That meant that surrounding the bima and including the space within the space that the bima itself represents, you would have 9 bays. That is a very, very common structural design of the synagogue. Reinforces the halakhic imperative to have the bima in the center of the room, whereas you may have had it off center in other structures, perhaps when Jews lived in somewhat safer climes. And it provides both structural integrity and also of protection, because there is this space within the space right in the very middle of the synagogue. Here's another example looking at it crossways. This is the Fortress Synagogue of Pinsk, where you can see the bima laterally would be right in the center of the room like that. You also see the kind of crenellations at the top that we observed earlier. Now, these architectural designs tend to exude strength and stability, which is precisely what we want a fortress to do. In the modern era, unfortunately, the need for it is just as acute. Here you can see the exterior door to the synagogue of the small Jewish community of Halle, Germany. You can see on the upper left, there's an arrow pointing at the security camera, and on the right, you can see the arrow pointing to bullet holes that were left in this very solid door that thankfully the Jews inside did not open for their attacker on Yom Kippur 2019, and his attack was foiled, at least in terms of the people who were inside the synagogue. People who were outside did not fare as well. And of course, here in America, we have the same kind of situation where the Tree of Life Synagogue was tragically attacked in Pittsburgh. Also have an attack in Poway, California, and just 2 weeks ago in Colleyville, Texas, a man comes in and takes the people in the synagogue hostage. Terrifying kind of thing continue to happen in this great country today. Security is a reality for synagogues, historically and unfortunately even today in our country. When I was making this video, I made the kind of sad realization that actually the very first person I say good morning to is the security staff at Young Israel, either Bob or Chris or whoever happens to be on duty that morning. They're the first person who is at the door, making sure that I'm safe when I get into synagogue and helping preserve the safety and integrity of everyone in the building. And, this is just part of what it means to have religious freedom in this country. There's a price associated with it, a psychological price, a sociological price, and an economic price. But when we are united, that's when we can manage these costs. And in that context, let me invite you to participate. Please, if you're able to attend the dinner, it will be great to meet you in person. If you're watching this from far away and it's not convenient for you to come to the dinner, then consider supporting the security costs and many other things that go along with the running of this wonderful synagogue, Young Israel of Lawrence Cedars. Okay, I hope you found this video interesting, and thanks for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history, and welcome to the 7th and final video in this series looking at the question, what is a synagogue? This series is prepared in conjunction with my synagogue, the Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst, and their annual dinner, which is upcoming. Today, I'd like to look at the aspects of the synagogue which makes it a central place for community. And to do that, I'd like to take you to the Rhone River in France to look at medieval synagogue of Carpentras, which I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago. And let's have a look at the exterior, moving into the interior, and then to the remarkable discoveries that were made in the basement.
The synagogue is located in the Jewish carrière, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, particularly for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population, lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, there was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be 2 windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of the 2 vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonate with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So an interesting feature when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper, there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that lays before them.
There's a beautiful Baroque interior that strikingly contrasts with the very sort of low profile facade on the outside. And this is the oldest active synagogue in France and the second oldest active in Europe.
There are some remarkable and charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall.
Hand up there so we can see it.
Of course. Oh, wow. Look at how tiny it is. Amazing. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room, and on the floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The synagogue was so welcoming to us here in Carpentras. And a group with Kosher River Cruises, a lot of important people are traveling with us, and so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Aron to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were too worn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torah, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back.
This is incredible.
Bears and tigers that you can train to do circus shows in front of everybody. You can't train all
Okay, Solomon, say something for the camera.
The privilege to be holding a 1771 Sefer Torah.
This mikveh is from the 18th century. Okay, and
the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward were more similar to modern day mikvah, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people were was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and
okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikveh, a ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space.
connected to these. I think sometimes we forget that we're still a natural part of the environment. Wow, where does the plants?
The Jews of Carpentras, of course, do not use the 14th century mikvah or even the 18th century mikvah. They'll use a modern mikvah. But the synagogue also features communal ovens used for baking the Passover matzah. A few years ago, during some standard renovations, some basement was discovered in the Carpentras synagogue that had some remarkable communal barns.
J'ai dit quelque chose. Dites qu'est-ce que tu veux dire aux États-Unis?
Je le dis en français.
Oui,
super.
Je veux...
Cette synagogue en France, elle est exceptionnelle. Nous avons la synagogue et le lieu de vie. Et c'est unique dans le monde, même une date de 1357. Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir voir, vous serez superment accueillis parce qu'il mérite immensement. Shalom à tous.
Ok, qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici? Voilà ce que je voulais vous dire.
Organisa, oui. Ok. Et c'est une organisation de documents. Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable.
Vous n'avez pas vu ça ce matin?
Non, c'est la première fois.
Je suis ravi. Alors ça,
C'est ça.
ça c'est normalement il y a des couloirs qui rejoignaient les habitations.
Les couloirs ici, à tous les maisons.
Il y avait des couloirs partout où on rejoignait les habitations, les immeubles. Et on pense que c'est la Guéniza de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé, c'est fini maintenant, on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres. Les livres, le vieux, comment on appelle ça, des manuscrits de comment on appelle ça, de Gutenberg, c'est 1589. Oui. Wow, 1540. 50 ans après Gutenberg.
What I find especially fascinating and meaningful about the discoveries in the sub-basement of the Carpentras Synagogue is that they literally had corridors physically connecting the homes of the Jewish quarter with the synagogue. That the Jews wanted, perhaps for security reasons, a direct and immediate and secure access to the synagogue from their homes, which indicates just how important it is that we are connected to our synagogues today. That's especially true in an era when, we are increasingly fractionated as a people and spread out across a wide variety of geographic locations. It's true that we have this remarkable ability to connect now with the internet, something truly unprecedented since the Gutenberg era, but we cannot rely on this virtual connection to replace the actual connection of being physically with other people. So I hope that this short series has been for you. If you are to make it physically to dinner, then I would love to meet you in person. And if our geographic distances are too wide to make that possible, perhaps you'll consider supporting either our synagogue, which I would certainly love, or your own synagogue, so that we can increase the participation of Jews in this wonderful institution. Thank you very much for sticking with me through this series, and I hope you have a fantastic day.
What we're saying is that, as you're listening to this, if you're going on your journey in life, and you think you might be going in a safe direction that's going to make money.
I found this actual product from another manufacturer about 2 years ago, but it's not under stock. Good morning, welcome. Yeah, this is pretty great. So here it is. Let's crack it open. Let's see what the texture is like. Here we go. So now we have some the other question is if you're good quality, this is what Are you a doctor standing by? Five doctors in this thing? I'm not entirely. I'm not entirely sure that the recipe for Peacock is spread in the rabbi address. Rabbi, we're hoping that you'll be Mahanas with just a quick word. No one states it yet. No one says it. No one has to get it.
So let's see. Just a world of thought actually to sum up something I was discussing with my Clarissa, which he quoted from the name of like a lot of green life. So the Gemara says in the Zohar, anybody to try it, but with the Amon, look at these basic Babylonians, today's done. They're eating bread with bread. This is really an extension of bread. So not the green life that set it up in the year is Yotzak now. Says of Memphis says that you know what I mean? He says like ask a young person, why is it that you work so hard? He says, you know, because I need to earn money. Well, why do you value it? Why do you earn money? Says like says, why do you live so I can go on vacation? Why do you go on vacation? So I can work, I can really to work. So says, honey buddy to try. One fools for people who are after Namavanam that they eat bread in order to eat bread. Right? And then the Kitab is meant to remind us that to be a foolish Babylonian, to spend on the rat ring and carry on going, just meant to make it. Every time you see Kitab or that, you're reminded that's taken just why you do what you do. Anyway, so as well, besides passing out
This is how much you want to watch. I also have pam-pams with encouragement that we don't watch on. All right, here we go. So let's do the textures, right? What if I like kind of like bang it like the old behind ketchup? This has got to come something. It's actually moving. It is moving. I think there's the version of it. I was thinking whenever I go to pizza, I see those TV pizzas. I think it's one. Okay, that's enough. I think it's going to be enough. I think it's fine. Just that little. It's just. It's very good if you add it to your. Okay, I would like to take this opportunity to. Well, I'm making a phone up on this, but I would give this opportunity. And wait, we got to make sure we got them. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu haolam boreinu minenu v'nafshu. Amen. It tastes like an inferior cinematography. Oh, okay. And you see, this is Russian tone. Okay. Rabbi's got to go now. Okay, here we go. Sorry. Here we go. Say that oh man. You explain the techniques to people, it tightens up your own understanding of techniques. It makes you okay, let's see what happens. So drop it. I'll see if I can get some kind of a product. Okay, here we go. I'm waiting 2 years. I've seen that time. Guys really good. We start teaching. Beginners, one driver license. You know what I like it? It's strangely nutty taste. Oh, it's not bad. It's actually good. Not bad. Amen. Goes well with rice. This is just another.
I think it's better. Yes, exactly. Sports has become much better.
Really not too bad.
Well, the fan is good.
Very strong styrofoam brown.
You know, that's what you like a good gyro sauce. You know, a little sour, not bad.
Everyone feeling okay? Really, maybe the moldy bed would tip it over the edge.
Creativity and historical research.
Everything. I love it.
Thank you.
I want to tell you people a story. I want to tell you people a story about that.
Thank you for coming, Rob. I wasn't sure if you were here.
I want to just tell a story about that Davidson. I'm going to short tied up to Hebron, and last year Pesach, I go to Hebron with my family, and I go to visit the Horowitz family, which is the first people to use Hebron, who we're very close with, and that's where I stay every year on Sarah. And I walk into the apartment, and on the screen, but Rebbitzin Horowitz is watching Dr. Abramson to Mashiach. I said, "Do you know who that is?" He said, "No, I don't know, but he's great." So anyways, I wanted to know that all over the world, Abramson has
There's like 3 or 4 10 planets. Yeah. I think there's at least 3. And they're all packed, right? Packed, yeah. Yeah. It's like, and there's so many people that are interested in it because, you know, it really does work. It really helps you. It not just works like as a martial art tool. It helps you in everything you do.
It is such a privilege to get to it. I heard Dr. Abramson, not only because this series is going to be so wonderful, because it follows up on the incredible feedback that we got from our last series that we had this year. Both in terms of the support and in terms of the content that you were able to share. Tonight's topic is the first in a series of 3, which will be discussing a really, really fascinating topic. Talking about much of rituals that are key to understanding a really important figures in Jewish history. But I'll leave really some of the concepts that Dr. Abramson. I'll quickly start by expressing our gratitude to all those who joined Dr. Abramson. We got very late tonight, and this is what it is for us, and I'm looking forward to sharing a wonderful experience today.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. It is a great privilege to speak with your audience again. I really did enjoy the last time we spoke. We had quite a stimulating interchange of ideas, especially about 3 different meetings that allowed us to really flesh things out a little bit. A topic that I find is fascinating and in many ways quite relevant to our own times, especially when we deal with, you know, these political catchphrases like cancel culture. And the notion that people should express opinions that somehow would invalidate them, yet they may have tremendous potential to offer for society. And this is, in fact, what we see with the 3 figures that I hope we will explore overnight and next week and then in January. They're really pivotal, transformative figures, and when we look backwards in history at their legacy, you know, it's impossible to imagine that there would have been any controversy regarding these towering geniuses. But in reality, if they showed up in our schools today, we probably would not give them an aliyah, and we might even give them an escort to the door. By way of general introduction to the theme, I'd like to actually step out of our Jewish history for a moment and look at this individual on the left, Ignaz Semmelweis. who is most likely not actually Jewish. He was a 19th century doctor who was very active in the Austro-Hungarian Empire in Vienna and in Judah. There is some question about his background. Most scholars think that he was ethnically German, living in Hungarian territory, but it's not at all impossible that he was a descendant of converts to Christianity, which was very common in the 19th century among educated Jewish classes. Here he is with his bride in 1857 when he was in his 30s. Now, he's an unusual figure because he worked as a medical doctor, as I mentioned, in particular. And he was especially charitably minded. He worked in some of the new clinics that had been established specifically for poor women who were having street births, meaning they would just find any place to give birth without any medical attention, typically unwed. And there was a fear of infanticide, and so the state set up several of these street clinics for women. And the rumor went around, and it was actually a well-founded rumor, that one of them had a startling mortality rate from puerperal fever, which is essentially a kind of a sepsis that can affect women when they have difficulties in childbirth. The other clinic, which operates on different days, had a much lower level of puerperal fever. And ironically, the level of puerperal fever in the second clinic was just about the same mortality rate for women as those who gave birth without any medical attention. So this really troubled Semmelweis. And he looked at all kinds of reasons. Why is it that Clinic 1, which operates on a certain number of days a week, is having these atrocious mortality rates, and Clinic 2 is having less of them and more like the mortality rate associated with childbirth in 19th century? He troubled it deeply. We looked at all kinds of variables, trying to figure out what was going on. The only difference between the two clinics is that the one with the high female mortality, maternal mortality, was actually a medical teaching facility that had medical doctors working there, or doctors in training. And the second clinic had only midwives, no medical doctors. And so he deduced that what was probably happening is that the medical doctors were coming into contact with cadaverous particles. Now, this was before the theory of germ was developed, and people didn't have a good sense of what infection was, things like that. But he thought that perhaps, correctly, although in a kind of a simplistic way, he thought that the fact that the medical doctors were working on oxygen buttering and then walking over and delivering babies shortly thereafter, that somehow contributed to infant maternal mortality. This was not happening at all in the second clinic. They didn't deal with cadavers at all. And so what he did was he tried to find a way to remove any of these acute cadaverous particles from the skin by instituting a chlorine hand wash. The reason why he went with chlorine and lye is primarily because it removed the smell from the hands of the patients better than it. And when he instituted this chlorine hand wash, amazingly, the maternal mortality dropped dramatically. And it seemed like this is what did it all. It was just wash your hands. That's the whole thing. You can believe it. The doctors were not washing their hands between autopsies and deliveries, which is just incredible. But he discovered it. He said, hey, you just have to make sure you disinfect your hand. He didn't have the idea what exactly disinfectant is, but nevertheless, that is precisely what happened. Now, remarkably, Semmelweis's discovery was ignored by the medical establishment in Austria and Hungary. They discounted entirely his theory of cadaverous tissues, and they felt that he was overreacting to these things, and they essentially did not implement any of his common sense procedures in other medical facilities. He did everything he could. He traveled around trying to convince people of the importance of restoring wash, and he published quite strident attacks on the institutions that refused to institute the basic procedures. In this particular publication, dated 1862, he referred to doctors who refused to wash their hands as irresponsible murderers and ignoramuses. This is the kind of thing that certainly did not endear him to the medical establishment. He grew mentally unstable as a result of his ongoing failure to convince the establishment there was value and that he was actually saving lives by his brainwash. And although now he is considered, a tremendous hero in medicine, what happened in his lifetime is that his inconsistent, his increasingly erratic behavior led some of his friends to actually commit him to an insane asylum where he was put in a straitjacket and he was held in seclusion in a dark room, and he was rather mercilessly beaten. And in fact, 2 weeks after he was committed to this insane asylum, he actually died of blood poisoning. It's believed that it probably had to do with his beating because one of his hands was horribly injured and he probably suffered some blood poisoning as a result of that. He died 2 weeks later. Hardly anyone came to his funeral, and he was immediately replaced, of course, at the returning clinic. And as soon as his replacement took over, of course, mortality rates jumped to 6 times the rate they were when he was there, having all of the doctors watch their hands. So he was an incredibly ignored figure in his lifetime, even though now he's considered a great national hero. In fact, part of the reason why there's some debate over his ethnicity is because several different nationalities all want to claim him. This is actually an Austrian coin claiming him as one of their own. There was a gold 50-euro coin published in 2008. But I think Semmelweis is such an interesting and fascinating case study that leads us into the discussion of the people that we'll be looking at, because these are people who, for the most part, men who really, although Semmelweis did not exactly understand the procedures that led to the lower female mortality, but he nevertheless could make the connection between hand washing and greater health. And despite their phenomenal vision, they were oriented in their own time. They were hated, actually. They were pursued, and they suffered tremendously as a result of this very unfair cases, which would prove to be ignored by history over time, but they did not necessarily enjoy that in their own lifetimes. So what we're going to look at is 3 different individuals in 3 very different time periods. And I'm hoping that we may even see some relevance to our own time. On the left, you see the statue of Moses Maimonides in Cordoba, Spain. Actually, it's kind of interesting that Semmelweis, he's claimed to buy Spain, even though he was kicked out of Spain with his family when he was just in his adolescent years. And then you see the front page of the Messila Sharia, a remarkable, amazing 18th century book by Moshe Sato. And today, although it's a remarkable figure to the history, that is actually as a hero, not only the Iranian Talmudic world, because of this particular work, Messiah Shishar. He's acclaimed as a hero of the Hasidic world. He was, first and foremost, actually a Kabbalist. He's some remarkable work on the philosophy of Kabbalah. And he's also claimed to arise by the non-religious Haskalah movement, because he also wrote plays, much like 18th century Italian romances. He was the first novelist, and he wrote a lot of modern plays using the kind of vocabulary, syntax, and style of Italian poetry. So, but nevertheless, despite this tremendous claim of his widespread acceptance today, in his own time, he was actually forced to recant his views 3 separate times. He was run out of his native Padua, Italy. He was run out of his native Padua, Italy, He was actually put under house arrest in Frankfurt, Germany, and then, only after a while was he ultimately allowed to go to Amsterdam after all of his writings were confiscated and then he lost. So this is the story of the Ramchal as we will explore that work next week. And then finally, and I have to say, I'm especially excited to speak about this individual because the last time I spoke about him was back in 2013, and it was very well received and well publicized, the talk, but it was based on very limited sources. And since then, so many more biographies have appeared of the incomparable Dr. Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the great leader of the Lubavitch movement, who is quite possibly the world's most recognized Jew, given the widespread popularity of Chabad in the remotest corners of the world. The Lubavitcher Rebbe is remarkably well known in that space. Associated with Judaism, so people are very, very limited association with Judaism as a whole. He was actually quite a brilliant individual, and he was the CEO of a massive volunteer network to which people devoted their lives, and ironically, which has grown exponentially fast, which is amazing that an organization can have no official salary, no official revenue, and still nevertheless grow with people devoting their lives to this stuff. So to look at the Rebbe, as he is known in Japanese, with three figures. Oh, and by the way, the Rebbe, of course, endured tremendous criticism because towards the end of his life, after he had a tragic stroke and was unable to communicate effectively, there was a spread movement among his followers that actually continued after his passing, that argued that he was in fact Mashiach, that he was in fact the Messiah, and we'll explore that conscience really created a huge amount of negative feedback at the same time, which unfortunately obscured some of his phenomenal achievements to otherwise interested Jews who would have heard what exactly he had to offer them philosophically and so on. So those are the three figures that we'll be looking at over the course of these 3 weeks. And at this point, we should get straight to the Rambam. This is the version of the Ike representation of the Rambam. We, of course, have no idea what he actually looked like, but this kind of urban, sort of dignified-looking individual is the one that we've seen in the publications since the 19th century. Actually, out of him, kind of like a relief is on the wall of the Congress as well as the pages of behind him, you do actually see his signature because a lot of his manuscripts, which were actually recovered from the Cairo in Giza, where he lived and quite a few of his survived. They're saying that from Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses. And of course, the first Moses that proverb is Moshe Rabbeinu, the Moses of the Torah, and Moses Maimonides at the other end, a good 2,500 odd years later. And in many ways, this is a figure that you only see once in a millennium because he had incredible grasp of not only the broad swath of Torah knowledge, but also of basically all secular knowledge at the time as well. Again, in the 12th century, when he was very active, the body of world knowledge, scholarship in particular, was still, almost manageable by a single person. And this is the kind of person who could have achieved that kind of great expertise, both in the Torah realm and in the secular realm. And in fact, the reality that he was someone who was able to excel both religiously and in a secular vein is one of the reasons why he became such a hero in the 19th century to the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment movement, because they saw in him this antidote to the inward-looking, high Eastern European ghetto Jew who was deeply wrapped up in the text of the Talmud and the Kabbalah and so on, but really could not negotiate the outside world, couldn't, speak the vernacular appropriately, certainly didn't have higher education, university level outside of the Yeshiva. The Rambam, which is the acronym of his full name and title, Rabbi Moses ben Maimon, the son of Maimon. The Rambam exemplified that kind of, you can do it all. You can be highly proficient as a religious Jew and highly proficient and a public thought leader in fields outside of Judaism as well. So many schools where one get a word not uncoincidental with Maimonides' school in Boston, for example, because he exemplified that kind of you can do it all sensibility. His with Spain, as it will show you a little bit of his map of his travel in a moment, but most of his life and work was conducted in Egypt. So it's a little bit unfair for Spain to claim him as an Israel because that he was actually exited. He is paradigmatic of the ultimate Jew, of course, as a medical doctor, which is one of the most traditional fields for Jews to exist in. But at the same time, he was highly exceptional. He was usually creative and very bold. He was prepared to suggest audaciously large and innovative intellectual approaches to some of the great problems I hope to demonstrate shortly. Here's a map showing you his basic travels. His family was in southern Spain, which dominated by the Muslims, and actually for about 200 years prior to his departure, was really a golden era for Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. But at the very end of the 12th century, among the things that happened is that Muslim tribes from North Africa penetrated into this already Muslim-held territory in southern Spain, and they were quite a bit more radical and much more fanatical about their adherence to Islamic theology and much more stricter. So, for example, the commonplace drinking parties that involved alcohol were to be highly excoriated, and the Almohads and the Almohades were the groups that came up. We couldn't believe that the Muslim rulers were actually having drinking parties with Jews and with Christians. And so we really cracked down with a far harsher vision of Islam that had existed hitherto. And so the Maimonides family, despite the fact that they were very well established in the south of Spain, and they had generations upon generations of Dayanim, of judges, Jewish judges who would serve there, Maimonides' father, Maimon, decided to take the family out of it. They fled Spain. There's some interesting later historiography that suggests that they may have even faked a conversion to Islam, although the specific reference to that is highly suspect, but nevertheless they made their way out of Spain and across the coast of North Africa. Maimonides at the time was about 12 or 13 years old, and when they got to Tunisia in particular, that's where he embarked on his medical education. Tunisia actually was a remarkably advanced center of learning at the time, and they spent some significant years there where he was able to really develop his knowledge of the science. He was already a child prodigy and had completed a remarkable commentary on the even a teenager, but his greater would still be future. Then from Tunisia, they made it to Egypt, and specifically to Fustat, which was a suburb of Cairo, and that's where the Jewish community primarily lived. Maimonides continued his studies there, and left it up to his older brother David to provide for the family. By this point, his father had passed away. And unfortunately, David was lost in a shipwreck that took my mom's fortune with him. All of a sudden, Moses had to stand up and become the prime breadwinner for his mother and their surviving siblings. And so he did what any good Jewish boy would do. He hung up a shingle as a medical doctor. In those times, medical doctors were involved much more in kind of diagnosis and the dispensing of natural remedies and herbs and things like that, rather than surgery. Surgery was considered a much lower profession and was actually associated with barbers, and that's essentially was to significant fame. However, he had tremendous reputation, and he ultimately ended up being appointed to be the family physician of the Viceroy of Egypt, where he primarily treated the harem, that is, the wives of the Sultan and their children, which was a very high-level position. He describes actually in some of his letters how his typical day would involve him, getting up, saying morning prayers, getting on a car, and essentially, just like I do, riding the Long Island Railroad, except then it would be the Long Mile Donkey Road up to Cairo. He spent the day in Cairo treating all like the harem and the children and so on, and then he would come back late at night. He ate one meal a day, and after his meal over, then he was besieged by people who thought were all coincidence for legal halakhic advice and direction and so on, and he would stay until very, very late. And somehow, amidst all this, he managed to write some tremendous works. So at this point, let's do his Jewish stuff, and that's where we'll see that he got into a lot of trouble. So, specifically, what did he do? So I already mentioned that as a child, he wrote a remarkable commentary on the mission. It is so significant that typically printed with standard Mishnayos today. If you want to study the Mishnah, you look at the commentary of the Rav, Rabbi Bartanura, and you look at the commentary of Maimonides. And perhaps 12 or 13. He wrote the first draft of this that still demonstrates phenomenal erudition, the awareness of everything in the Talmud that is brought to bear on the commentary of the Mishnah. This in itself is not more like achievement, but he was just getting started at that point. He was also, as I mentioned earlier, incredibly efficient as a medical expert, and he published widely. He wrote treatises, which are still available today. The Mishnah commentary was written in Hebrew. The medical writings are in Arabic, of course, he was changed in both languages. And he wrote about anxiety and depression. He wrote about traditional medicines. He wrote like predecessors, kind of like guides to collecting herbs and things like that. And he was really well regarded as a scientist, completely separately from religious. He wrote an amount of correspondence because he was the widely recognized, particularly in North Africa and in Yemen, as being the leading figure of the Jews. He eventually was appointed to be the leader of Egyptian Jews, a position that was actually handed down for several generations after him as the primary leader of Egyptian Jews, very important community. And so many communities and individuals directed their problems to him, and he left behind a massive correspondence that portrayed sensitivity to individual concerns and often gave very insightful advice, often very courageous and heroic advice. Really, you can see the personality of Maimonides coming out in the letters more than anywhere else. For example, there's a letter that he received from a convert to Judaism. Was having a hard time because the rabbi in his town was telling him there were certain lessons he wasn't allowed to say. because the blessings say the God of my father, Isaac, Jacob, and his fathers biologically were not Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And Maimonides writes back essentially saying, tell your rabbi, yes, no, I'm talking about your fathers spiritually, or Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, you're allowed and encouraged to use these phrases as they are in the traditional book, and they are genuinely your spirit. So you really get a sense for who he was as a person. In the letters, which portray a much more personal, his magnum opus, the greatest work of his career, include a philosophical classic called the More of the Faith for the This is a remark which was written in Judeo-Arabic. That is, the written Arabic, written Hebrew character, basically in Arabic language, with a lot of Hebraic and Aramaic influences. It's a little bit like British is essentially German, with characters with a lot of Hebrew. So it's kind of like a specialized, highly directed historical work, and the text of it indicates that he wrote it for one student in particular, although it's quite likely that he understood that by writing this work, it would of course gain much wider correspondence. It was basically a very sophisticated philosophical discussion that defended Judaism from the attacks that contemporary Islamic philosophy bore upon essentially, it was an apology for Judaism that was not something that necessarily, want the Barnes and Noble of the time for everybody, or should put on the Amazon page, everybody, because it's a highly sophisticated philosophical work, and it has been directed primarily at a particular class of Egyptian Jew, or Jew in the Arabic speaking. Forget, by the way, that the Maimonides is functioning, the Arabic Jewish world in many ways far more advanced than the Jewish world in Christian Europe. It's Rashi and to emerge, but there's no question that there's enough scope and creativity of Spanish and North African Jews far beyond what they're producing in Europe. So he's writing to like the kind of intellectual of the Egyptians, saying, don't be overwhelmed by Aristotelian philosophy as expressed by the Arabs. Judaism has far more to offer you, and because he was evidently very well versed in Greek philosophy, and in particular that of Aristotle, he would argue that Judaism and Aristotle are closer than Islam and Aristotle. Aristotle, of course, was seen as the greatest of the philosophers of his day, so the idea of a accordance between Jewish thought and Aristotelian thought was considered a very valuable as a Racha. So this was a book essentially, if you can imagine in contemporary terms, it's kind of like students who finish day school and then they head off to secular college and they're kind of overwhelmed by the philosophies that they encounter there, and they say, oh my gosh, I lived in such a small kind of like insular world in modern Orthodox shtetl, and Maimonides came to like another saying, don't worry, we still got it all over. These other ideologies, don't explain it. That's essentially what the guide for the Bible is all about. And incredibly important work that he was involved in this massive thing called the Mishnah Torah. And both of these works together were brought into trouble more than Mishnah Torah, unlike the guide for the perplexed, which was written in Judeo-Arabic with a ton of philosophical terminology, references to Aristotle, some references to Greek philosophers, and so on, which, by the way, went on to have a huge Christian thinkers like St. Thomas Aquinas and others. Maimonides was regarded as one of the great formative foundations of the scholastic. The Mishnah Torah was written at a very basically middle school level, like if you know a bright seventh grader, they'll be able to translate the Mishnah Torah without too much difficulty. And as the title implied, it was a repetition of both. What does that mean? That Jewish history, Jewish law, guidelines for Jewish law are so complex, and they are nowhere organized in a central place. That is, if you want to know the laws of the Sabbath, for example, so you'll find that few tiny references in the Torah itself. You'll find one tract in the Mishnah that is amplified upon the nature of the Mishnah, especially the Talmud, to make tangents almost as a Torah material. That means if you have 150 odd page tractate Shabbat, you can be sure that at least 40 or 50 pages are not talking about Shabbat at all. And so, where are those other 40 or 50 pages? Scattered in other tractates. You'll find stuff in Tractate Eruvin, huge art of Tractate Shabbat's. You'll find it scattered in Sanhedrin. You'll find it scattered in Purim. So the only way you can really know the laws of Shabbat, which are vitally important once every 7 days, is you literally have to know the entire Talmud. And that's how massive documents incredibly huge. Sonny's did was he said, listen, this is really complicated, so I'm going to make it simple for everybody. I'm going to start from the very beginning, and I'm going to use the entire Torah, all of the halachot, from Torah to Mishnah, Talmud, everything, and I'm going to organized fashion, basically Greek style, with, a chapter that's devoted entirely, or a book that's devoted entirely to Shabbat, and all of the Shabbat laws will be right there. And there's chapters organized by a number of headers, which is a very Arabic style of writing. And all you need to understand Judaism and to practice it is the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, and my actions. The repetition. And it was brilliant. It was absolutely phenomenal. It was so easy to read and very lucid, clear Hebrew, although it's often deceptive in its simplicity. It's fascinating that you can spend very, very high-level discussions looking at the Torah and trying to figure out why he phrased this way and not another way, and you'll discover that's the wisdom in it. I went to yeshiva, and I was in one of the higher classes, and Bruce and I, we read the Talmud 5 days a week, and then on Fridays, we were assigned the section of Mishnah Torah that dealt with the Talmud. But after dealing with the arcane arguments of the Talmud, we thought Mishnah Torah was so clear and easy. We know this. Are we really going to spend hours talking about this? We got to the Shir, and it was offered about mental life. He completely devastated our understanding of the Rabbi. Now, we had missed it, like there was a massive supersonic train going past us, and we had totally, pretty oblivious to what was really going on in the text, even though we had a superficial So, the Torah, incredible achievement that looks at the entirety of Jewish halakha and encapsulates it in a very organized fashion. Moreover, although this was one of the very first codes of Jewish law that tried to put everything within that organized fashion, and it was later imitated by Tur and by the Shulchan Aruch and modern codes like Tazria, all of those later codes did not have the same vicious scope, meaning they only dealt with those laws that are directly pertinent to post-temple Judaism. All of the sacrificial laws, the laws of Tuma and Tahara that deal with the temple, they said, we'll wait for Mashiach to think about those things. But the Rambam says, no, everybody does every single one. The other books did not deal with, well, what are times going to be like when Mashiach comes? He says, okay, I'm going to talk about the halakha of Mashiach. What does Mashiach look like? Who is he? And how will we meet Mashiach? So that's in this expansive work. He also did was amazing, like how to sleep, right? How to have opinions. What opinions are correct? What opinions are not correct? Brilliant things that later codes thought were just too large of my brain. I was just focused on one particular section of Mission Torah that I'm especially close to because I wrote a book on it and actually wrote it several times. This is a book that I'm very close to. One of the brilliant sections of one of these books is his discussion of how to repent, the ways of repentance, or focus tshuva. And so I got into this habit of about 12, 13 years ago, but I would always review this particular section for tshuva before Rosh Hashanah when it's traditional study. And then I ended up translating English as part of my personal learning. I shared it with some people and they liked it, and that kind of grew. So I ended up self-publishing it because I was experimenting with that unusual way of getting ideas out. And ever since, I have used my own commentary every year and republished it. Just like we do ourselves every year and we try to improve ourselves. I go back to this particular book, which is now in its 9th edition, and I have so much fun with looking at it. Eighth grade or something, I got a 4.5. So I heard for this book, I feel very exposed. Now, I've given you like this biography of Antonia and things like that. Who could possibly disagree with Rambam? How could there be possibly? It was a very intense controversy. Especially hot, not in those regions where he had developed reputation, like in North Africa and in Yemen, and even in Spain, where he had a large following, but in Christian Europe, where Jews did not read Arabic, they got the Hebrew translations by the Ibn Tibbon family of Maimonides' Head for the Perplexed. There's a huge outcry. And a lot of the Jews of France in particular said, what is going on here? Look how this rabbi is quoting Aristotle. Look how he's saying things like, accept truth from whomever speaks it. Have you ever heard of something so ridiculous? You always have to look at these truths. You can't just accept truth because it makes sense rationally. And he took a lot of positions that anathema to Europeans. For example, had a very dim of supernaturalism, and he argued demons and spells and things like that that are in the Talmud. They're all allegorical, and they should not be taken literally. And the rabbis in Europe said, what are you talking about? We take those things very literally. We believe in demons, and we believe in spells and amulets and things like that. Maimonides is a much more rational, kind of like almost, very medical approach, almost a Lithuanian approach to these things. So people got very, very upset about the guy for this class. And then when the Mishnah Torah came out, oh my gosh, the world over. Not only was he charged with over-reliance on Greek wisdom, and in fact, when we look at sections like his Hilchot Deos, which deal with kind of like personality development, he absorbs a lot straight from Aristotle. He diverges from Aristotle in very interesting ways, in particular, easy on anger and not on humility. That puts more of a value that Aristotle should pay attention to. The Mishnah Torah was just such a controversy because Maimonides chose to print it without any citations. So meaning, a dispute in the Talmud might extend over 6 or 7 pages, and it might appear in several different tractates. And rather than sort of summarizing what Rabbi X said, and what Y said, and what Rabbi Z said, he simply said the bottom line is this. And it was his opinion, but he did not demonstrate how he arrived at his opinion. He simply stated what he thought people needed to know without all of the scholarly baggage of footnotes and cross-references and but this and however that. This was felt to be, disrespectful to all of these other rabbis that were involved in it. And he was also seen to be a very arrogant kind of statement because before he states openly in his introduction to Mishnah Torah, it's complicated. So all you need is the Chumash and my book, and you're good. You're golden. Don't need anything else. Rabbis look at this and they say, you could be out of a job with this. Like, oh my gosh. And then when you add to that fact that Maimonides felt very strongly that, and I apologize, Rabbi Bozi, he felt that rabbis should never be paid. They should always have some other kind of job, and what they do to the community is purely, just their donated time. There are some exceptions to this rule, and obviously, if you hire a doctor and you don't pay him or her, then chances are you don't have a very good doctor. So rabbis did find ways to get around this, but basically this is Maimonides' opinion that all judges and rabbis should perform their services free of compensation. So there were economic reasons why there were attacks on him as well. In Paris, things came to now he endured some of this during his lifetime, but it was largely relegated to the other side of the Mediterranean where he never visited. He did, hear some of the rumors that were carried back to Fustat that he was not well accepted and so on, but he passed away in 1204 before the controversies really came to a boiling point. The worst moment in the controversy was when the Jews of France, specifically Paris, were so upset over Maimonides' work that they approached the Dominican friars and they explained to them that they believed that there was this Jew who was gaining popularity, who was writing heretical works. The Dominicans were very happy to assist the Jews in removing heresy from the ranks, and so they collected up all the copies of Maimonides that they could find, and they set them to the flames in 1232. And the very spot that, ironically, 10 years later, the French court would actually burn all of the Talmuds that they would get their hands on, 24 wagon loads of them, which is still observed as a fast day among Parisian Jews to this very day. So, it's once you start on the path of burning books, it's very hard to shut that down. The controversy erupted, and it had 3 specific peaks with generations of people who were opposing Maimonides. Ultimately, there was a solution late in the 13th century that was largely brokered by the great Emperor, the Restream, who said, okay, listen, there's lots of value in Maimonides. We know the charges about brute wisdom and so on. We know the charges of arrogance and so on, but we kind of set that aside because he was trying to write something that would be usable by everyone. And so he effected a compromise that was finally put an end to the dispute, that one could study the philosophical works of Maimonides, like the Guide to the Intellect, but only after age 25. In other words, younger intellectual students should not approach this potentially heretical work until they had really mastered a large traditional text, and only then could they return to Maimonides. It's also worthwhile to note that although he is considered a towering figure in Halacha, and he is generally considered one of the 3 major eccentric figures that are by Rabbi Moshe Caro, Rabbi Yosef Caro, when he formulates the law in the Shulchan Aruch, it is quite often that Maimonides is in the minority. His opinions are often overruled by two other major medieval authorities that formulate a halakha, and Maimonides is studied even though his halakha is theoretical, as opposed to that so accepted. But philosophical work and his generosity spirit to far-flung communities, his secular knowledge, to all things that made him important, and a figure that has strong proudly over the centuries of Jewish history. Okay, I talked a blue streak there for about 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Thank you for your attention and your endurance. And I'm going to stop sharing the screen and I'll give you take some questions.
I'd sit with him for hours on end while he was dying. Then I had to leave him and I went out to the Yukon. Sorry, man. We need to talk more about that.
Eric told us alarm. Thank you so much for everyone. And thank you so much for joining us. The second installment of the wonderful lecture series. And especially the second installment of our second lecture series with Dr. Henry Abrams. First one we got on our own phenomenal feedback. And thank you so much for starting us off with fascinating work of the broader history that seems really fit into the Rambam. And we're moving on to our next topic tonight. I want to just remind everyone we appreciate Dr. Abrams' time, and we're lucky to have a great presentation, but it's not going to be on a Monday. So we're going to be taking a little bit of a break for the that are coming up for many people. And so the next installment will be on January. At the same time, with that, I will pass the baton. Look forward to listening and learning from
Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. I really enjoyed our opportunity to speak last, and I have to say I am excited about tonight's talk because the Ramchal, our subject is completely fascinating. He's written some works that I have been very engaged with for decades, and there's a lot of exciting new research that has been presented on the Ramchal that I'm hoping to share with you tonight. The topic for tonight is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Lutzato. I will most likely use the acronym of his name interchangeably. That's the Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Lutzato. He was an extremely important thinker in the early 18th century. So we're jumping ahead some 6 centuries from the Rambam, but I think you will find many of the features that we looked at in the Rambam's life are echoed in an unusual way in Ramchal's life. I've also thought of a sort of a title for these 3 lecture series. I know it's a little bit late, we're halfway into the series, but I'm thinking that I will call this Revered Yet Reviled, meaning both of these aspects were true to their biographies. The Rambam, the Ramchal, and when we get together in January, God willing, to speak about the Rebbe, all 3 figures were of towering stature and tremendous impact and huge influence in the Jewish world, but at the same time, during their lifetime, in particular, they suffered phenomenal controversy and bitter, withering. This would be certain for the Ramchal to expose you. So let me begin first by introducing you to a book that, if you are familiar with the Ramchal, you are most likely familiar with this particular work, the Mesilat Yesharim, which is translated as the Path of the Just, sometimes confused with another book, Orchot Tzadikim, which has a very title, The Ways of the Just, but this is quite distinct from that work, which is a few centuries earlier. It's a rather remarkable piece of literature. It is essentially a kind of it's one of the classic works of the Musar canon, meaning the collection of works which are kind of the go-to sources for the study and development of culture among the Jews. And the model is based on an extended discussion of a passage in the Talmud, in which one of the figures in the Talmud describes a successive series of stages of personality development, from vigilance to zeal to cleanliness, and each of these stages of development are fleshed out in great detail. What does it mean to be vigilant? Why are we starting with vigilance? And then what does zeal have to do with vigilance and things like that? It's really quite a fascinating book. It is an extremely popular book, especially for young adults, widely in yeshivas and seminaries, primarily because it's a great place to sort of exercise one's thinking about, who am I and what kind of person do I wish to become, which is associated with emerging adulthood as a stage of development. Some of us are kind of stuck on it for a long time. The Vilna Gaon, for example, is famous for him studying Mesilas Yesharim 101 times. I myself, I personally would like to reach that goal. I'm up to my 28th time doing this. I really find this a tremendously fascinating and endlessly inspirational book. But what's, I think, especially noteworthy about this book is that in the 1990s, a new version of Mesilas Yesharim was discovered in the former Soviet archives. It was actually an autographed version, written in the Ramchal's own hand, dated some 2 years before this work was published. The previous version was dated 1738, making it the first draft of Mesilas Yesharim. It is complete start to finish, and yet it lay moldering in an archive unpublished. And it is remarkably different. Let me tell you why the difference is there, or what the difference is, and I think you'll find it that's quite fascinating, and in fact, in many ways, more interesting than the one that's been so famous for a couple hundred years. In the version that everyone has been studying since the 1740s is basically a didactic frontal lecture. There is an omniscient narrator who simply tells us what we need to know, and we read it like, a long Atlantic essay or something like that. But in the version that was written in the Ramchal's own hand, it's a dialogue, it's a play, it has characters, it has drama. The setting is two young men. We'll start with one of them. So there's one character who is called the Chacham, the wise person. And he is, to try and put it in the context of the 21st century, he's kind of like a really good YU graduate. He is a earner. He's interested in, of course, learning Torah. He's completely observant and so on. But he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry. He's interested in science and culture, and literature and music and the arts. And, he has kind of broad interests. And one of his interests is he wonders, what is it that those Haredim do with their time? And again, the term, modern Orthodox term, Haredi are not appropriate for the 18th century, but it's kind of like, on the one hand, you have someone who has kind of like a broad base of interest, and Torah is, prominent among them. And then you have others who are like extremely interested in Torah and don't have apparently much time for things outside of the traditional canon of texts. The Chacham wonders about, what does Haredim do with their time? Why do they spend all the time reading Psalms? Don't they get bored? Aren't they curious? Don't they want to know about the outside world and things like that? And then one day, early on in the book, he looks across the room and he sees an old high school friend of his, who for very many years, and he sees that his friend has become one of the Haredim. He has, so to speak, flipped out. And he goes over to him and says, "Oh, Shalom Aleichem, how are you? I haven't seen you in so long. What's going on? How are you doing?" And they start to catch, "Listen, I'm really curious. I have all questions about what you do. Why did you become this way?" And they engage in this discussion that in many ways is kind of like the same kind of discussion that goes on among spiritually motivated youth today. Is the right place to sort of situate ourselves within Jewish culture, and to what degree do we consider ourselves primarily Jews or primarily human beings, citizens of the planet? Where do you put the needle on that kind of action? This is a great question, really. It's gripping. And they have this extensive discussion, and the character out, he is the Chassid, and should not be confused with the later Hasidim, when we get to the Lubavitch Rebbe, but he's the pious one. Ultimately, he demonstrates to the Chacham that there is far greater depth in the wisdom he is exploring through the traditional text, and that much of what the Chacham had thought of his worldliness is in fact a kind of banal superficiality. A fascinating work. Here is a modern thing of the Mesilat Yesharim, and as you can see in the Hebrew subtitle here, it has actually two versions. The version Aleph is called Seder Vikuach, which is the order of the dialogue. That's the dramatic version I described to you. And on the left is the Beit Seder Parakim, the order of the chapters, which is essentially the standard version that we have studied. And one of the great questions about these two works, which are very similar in content, just quite distinct in form, from how set aside the dramatic version. It is in so many ways, so much more powerful and immediate and gripping. Why would he not publish that and then publish the Seder Prophet? So I hope by the end of tonight's lecture, I hope to illustrate why, according to one of the most young biographers, the Ramchal, Dr. David Sklar, who wrote his dissertation on this and is working on a forthcoming monograph, why he thinks that he set aside hesitatingly and perhaps even grudgingly the first version and rewrote it as standard text. Let's look for a second at the very unusual reception history of this book. Reception history refers to, it's not only important to understand the book itself, but how absorbed in its time is it received by its readers that were engaged in. It also has an especially interesting sounding German name, Rezeptionsgeschichte, which I like saying because it makes me learn it. But let's get this unusual reception history of this work from the Hirim, that is those early 18th century proponent engagement of Jews with broader society. Most prominent of them, of course, is the father of the Haskalah, shown here in the red jacket, Moses Mendelssohn. And he thought Mesilat Yesharim was a brilliant work. Of course, he was born, he was about 10 years old when it was first written, so he read it after the Ramchal died, unfortunately a very early death due to a plague. But Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn, he was after all a rabbi, he was strictly observant, although many of his followers abandoned Judaism. But he thought that the Mesilat Yesharim was a phenomenal great power, and he admired the Ramchal deeply. Joseph Klausner, following in that tradition, the first chair of the Department of Literature at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, felt that the Ramchal's work represented modern Hebrew writer, because the Ramchal not only wrote in this very dramatic kind of poetic form, he also wrote actual plays like Soraic imitations of Italian plays that were, characteristic of the 18th century. So he took the Ramchal was really the first modern Hebrew writer. Very, very positive reception from the sort of left wing of the Jewish reading world at that time. And who was the right wing? The Hasidim thought he was fantastic because first and foremost, the Ramchal was a Kabbalist, and most of his important writings, that he himself were deeply suffused with the wisdom of Kabbalah. In fact, the Mesilat Yesharim itself, although it does not present on the exterior form to be a work of Kabbalah, there are tremendous references all through it to Kabbalic doctrines. So the Hasidim, who are great lovers of Kabbalah, they remarked on it that, according to, for example, there, the Maggid of Mezrich, who was the student of the Baal Shem Tov and the teacher of the 5 greatest dynasties of the Hasidic world, that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal, meaning he was at such a high stature that people didn't know what they were doing. I think that's quite true. And so, in terms of the 18th century triangle of Jewish ideologies, particularly in East Central Europe, you have the Haskalah, represented by Mendelssohn. They love the Ramchal. You have the Hasidim. They love the Ramchal. And then finally, you have the Misnagdim, the so-called traditionalists, who took the term opponents because they opposed the Hasidic movement. And the king above them was, without doubt, the Vilna Gaon, shown here, Elijah of Vilna, who himself wrote a couple of fascinating things. He said that if the Ramchal were alive in his time, he would have walked all the way from Vilnius to Padua, Italy, in order to study the king. And furthermore, he said that there are no words out of place at all in the Mesilat Yesharim until the 11th chapter. I actually have a theory as to which words the Vilna Gaon thought were out of place in the 11th chapter. And God willing, maybe when we get to the question and answer period, if you ask me, I'll tell you what my theory is about what words he pointed out as being out of place. So again, amazing. The Ramchal achieved a level of acceptance among all stripes of Jewish movements of the 18th century. I can't recall many figures before or who have received universal acceptance, albeit some 60 years after his passing. During his lifetime, we have a totally different story, as we will. So let's get into his biography a little bit, understand who he was, what his background was, what he was all about, and then I'd like to get to the controversies that dogged him during his lifetime. He was known as the genius of Padua. Padua is a smallish city on the Po River in northern Italy, not too far from Venice. His parents were sort of upper middle class merchants, and they gave him a standard education of an Italian Jewish family of their class. He received a thorough grounding not only in Torah studies, according to the kind of Italian broad view of emphasizing scripture, Tanakh, as well as Talmud. Actually, his principal teacher was a Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, who would remain close to the Ramchal all the way through his life, even though he also taught him for his bar mitzvah. He was also, 15, 20 years later, very much involved in his life and activity, far away from Padua. He also used a fairly significant secular education as well, with a thorough grounding in European languages, including Latin and Greek, because, as we shall see, Padua University Town, one of the few universities that admitted Jews to its medical faculty. And so there was a lot of emphasis placed on broad European understanding of the world around them, contemporary science, the arts, of course, and so on. Early on in his career, really as a teenager, he wrote several works that are quite fascinating. He wrote works on public speaking. He wrote early experiments with poetic forms, including, parables or biblical stories written as Italianate dramas, like to be staged as plays. So he was really quite a young child prodigy. He attracted to himself a number of these students who had traveled to Padua to study medicine at the university there. This is actually the autopsy theater. Only a small number of autopsies were performed every year, and they literally had to build an auditorium like this to allow as many people as possible to actually observe the autopsy taking place. And a very small coterie of perhaps a dozen of these students from all over Europe would gather nightly at the home of the Ramchal, where he had kind of room set up in an attic. and they would study the Kabbalah. Now, the Kabbalah, of course, is the great mystical Jewish tradition. Very prominent in their curriculum was the study of Zohar.
Yay! I knew you'd be in here. I knew you'd be in here. Straight Savage, what do you want me to do, baby? How you living, pimp?
I thought you weren't going to do that anymore, man.
Okay, so you ready for the breakdown of my conversation history with the good people at Kick? Here we go.
What did you take your account away?
Yeah, so I told them, look, it's been 6 months. I haven't spammed anybody. I've been a good boy. And I said, you guys rebanned my account. You said it was Banovision. I said, for how long am I banned? Because I've given myself a self-imposed 6-month sabbatical. What are we dealing with? They say you've been banned indefinitely. I said to them, okay, well, what's indefinite? They said it's indefinitely. I said, came back to them. Does that mean a lifetime ban? They said it means indefinitely. I said, look, just tell me, does it mean a lifetime ban? Let's just cut to the chase here. They say it means indefinitely. I go back to them. Does it mean a lifetime ban? They say, for all intents and purposes, yes, it's a lifetime ban. I said to them, well, then that means there cannot be peace. Basically, I understand that you want to ban me indefinitely. Are you telling me, this is my exact phrasing, that it's currently the year 2025. In 50 years, in the year 2075, will not let me stream on Kick? They said, that's correct. So I said, all right, baby. I have no choice but to create more powerful bots, stronger bots that are better than my previous ones, and I'm going to let them loose. I told them this as straight to their face as I could. So I did as much programming as I could, and now I have an even better bot system that doesn't just work while I'm awake, but it's even better. It works even when I'm asleep. That's where we're at.
That's wild, man.
Well, here's the thing. If I told them, can you just make it for a year or 2 years? Truthfully, if they said you can't stream for 2 years, I'd say, okay, that's fine. But they said 50 years. I'm like, oh, it's just, then basically you're a useless platform to me. So why wouldn't I spam you? I think it was not in their best interest. If they would have said, look, we're going to ban you for a year, starting on this date, I would not be spamming them right now. Even 2 years, I would not be.
Famous on X?
Oh, man. So I'm famous on Blue Sky. So those Blue Sky people had to adjust their bot patrol because I just basically tormented.
Let's go.
I tormented all the people on Blue Sky, and in very funny ways. So it started out, please join Rabbi's Discord, yada, yada, yada. And that got me some interest. But then I started making them, like, really explicit. So it would be like, Rabbi fucks MILFs for world peace. And I'd get so much more traction. People taking screenshots of what I wrote, posting it all over the platform. So I did that for video
quality is insane, dude.
I did that for about overall 6 months, and then they got some kind of new system that absolutely deleted all my accounts, and then I would still be spamming on Blue Sky and not on Kick, but they started banning phrases. So, like, you can't even say the word rabbi on there without getting your account banned. Or you can't even, use my last name Rothschild without getting it banned. Or you can't even use the term Discord in the name without getting it banned. They basically took away all my ammunition. So
that is a good clip, man. That is a good one.
So what I did was go back to Kick, and I've got 3, and Kick has no one to but themselves. Again, it's given me a 1-year ban, I'd be fine, even a 2-man. But if you won't let me back, I understand. If you won't let me back in 50 years, and I have that as in an email from them. Well, then you're just what I did was not bad. You have people on there who get arrested on stream and who hit people on stream and use, racial terms and all kinds of things. I don't do any of that. Did I spam allegedly? Yes. Okay, but to my credit, when I first started streaming on Kick, the reason Kick had an issue with me was not because I was spamming. It's because I created multiple accounts and was live streaming from them. So I had like different live streams going, and they didn't like that. They wanted all my streams on one account, and they banned my other accounts. Even though that wasn't against their terms and conditions. It was not ban evasion because I hadn't been banned. And I don't understand it because you have people, not you, but Kick has people on their streams who have multiple accounts. I'll give you an example. Mike Baby, who's a streamer on Kick, also has Mike Smalls Jr. Why don't they ban him for having multiple accounts? Why? I don't understand. He streams on both of them. Now, what he doesn't do is stream silently on both of them. And I get it. They didn't want somebody hogging that much bandwidth or whatever. But basically, these were in their system. And I played by the rules. They took away that ability. And then I said, you know what? I'll start spamming. And that's what happened. And I started that about 14 months ago. I did it for approximately 8 months. And then actually a little more than a little less than that. I did it for approximately 6 months, and here we are back. And I am letting these bad boys go. And it's very funny to see people's reactions because they're like, no fucking way, Rabbi Rothschild's back. They're like shocked. They're like, what the fuck? Like, we thought we were done with this troll. Oh no, baby. Not only am I back, but I'm stronger than ever. Just as you came in here, I was programming bots on cell phones, not just on computers. And I'm just going to let these bad boys go. And I have a feeling, it's one thing you can ban me.
Can you like integrate in there to not say clips on my
Well, that's the thing. That's what does it the best. People can stop me from spamming their channel, but they can't stop the clips. That's really a request that needs to be fulfilled by Kick. And the thing that Twitch has is that sometimes you have to follow up a certain amount of time. Sometimes you have to follow a person for a certain amount of time before the clips will save. Or sometimes they have to have an account older than a certain amount of age. That's all Kick needs to do. Just do what they do with everything else and take from Amazon, aka Twitch's stuff, and just replicate it. But they haven't done that. And so for big streamers like you, it gets my name out there because this big streamer will go, hey, look in the clips, and they'll see 3 or 4 times in there that I have spammed or clips, and then it's just going to take the right person to be like, okay, now what is this?
They're Rabbi himself, he's a good guy. People just don't like his bots, man. He said spam chats and save clips
and follow.
People don't like it, man.
And follow.
He gets a lot of dislike and a lot of hate for it.
That's all right.
He's made a lot of friends as well.
We wouldn't have met without this bot. We would not have met without this bot. Ori and I wouldn't have met without this bot. Many other, Sam Bond and I wouldn't have met without this bot. I mean, it has garnered a lot of friendships as well. And it, like I said, like before, I had to manually, every time Kick banned one of these, I had to manually recreate one. But now this thing just goes like a minigun. It's just continuous, like a Tommy gun. And if they ban it, then that's fine. It just creates another thing. I can seriously just sit back and relax, which is fine. I don't mind creating the accounts or doing things manually. Where it really comes in and helps me is when I'm asleep. So 24 hours a day, even when I'm taking a long sleep, it's just
1 hour left.
It's
Oh yeah, we just got home.
It's dominating the airwaves.
Myself, so
and
dude, that's pretty good. 15-hour stream, dude, and we've got 963 drop frames in a 15-hour stream. That's great, dude.
That is great. So
and the quality, dude, of that IRL stream, like when I watch that clip, holy fuck, dude. I'm now running my phone in 4K when I IRL stream, and the difference, holy shit, dude. I thought the 720 was like really good, but that looked really good before. But damn, now that I changed it to 720 or changed it to 4K, dude, the quality on the IRL is fucking insane.
So did you find out about my resurrection stream through spam or through a clip or a follow?
I went to go check to see if anybody, because I went to New York City today and there was this guy rapping for us. So I went to check the clips if anybody clipped it, and that's when I seen there was 2 Rabbi Rothschild clips. And I was in Discord with Nicky, dude, and I was like, fucking Rabbi. I'm like, where the fuck is his Discord? I said, I got something to this motherfucker.
Come get me. Come get me, Straight Savage. Well, again, you can blame the Kick staff. Had they given me a 1-year ban or a 2-year ban, I'd be fine. You know, that day that we spoke really changed things. It inspired me to create a new account, and that's when my account, my new account that I created, and said to communicate with them through my original account. Well, I have over 10. I have over.
Thinking of the Jewish rabbi is who you're saying. No, that is not who I'm talking to.
No,
I'm talking to Rabbi
this is the real deal. This is the most popular rabbi, not just on Kick, but on the internet. And so I immediately, the day that you and I talked, I got my account banned after like 26 hours, something like that. And Kick told me to go to my original account to be able to communicate them. Well, I have over 10,000 accounts, more than that.
Yes, Flex, he is back.
Absolutely, back and better than ever, baby.
So he stopped spamming for months, hoping that Kick would allow him to stream. So he stopped spamming for a long time, and then me and him had a conversation, and I talked him into making another account and trying to stream. And they allowed him to stream for about 26 hours before they banned him again. And it's a permanent ban, lifetime ban. So anytime he creates an account, he will be banned. So he's back with the spam bots.
What other choice do I have?
Their decision.
What other choice do I have? If they told me, hey, you know what, Rabbi, we'll even reconsider you in a year. We're not going to say that you absolutely can come back, but we'll reconsider it, which would have been smart of them. I wouldn't be spamming right now. But they said in 50 years, in the year 2075, if Kick is still a platform and I'm still alive, they will not let me stream. And when I'm like, this is the biggest ban in the history of the internet. So when I got that news, it was like, all right, let's play hardball. And they basically said there's no opportunity for peace. And it was like, all right, again, the smart thing of them would have been to say, Rabbi, don't create any more accounts. In 1 year, we'll reconsider our decision. They didn't even have to say.
Is your Plinko broke right now? Has your Plinko been broke all day, Flash? Are you at your PC? If you don't know, you don't know?
So yes,
What are you doing?
so yes, Straight Savage. I was waiting for you to come in. I had actually checked your clips to see if anybody had clipped you recently, and I saw that you had some clips, but none were of mine. And then my bot apparently got you 2 of them earlier today. So were they good clips? Did you watch them?
It was just clips of me driving in the car.
All right. Well, that's exciting. So yeah, but again, I'm not the person to blame. I mean, I am, but
29 days.
it's Kick.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Klinko that's just down right now. I know they were having problems with the Kick chat earlier, so I don't know if it's just Klinko that's down or what.
This bot works a little differently than my.
Yeah, because
Go ahead.
I have premium. I've been a premium member since January for the Kinko. But it doesn't. Not allowing it to work. So I'm just thinking there's something wrong with it.
This bot differs from the previous one. The previous one would only spam just chatting people. This one spams everyone who speaks English, or at least has the English tab. So that means people who are playing games, who are doing IRL, who are doing whatever, bikinis and hot tubs, or whatever
I
they
was
do.
doing IRL when you got me.
Excellent. Well, it did exactly what I wanted it to do. And I tried to play nice. I really did. And I tried to do it the right way. And they said, again, I asked them, please, can you just make it a year? No, it's indefinite.
Yeah.
There's indefinite.
I see it right here. Join Rob Rapchild's Discord.
Who'd you see it on? Is that on yours?
Yeah, I just went through my activity feed and seen where it followed.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. I have another one that says Google Rabbi's Discord because I'm generally the first thing that shows up when you Google it. And it's got this huge wall of text that it sends. And I'll improve it. I'll tweak it so that it's absolutely perfect. But for right now, it's doing what I need it to do. Within 24 hours, it got about 14 people in the Discord, which is great. Just new people. And I asked them, how'd you find out about me? I do my best to ask everybody that. And they're like, I just saw this random message on Kick and I had to see what was going on with it. Or a lot of people say, I saw a clip. I saw somebody who got something clipped, and I was like, I've never seen anybody use type of strategy, and it's unique. So it's just something that Kick needs to implement, which is just a system that states that a user can program who can clip their streams and how long they have had to be had their account created on Clip and on Kick, and how long following or whatever. Some Twitch has a system where I think you can limit it to the age of the account, how long it's been following your following, and if or not. It's just something that Kick needs to implement.
Yeah, you can do all that. Yeah, you can do all that.
Can you? For clips?
Yeah. Well, for the whole channel.
Understand, for the whole channel. You can't people who clip your stream, right?
I will allow you if you're not following or
Right, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that you don't have a feature that says I only want subscribers to be able to click my channel, or only accounts that are older than 1 day old can click my channel. You don't. It doesn't have those kind of features, and Twitch does. It's just
Well, I know, but we're like we can make it so your account has to be so old or you can't post
to chat
stuff like that.
I get that.
So I don't know if that shares over to the clipping or not. I'm not sure.
I am sure it does not, because on the biggest channels that they have,
what up? How we doing?
Everyone from Aiden Ross to Amaranth, who force you to have older accounts or be following for a certain amount of time, I clip them right away, and my up's right at the top. So that's exciting. What's on your agenda for this week?
JJ, I found it. I found that spot, and I seen the box on the ground. I was gonna go over to it, but there was a dude taking a picture, and I went to walk around, but there was a fuck ton of people at it. I would have had to walk way around to get to it, man. I did find the statue in the box on the ground. Yes, I did.
Do you get paid by the more people who are in your chat?
Yes.
Well, okay, that's good. So if anything, my bot is increasing everybody's pay a little bit. Not a lot, but it does spam, and it spams hard. So it'll give you I don't know, probably not even a penny, but something. Not you necessarily, but people who allow open chat. What it does do is it changes.
Yeah, it's right in front of, like, they have this big bleacher right in the center of Times Square, where they like do performances and stuff right there, and it's literally the statue's like right in front of them bleachers, and then the block is just a little bit right if you're looking at that front of the statue. Where I was, yep, that's where we sat to eat. Yep. Hey, Alan, what up? How you doing? 15-hour stream? Yeah, we 15 hours in, buddy. Yep. Oh, what time is it? 11 o'clock, man. That's first joint that we smoked since yesterday. Area 51 on the package. There's a lot of driving though, man. 10 hours altogether. I wasn't able to smoke, man. I tried yesterday, the joint that we smoked, dude, it took me a little while to smoke it because Boy, it fucking killed my tooth every time I would hit the joint, man. All right, JJ, have a good one, man. Enjoy the dice, man. Wait, okay, so Clinko is not broke because 4 inches Clinko is working. I don't know why mine is not working. I feel like it wants me to set it up, and that's going to suck because that's going to drop everybody's points and reset everybody's balls, man. We're going to reset everything, dude. Why will it now fucking work?
Miss Aquarius, how are you, girl? All right. Can you hear me now? I do. How are you? I am ready. Oh, Miss Aquarius, I have to admit something. I accidentally got my 250th win. I had forgotten about it, and a friend wanted to put me, and we were playing each one of the different games, and we played bowling. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. I'm mad.
I know.
Because I'm waiting for you.
Miss Aquarius. You've got that right. You've got that right. Miss Aquarius, it was an accident.
I know, man. I just wanted to be there.
I know, but 300. You were there for 100. You were there for 200. So those are big ones.
Yeah.
All right, girl.
Be there for the big one.
That's right. Let's see you. All right.
Let's go.
I see you. Get these too.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
what do you mean no? What do you mean no?
I got it. No, I didn't know. He said, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
You got this right.
Word, girl.
No, I didn't get nothing. Go ahead. Please. Come on, gotta get something.
Get it.
Okay, come on, Rabbi. So, Rabbi. Yeah.
Not good. Get it.
Get him. Yay.
Get it.
They should have knocked it down.
9. You've got this. You've got this.
Come on.
You've got this.
No. No. Go away. You got this. Now go.
Oh, look at this split. Ooh, almost. Get it.
Yeah.
Miss Aquarius on the prowl.
Get it.
Get it. Miss Aquarius, it all comes down to this. Get 3 strikes.
No.
That's okay. Just get these. Get it. You did. You tied for the lead. Get another strike.
Come on, you got this, Rabbi. Go.
That's what I'm talking about.
Another one.
Get it. Oh, come on. How didn't that get it? All right. I'll take it. I'll take the W. I win, you win. You win, I win. All right, Miss Aquarius. You're going to get your 101 right now.
No, you mean 103.
You have 103?
103.
Good on you, girl.
I meant when I was here. Remember, I did 2 yesterday.
That's right. You're on fire. Get it. You had a beautiful strike.
Thank you. You did too.
I had a spare.
No, the last game.
Okay. Get this. You got it. Beautiful.
Yay. Thank you. Come on, everybody. Get it.
There we go.
Yay.
That's what I'm talking about. Get this, girl.
Yeah. Let that one down.
Get this.
Well, you got it, Rabbi. You got it, Rabbi. Come on. Right. This.
Oh no. We're tied.
Yeah.
Get it.
No, man. Let's go. Uh-oh. That's it.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Ooh,
That was beautiful, Miss Aquarius. I watched it with my own 2 eyes. That was marvelous. Marvelous, Miss Aquarius. Marvelous, Miss Aquarius.
We're about to be tired. Get it.
Marvelous, Miss Aquarius. That's your
Thank
nickname.
you. Thank you.
Get it, girl. Okay, you've got a split that you're going to get.
That one. Come on, me, brother. We got this, brother. Come on. Let's go. Yep. Get it, brother. Get it. Go, go, go. Yay! Right. Yes! That was wonderful.
Excellent.
I applaud you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, tomorrow, right?
God willing.
The guys with me, come on.
All right, Miss Aquarius. Marvelous, Miss Aquarius. Sweet dreams to you.
Sweet dreams to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. We're going to other stuff, going to socialize, okay?
Okie dokie.
Okay. Are you lonely? Do you need me here?
Nope, I'm good to go. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'll check on you tomorrow, okay?
Sounds like a plan, ma'am.
Okay.
that's it. It's over. Like, how do you know? You're just saying this. You're just saying this. That is as much of a belief system as any religion. This belief in something they have no evidence of whatsoever, but there's so many anecdotal stories of people with near-death experiences. Sebastian Younger, you know who he is? Brilliant journalist, great author, written some incredible books. He did Restream, right? Documentary about the war, and just an amazing, interesting, very, very intelligent guy. And the last time on the podcast, he was telling us a story about he had a medical emergency, some sort of, it was like an artery burst, right, Jake? Something inside of his abdomen, and he was bleeding out. He was dying, and he got to the hospital and had this near-death experience, like very, very vivid experience. Interacting with his father, like just beyond anything that he would ever imagine. And it came back with a completely different perspective on life and death and like what this is and where there is something. There's something out there. And people that have had near-death experiences or died and been resuscitated, they come back with the same fucking story over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. There's not a lot of variations, different interpretations of what they're saying, but it all fits in the same framework. It all fits in the framework that there's something there. He's having a wild experience where he sees Jesus, he sees his dead father. He said it's beautiful. What is this kid? I think he was sick and he's coming out of surgery. I don't know the exact story on what was happening to him. This video goes on long. It's a 10-minute video, but whoa. Yeah, he's driving he's seeing into a different, he's seeing into the next realm. Yeah.
For their intense studies. They developed a very rich kind of organization where they have specific seating charts for each of them. It wasn't like kind of like free for all. It was really a close-knit group. They had particular rules about how they were to greet each other, how they speak about each other. They had a rigid cycle of material to be studied that night, and so on. And it was really, it must have been quite amazing intellectual experience to be at the Ramchal's table studying with him. And this is all when he is in his late teens and his early 20s. Such were significantly older than him, but mesmerized by his fascinating material, his piercing and poetic analysis of the text. One of the more fascinating things about the community of Padua and this particular study circle was that Padua was among the social difficulties that town in the 1720s and 1730s was a gambling addiction. Unfortunately affected many of the men, the Jewish men. Playing cards were very popular, so they had a nightly Beit Midrash that made a rule, the Jewish Padua made a rule that every single Jewish male in Padua had to show up at Beit Midrash 5 nights a week, and attendance would be taken. And if they failed to show up every evening to learn some Torah because they were off gambling or something like that, they would be paid a fine to the nation. And that in itself is rather an amazing thing, that the community could actually impose or even think to impose such a rule. I really wonder how well it was, but it gives us a sense of who we are from 1860 Padua living today in society. But the why I'm bringing it up is because the only group explicitly exempted from these rules was the Ramchal study circle, because everybody knew that the Chabraya Kadisha, the Holy Society, they were not spending their time playing cards. They were actually learning Torah at a very deep level, and so they received a formal exemption because everyone regarded them. These Jewish medical students who were studying with the Ramchal were really on a separate level. It's interesting to note, by the way, that the medical students must have experienced quite a cognitive dissonance because when they were at school in Padua, even though they were admitted appropriately to the college, which was, as I mentioned, very rare for universities at that time, there were a whole series of discriminatory practices and ritual humiliations that they had to endure. They had higher tuition, for example, and there were certain things like they had to present a gift of 1 pound of candy every Christmas to the other students, kind of like a nasty secret Santa sort of thing that they had to do. But nevertheless, while in the daytime they're kind of like distinctly citizens, but at night they probe the depths of the universe with their teacher, the Ramchal. Now, it happened that the controversy really began to erupt in the 1720s when the Ramchal first discussed his encounters with something called the Mahdi. This is where the controversy really begins. When he was 20 years old, the Ramchal related to students that he did these nightly visitations from a kind of supernatural being known as a Maggid. The word Maggid is related to like the word Haggadah, like for the Passover Haggadah, means to tell or to relate. And the Ramchal would describe how, perhaps in a dream, but some kind of vision, this angelic being would reveal to him these Kabbalistic truths that he would then relate to his students. Now, it sounds pretty weird,